हेलो वेलकम, स्वागत है आप सभी का realme BGIS 2025 स्पेशल सेगमेंट में। मैं हूं आपका होस्ट जीशान अलमे के मेजी और इस स्पेशल सेगमेंट के लिए वशिष्ठा ई स्पोर्ट्स के पुकार हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं। पुकार, स्वागत है आपका, कैसे हैं आप?
थैंक यू यार, मैं तो बहुत अच्छा हूँ। आप बताओ कैसे हो?
मैं भी बहुत ज्यादा बढ़िया हूं पुकार। पर इससे पहले कि हम थोड़ा अंदर की बात करें, उससे पहले जानना चाहूंगा कि अभी तक realme BGIS 2025 आपके लिए कैसा चल रहा है?
realme BGIS बहुत चैलेंजिंग और बहुत अच्छा रहा है अभी तक, और बहुत फन होता है ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट जब भी होता है, और BGIS तो मेरे को बहुत पसंद है। तो अभी तक तो स्मूथ है, आगे देखते हैं, एक राउंड बचे उसके बाद क्या होता है।
अभी सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1 है और मतलब आप पहले से ही कंफर्म करके बैठे हो कि सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1 से ही फाइनल्स में जाना है?
हाँ, ऐसा तो है। मैंने तो यही सोचा है कि इस बार सेमीफाइनल वीक 1 से ही जाना है, क्योंकि 2 बार मैं सेमीफाइनल से बाहर हो चुका हूँ, BMPS और BGIS लास्ट ईयर। तो इस बार कुछ चांस नहीं लेना है।
चलिए, इस बार आपने गोल सेट करा है, ये बड़ी अच्छी बात है। पर इससे पहले कि हम बाकी सारे बातों के बारे में थोड़ी चर्चाएं करें, मैं जानना चाहता हूं कि टपाटप के बारे में आपके क्या ख्याल रहेंगे, क्योंकि वो प्लेयर एक्चुअली में बहुत बढ़िया खेल कर गया। वो प्लेयर आया कहां से और टीम का हिस्सा वो कैसे बन गए?
टपाटप को तो टू बी ऑनेस्ट एकदम लेने का कुछ प्लान भी नहीं था। हम लोग 4 मैन ऐसे रजिस्टर कर चुके थे, उसको एकदम एंड मोमेंट पे लिया गया था। वो भी गमला बॉय की रिकमेंडेशन पे लिया था, और मतलब ऐसे ही लास्ट मोमेंट लिया था, और अभी फाइनली वो अच्छा खेल रहा है, मतलब आगे जाके। लेकिन ऐसा कोई प्लान ही नहीं था कि उसको खिलाना है या उसको लेना है, बस ऐसे ही ले लिया था बैकअप के लिए, और बैकअप देखो काम आ रहा है फाइन अभी।
मतलब मल्टीपल टीम्स है जिनके लिए बैकअप एक्चुअली में बहुत बढ़िया काम करके गए। पर अभी आप बिल्कुल श्योर हैं टपाटप के साथ, पर वो सिनर्जी इतने शॉर्ट टाइम पे कैसे बिल्ड करते हैं आप?
अभी बूट कैंप पर सब है, गेम खेलते रहते हैं पूरे टाइम, एक ही चीज करते रहते हैं, तो हो जाता है धीरे धीरे बिल्ड, इतना भी चैलेंजिंग नहीं होता है।
चलिए, उम्मीद करते हैं कि आगे भी ऐसा ही होता रहे। पर आपकी और साथ में VXT की एक अलग राइवलरी चलती है पुकार, तो इस बार कितना आप कॉन्फिडेंट हैं इस चीज को लेकर कि अगर पोचिंकी में लड़ाई होती है तो आप जीतेंगे?
कोचिंग की में लड़ाई हो ना हो, इस बार थोड़ा मुश्किल है हो पाना। मेरे को नहीं लगता इस बार होने वाली है कोचिंग की में लड़ाई।
अच्छा, मतलब
मतलब ऐसा थोड़ा समझौता टाइप हो गया है।
हाँ, मैं यही
अभी
बोलने वाला था
इतना
कि कहीं आपने सुलह तो नहीं
हीट
कर
नहीं
लिया?
है। वही हो गया है अभी,
तो
आप
किस
वैसे ही
बेसिस
समझो
पे ये
कुछ।
ट्रीटी साइन हुई है कि आपने पहले से ही अपने ड्रॉप लोकेशन शेयर कर दिए और ऐसा कुछ?
मतलब ऐसा कुछ तुम्हारा कुछ हमारा ऐसा टाइप कर दिया है।
अच्छा, मतलब जाएंगे आप पोचिंकी में ही, आधा हिस्सा आपका आधा हिस्सा हमारा, और आप निकल जाएंगे?
नहीं नहीं, ऐसे नहीं, मतलब कुछ मैप्स पे ऐसा था ना, हमारे सब मैप्स पे ड्रॉप सेम थे, ऐसा ऐसे
हम्म।
हमने कर दिया है चेंज थोड़ा।
हम्म।
कोचिंग के तो शायद अभी एक हम में से कोई ना जाए।
चलिए, अब जब आपने पूरा खुलासा कर ही दिया है तो ऑडियंस थोड़ी सी जरूर निराश होगी, हम भी थोड़ा ज्यादा निराश होंगे। पर अगर आप थोड़ी चर्चाएं करना चाहें गमला बॉय के बारे में भी, कि कैसे वो प्लेयर थे, टीम का हिस्सा अब वो नहीं है, थोड़ा मिस कर रहे हैं प्लेयर्स या सब सही है?
गमला बॉय को देखो, मैं इतना तो मैं बोल सकता हूँ कि मेरे अलावा तो कोई मिस नहीं कर रहा है।
अच्छा, आप मिस कर रहे हैं
क्योंकि
एक्चुअली में?
जो जो मतलब मतलब मिस करना भी है ही यार, ऑब्वियसली इतने टाइम से मेरा टीममेट है, स्टार्टिंग से ही है, मतलब जब से गेम BGMI आया है उससे ही मेरा टीममेट है वो। तो मिस तो करूंगा ही ऑब्वियसली, पर इतना है कि मेरे अलावा और कोई मिस नहीं कर रहा है। जो उसने बातें बोली बाकी के टीममेट्स के बारे में, तो इतना तो मैं श्योर हूँ कि मेरे अलावा उसको कोई मिस नहीं करने वाला है।
चलिए, उम्मीद करते हैं कि ये दोस्ती इसी तरीके से बनी रहेगी, जैसे आपने बताया भी कि बहुत समय से आप खेल रहे हैं। पर कंपटीशन के बारे में आप क्या कहेंगे पुकार, इस पूरे realme BGIS 2025 के?
कंपटीशन हर साल लेवल अप हो जाता है, इस साल भी सेम ही है कि लेवल अप हो गया है, और थोड़ा टफ हो गया है। तो
कोई
अंडरडॉग्स भी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, और नए अंडरडॉग्स आ गए हैं। और अंडरडॉग्स में किसी टीम का नाम अगर मैं लूँ, तो ऐसे एक नाम तो बहुत मुश्किल लेना, क्योंकि सब लोग ही अच्छा खेलते रहते हैं। लेकिन अभी जो एक अंडरडॉग अभी है ही, मतलब नहीं भी है भी, लेकिन फॉरएवर एक करके टीम है, वो अच्छा खेल रही है। मतलब
और
वो पहले भी प्रूफ कर चुकी है, पर अभी अच्छा खेल रही है वो।
पर ओवरऑल अगर कुछ और टीम्स के बारे में भी मैं आपसे बात करूं, जैसे जली हो गई, उनके लिए आपके अंदर क्या रहेगा कि कैसा वो खेल कर आए? क्योंकि जली का भी बहुत समय से चल रहा था कि नहीं हो रहे थे, पर फाइनली वो भी आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
जेली ने भी बहुत मेहनत की है, मेरे को लगता है उसको वही सेम जो हर कोई बोलता रहता है कि उसको उसके टाइप की टीम मिल गई है, गॉड लाइक उसके टाइप की टीम नहीं थी। वही सेम मेरा भी माइंड थिंकिंग है उसके लिए, कि 3 सुनने वाले बंदे हैं, अंडरडॉग्स है, और अच्छा गन पावर है। वैसा ही एक आईजेल को, उस टाइप के आईजेल को चाहिए होता है, जैसे सेंसे भी वैसा ही आईजेल है, तो वैसे आईजेल को वैसी ही टीम चाहिए होती है।
हम्म। अभी मैंने आपके वशिष्ठा ई स्पोर्ट्स के मैंने कुछ वीडियोस देखे थे, उस पे IGL को रेट किया जा रहा था, सोमराज को भी उस पे रेट
हाँ
किया
हाँ।
जा रहा था। तो अभी मुझे लगता है वो रेटिंग बढ़ जानी चाहिए क्योंकि ट्रीटी साइन हो चुकी है, अब तो दिक्कत नहीं होगी।
तो रेटिंग तो सबने अच्छी ही दी थी, आई थिंक सो 4+ ही दी थी सब लोगों ने, मैंने भी कम नहीं दी थी।
अब मुझे ऐसा डाउट हुआ
रेटिंग का तो सब सही था।
चलिए बढ़िया है। पर एक और थोड़ा मिसिंग पीस रहा है फियर्स का। हालांकि जब वो शुरू में खेल रहे थे, द ग्राइंड जब उन्होंने खेला था, फियर्स थे जो सिंगल हैंडेडली आप कह सकते हैं कि उन्होंने बहुत फिनिशेस निकाले। अभी कंट्रीब्यूशन कैसा चल रहा है उनका?
फियर्स को मेरे को लगता है अच्छी लॉबी चाहिए मारने के लिए, ऐसी छोटी मोटी लॉबी पे अभी मार रहे जो मार रहे हैं, और अच्छी लॉबी में मेरे को लगता है फियर्स ही मारेगा।
चलिए उम्मीद करते हैं ऐसा ही उपकार। पर इससे पहले कि हम ये इस पूरे स्पेशल सेगमेंट को समाप्त करें, आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि आप अपने फैंस के लिए क्या सोचते हैं, क्या उनको मैसेज देना चाहते हैं?
फैंस को लिए तो मैंने जब गमला बॉय ने छोड़ा था एक ही चीज बोली थी कि कोई भी जाए कोई भी आए, मैं सेम ग्राइंड करता रहूंगा, टीम को सेम तरीके से रखूंगा, जो कोई भी प्लेयर हो सेम ट्रीटमेंट, और हमको आगे जाना है।
चलिए इसी के साथ उम्मीद करता हूं कि एक्चुअली में जो आपने गोल सेट करा है कि फाइनल्स तक आप सीधा सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1 से ही पहुंच जाएं, उम्मीद करता हूं ऐसा ही हो पुकार। थैंक यू सो मच हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए।
थैंक यू मेजी।
बाय।
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी का एक बहुत ही ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग सेगमेंट में। और मेरे साथ मौजूद हैं एक बहुत ही ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग गेस्ट जो रहने वाले टीम फीनिक्स के कप्तान विनम। विनम, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। सबसे पहले तो आप ये बताइए कि एक राइवलरी चल रही थी केनाइन वर्सेस टीम फीनिक्स, पर सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1 में टीम केनाइन दिख नहीं रही। क्या थॉट्स है आपके उसके बारे में?
वो मतलब थोड़ा उनका लेफ्ट राइट हो गया, और क्या ही है, मतलब हम लोग थे ही नहीं उनके ग्रुप में जिस टाइम वो बाहर हुए
जी।
तो बस वही थोड़ा बुरा लग रहा है।
पर आपको लगता है, मुझे तो लगता है आप होते तो और ज्यादा मुश्किल होता उनके लिए क्वालिफाई करना।
ईगो पे वो बहुत ज्यादा अच्छा खेलते हैं ना, तो फिर मैंने देखा कि बीजीआईएस में इन्होंने ईगो पे ही मतलब बीजीआईएस ही एग्जिट कर दिया।
कोई बात नहीं, चलिए अब फिलहाल मेरे को लगता है कि आपके लिए एक और प्रतिद्वंदी है अभी रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क, उनके ऊपर भी हम आएंगे। पर द ग्राइंड से आपके पूरे सफर की शुरुआत हुई रियलमी बीजीआईएस 2025 के नया जोन मेटा, ये बहुत ही ज्यादा एक प्रचलित बात थी। आपको क्या लगता है कि नए जोन मेटा के अराउंड आप और आपकी टीम कितना बेहतर तरीके से अभी तक अडेप्ट कर पाए?
जो न्यू जोन मेटा है वो हमारी टीम के लिए बेनिफिशियल मतलब साबित हुआ है
जी।
तो जब जो ओल्ड जोन मेटा था उसमें हार्डशिप ज्यादा आते थे, लास्ट जोन में भी हार्डशिप बहुत जाते थे, तो उस टाइम हमें दिक्कत आती थी क्योंकि 3-4 टीम इधर से रोटेट कर रही हैं, 3-4 टीम थर्ड पार्टी कर रही हैं, फोर्थ पार्टी कर रही हैं, तो हम एक टीम से फाइट नहीं बना पाते थे।
राइट।
एंड अभी न्यू जोन मेटा में तो हमें इधर कोई दिक्कत नहीं आ रही क्योंकि इधर जोन के लिए हमें जाना नहीं पड़ रहा, और इधर हम सिर्फ फाइट्स के लिए खेल रहे हैं और फाइट निकाल रहे हैं, बस वही हमारा मेन है।
पर वेनम, बीइंग वेरी ऑनेस्ट, अगर मैं रियलमी बीजीआईएस 2025 की सारी ही टीम्स को कंसीडर करूं तो मेरे पर्सनल ओपिनियन में ऐसा है कि टीम फीनिक्स सबसे ज्यादा डिफरेंट प्ले स्टाइल को लेके जाती है, क्योंकि चाहे प्रेशर वाली सिचुएशन हो, चाहे डू और डाई सिचुएशन हो, आपकी टीम जा रही है ड्रॉप क्लैश करने के लिए, फिर भी चेस कर रहे हैं, फिर भी आप अपनी राइवलरीज को आगे बढ़ा रहे हो। तो इतना अग्रेशन टीम के अंदर कहां से आ रहा है, और क्या ये एक स्ट्रैटेजी है कि खेलेंगे तो फुल अग्रेसिव ही? क्योंकि अभी तक हमने देखा है कि आपकी टीम कभी भी पैसिव तो नहीं हुई है।
तो जैसे कि ये गेम और ये ई स्पोर्ट दोनों मतलब अनएक्सपेक्टेड है, और हमारे हाथ में सिर्फ एक ही चीज है जो है फाइट्स।
राइट।
जो मतलब हमारे हाथ में है कि भाई हमने अच्छा खेला तो हम निकाल देंगे, नहीं खेला तो गए, बाकी लक फैक्टर वाला इसमें कुछ नहीं है। तो ये हमारे हाथ में, तो ये हम 100% जीतने की कोशिश करते हैं और इसी पे मतलब रिलायबल रहते हैं ज्यादातर।
बिल्कुल, वो तो हमने देखा है। और आपने ग्राइंड खेला ग्रुप ए से, वहां आप टॉप 8 पे रहे, फिर क्वार्टर फाइनल्स पहुंचे और वहां पर भी आप सीधे क्वालिफाई करके अब सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1 में पहुंचे हैं। और देखिए, आपकी और रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क की एक जो राइवलरी है वो बहुत पहले से चली आ रही है। तो क्या अभी भी यसनाया पे जाएंगी आपकी भी टीम, क्योंकि रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क तो वहीं पे आने वाले हैं? और अगर ऐसा होता है तो डू यू थिंक कि ये कहीं कॉस्ट भी कर सकता है आपको आपके ग्रैंड फाइनल्स का टिकट?
यसनाया तो गढ़ है हमारा, और मतलब हम शुरू में ही फाइट देखते हैं कि शुरू में हमें फाइट मिल जाए। अगर यसनाया खाली होता है तो हम और किसी टीम से शुरू में फाइट बना लेते हैं। जब टीएक्स आती है तो वो मतलब फायदा है हमारे लिए कि ड्रॉप पे हमें 4 पॉइंट्स मिल रहे हैं।
चलिए, ये मेंटालिटी मुझे काफी ज्यादा बढ़िया लगी। बट अगर आप सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1 की बात करें, वहां पे नंबर ऑफ मैचेस ज्यादा मिलेंगे, 12 टोटल मैचेस आपके पास रहने वाले हैं। और आपका जो ग्रुप है वो ग्रुप डी है, द ग्रुप ऑफ डिस्ट्रक्शन जिसे कहा जा रहा है, जहां पे सबसे ज्यादा एक्सपीरियंस लाइनअप देखने को मिल रही है। तो आप इस चीज को किस प्रकार से देखते हैं?
मैंने जब ग्रुप देखा था, मतलब मैं ज्यादा वैसे देखता नहीं हूँ ये, मतलब कि ग्रुप ऑफ डिस्ट्रक्शन है ये सब। अगर तुम जीतने के लिए आए हो तुम्हें compete करना है कि भाई तुम मतलब मैंने सोच ही लिया कि मैं जीतने के लिए आया हूँ। अब मैं जीतूंगा नहीं ये नहीं पता, लेकिन फिर भी कि अगर मैंने सोच लिया जीतने के लिए आया तो मेरे को फर्क नहीं पड़ता कि कौन सी टीम्स है। और गेम के बाहर जब हम रहते हैं तो मैं देखता हूँ बहुत टीम्स हमसे अच्छी हैं, ये अच्छी है, वो टीम अच्छी है, लेकिन जब हम गेम में होते हैं तो हम ये सब नहीं सोचते कि कोई टीम हमसे अच्छी है। हम अपने आप को बेस्ट समझते हैं, कहीं भी गाड़ी लेते हैं, कहीं भी घुसा देते हैं।
जी हाँ, मतलब खेलेंगे तो अग्रेसिव ही, मैं समझ गया, अभी तक निष्कर्ष यही निकला है। पर गोइंग अहेड देखिए वेनम, एक बात तो ध्यान में रखनी पड़ेगी कि जो पिछला BMPS का सत्र था 2024 का, वहां आपकी टीम ग्रैंड फाइनल्स तक नहीं पहुंच पाई थी। क्या यहाँ पे आप ये अश्योरेंस दे सकते हैं अपने फैंस को कि BGIS 2025 में जो सिटी ऑफ जॉय कोलकाता का लैंड फाइनल्स है, वहां टीम फीनिक्स देखने को मिलेगी ही मिलेगी?
जरूर हम अपनी तरफ से मतलब पूरी कोशिश करेंगे। लास्ट टाइम जब हमारा BMPS इसी वजह से कॉज हुआ था क्योंकि हम ज्यादा ओवरथिंक कर रहे थे उस टाइम पे और फाइट्स में डर रहे थे। और अभी भी मैं ग्राइंड का बताता हूँ आपको। हम ग्राइंड पे #6-7 चल रहे थे और मेरे टीममेट्स ने एक ने बोला कि भाई हमारा क्वालिफिकेशन डन हो गया ना, ये ऑनगोइंग मैच की बात है मीरामार की। तो मैंने कहा नहीं भाई तू उसकी मत सोच, क्वालिफिकेशन की सोचेगा तो बाहर है, तू मारने की सोच। मैंने इन्हें टीम पे उतारवाया, हमने फिनिश करे टीम को और हम उधर से ही मतलब फिर भी हमने एंड तक भी मार के खेला, जबकि हम 7th-8th पे थे। अगर मैंने इनसे ये बोल दिया था कि अगर हम यहाँ से नहीं हो रहे हम राउंड 4 से कर लेंगे, कोई दिक्कत वाली बात नहीं।
क्या बात है, ये जो माइंडसेट है, ये जो मेंटालिटी है, मेरे को पर्सनली बहुत अच्छी लगी वेनम। थैंक यू सो मच हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर योर सेमीफाइनल्स वीक 1। होपफुली हमारी मुलाकात होगी जरूर उस लैंड फाइनल्स के अंदर।
We're just a step away from the grand finals, and the top 8 from the semifinals week 1 directly move on and secure their slot towards the grand finals of the realme BGIS 2025. I'm going to be your host, Castro Necro. John alongside with me on the panel at Bull BIC. And even in that interview, we did see quite a bold statements from the side of Venom from Phoenix Esports, right?
No, I really like what he said as well, even though I don't really understand Hindi in particular, but what he said specifically was that, oh, group of destruction, yeah, everybody's saying that, but it doesn't really matter if you're here to win it all, right? So whoever it is, you got to win it all.
Exactly, man. Simple. If you've got your mentality directly towards the goal, directly towards the trophy, it should really not matter who you're facing up against. At the end of the day, the goal is pretty much simple. You need to be in the top 16. You need to be in the grand finals. But right now, in the week 1 itself, you need to place yourself in the top 8. And that's going to be a tough task, especially against so many major teams. It will be difficult.
You know, as much as I want to see how the group of destruction is going to be playing here, we won't be seeing them until the end of today. So they are going to be playing on match 5 as well as match number 6. Here's going to be a little bit teaser for you guys which are interested in a quote-unquote group of destruction. Man, I wish I was going to be casting those 2 games. But all things considered, this upcoming match is going to be an interesting one. It is going to be between Group A as well as Group B, where there is at least 11 grind teams in this specific upcoming match.
And let's not forget, as I mentioned, you need to place yourself in the top 8 in the week 1 itself. And the remaining teams do not get eliminated. They directly move on towards the semifinals week 2. And once again, you need to place yourself in the top 8 inside of the week 2 as well to move on and secure a slot inside of the grand finals. In total, we'll have 16 teams in grand finals in Kolkata, duking it out for that first spot to be the champion of the tournament. But once again, back towards the conversation, right? Yesterday, we did see the group draws as well happen. And let's be honest, a lot of interesting rivalries are once again going to start to unfold.
Rivalry is one thing, but you have to give credit for Mr. Karan for somehow every single stage of the group draws here in realme BGIS 2025, he somehow makes Group D the group of destruction every single time. But all things considered, we have to talk a little bit more on towards the wildcard stages as well. Soul and Hero Extreme God, like one of the bigger names, was somehow able to pick themselves up from the wildcard stages with a very, very dominant performance and then qualifying here. And now it comes down to a stage where only the top 8 out of this 32 group here in the first semifinals will advance directly in the grand finals.
Exactly. But once again, for you guys to understand, let's have a look at the participating teams in the semifinals week 1. Day 1, Group A is going to be on the screen as we've got TWOB, Troy Tamilian Esports, Revenant Spark pretty much looking to pull a hat trick since they have won the past 2 official tournaments. Vasista Esports is over there too in the mix. This team somehow solidified a slot towards the semifinals week 1, and now Vasista Esports is going to be tested to the maximum limits.
You know, it's really interesting to see how Revenant Xbox has been cruising their journey here in the officials as well for realme BGIS 2025 in general, because for some reason, during their third-party journeys, it doesn't seem like they're doing too well, but whenever an official happens, they do so well. However, let's talk a little bit more on towards Group B now. Group B, we have Hero Extreme Godlike, we have Altitude, we have Wobble Gaming, Rider Esports, 8-Bit, Bot Army Esports, Forever Red Ross, and also Hail Inferno Squad. So this is going to be very interesting opening to begin with here, because we know for a fact that Revenant X-Spark and Hero Extreme Godlike came in very close in last year's BMBS.
Group C is on the screen. You've also got Team Mastermind Mavericks, Reckoning Esports, Metal Esports, Cincinnati Kids, Genesis is in the mix as well, and you've also got GlitchX, Reborn, Diesel Esports, and let's not forget, H4K is now called Hats. So this is going to be an interesting mixture as well. A lot of these teams now finally finding themselves the sponsors, and I'm loving that, right? The newer names are finally getting recognized inside of the community. Group D is on the screen, as you all like to call it, the Group of Death or the Group of Destruction. Hyderabad Hydras, VXT's in the mix as well, Phoenix Esports, THW. You've also got Soul right there, Team Tamilas, Likita Esports, and Rivalry, also known as NRI Esports.
Now, it's interesting to see how the Undergods has finally gotten a little bit of sponsorship as of yet, right? So NRI does have a new name banner now. It's called Rivalry. And also when it comes to H4K, like you mentioned as well, Team Hades was there in the mix itself. So all things considered, this is going to be a very interesting approach for all these teams, because they are only one stage away from the grand finals themselves. So to kick things off in today's match, we are going to be starting off with Group A going up against Group B in the map of Erangel, and then A and C in Miramar, and then A and C in Sanhok.
Indeed, man. I mean, the schedule, as we all know, Group A and B is going to be the one to kick things off. And then, of course, we've got Group B and C. We're playing Erangel too, which is, of course, going to be quite an interesting affair as well. Match 5 is going to be Group B and D, and Match 6 will be Erangel once again. So as the cycle completes, Erangel is once again going to be the map where things will be closed out, but things will be super spicy on the map of Sanhok, man, considering it is one of the smaller maps, and we know things will be quite aggressive. I would love to see these names once again back in their true form. And since this time they've got so many more games to prove themselves, I know maybe a passive start can be there too.
Now, to summarize the things that we have kind of said as well, considering the fact that the format in the semifinals is kind of confusing. So long story short, there are 4 groups, and each group is going to be playing each other's groups for at least 4 times, and that totals up that each group will at least play 12 matches in total. So that means every time they play a screen, they have to switch up their strategies according to the groups they are playing against.
Indeed, man. I mean, look, strategies will be switched. Even the drop locations are something that need to be switched as well, right? The primary, the secondary drop location are going to kick in, and for some of the teams, both of the drop locations will be clashing. So they will need to go for the fights off the rip. They won't really have a lot of options either, especially for glorified names like Hero Extreme, Godlike, Soul, Revenant Spark. I don't think they're going to be switching their drop location no matter who's going to be in their group. They will still play the game the way they like to. Either they will get wiped out themselves, or they will wipe out the opponents in the receiving end of the side. But at the end of the day, we know Group A is going to be the one to step inside of the playing field against Group B. You've got teams like Hero Extreme, Godlike waiting to duke it out inside of the lobby. Before now, it's time for some toss to a short promo. You guys don't go anywhere. Have a look at this nice video. The realme P3 Ultra 5G. If you move on towards Flipkart and search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, you might just stand a chance to win the device and some more interesting rewards. Let's not forget, it's also packed with a lot of beautiful performance, and also that 90 FPS BGMI gaming is something that's going to help you with the smooth gameplay.
Yep, it is the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset with its class-leading chipset performance and an Antutu score over 1.45 million. Be sure to check it out. Just search it up on Flickr, like he said as well, realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you might be able to walk away with some amazing prizes yourself. So, all things considered, now, here is a little bit of a summary for you guys of what happened during the quarterfinals as well as the wildcard stages. My prediction has been completely in the gutter. Every team I predicted is pretty much 100% guaranteed elimination. I don't know, you might be surprised with my prediction today, but before we talk through this prediction as well, to give you guys another tidbit as well, Forever Red Ross was one of the teams that no one expected to qualify directly in the semifinals from the quarterfinals, and they were the only teams that I know of which declared their usual drop spots on their social media. And today itself, just before yesterday, I have about 4 teams that did exactly that. We have Troy Timeland, True Reaper Jelly, and also Board Army Esports that actually declared their drop spots to the entire world.
Yeah, at the end of the day, right, these teams like to practice inside of the scrims too, and that's where they like to drop probably. So once again, just announcing it out there that, yes, this is going to be our drop location. And as you mentioned, right, at the start of the day, we made our predictions too. And this is what the predictions are going to look like from the casters. Ankybot win with Phoenix Esports, understandable, one of the most aggressive teams inside of the lobby. Revenant Spark there too, quite a known name. Then you've got SOA from Maisie. SOA made a lot of statements in the wild card, or not in the wild card, in the quarterfinals itself. So yeah, things were looking quite great for them too. Reckoning Esports promotion. Icy Baby went with Hero Extreme Godlike right next to Johnny, and I went with Mastermind Mavericks.
Yeah, don't hate me, man. You know, Naka koi hai, Nahaj koi hai. No competition, baby. Godlike on top. That's my prediction right there.
Okay, interesting. Hero Extreme Godlike do have a track record of performing pretty well on the day one itself. So
Yeah,
it makes a lot of sense why you went with Hero Extreme Godlike.
To be honest, it's not just make a lot of sense, right? You know, Godlike's got to break my curse, man. Only Godlike can do it for me.
What if they don't perform today then?
Then my curse is much stronger. So I hope the fans don't really hate me because I got a little bit of a hate during the wildcard stages. But again, I'm on 100% prediction. Prediction that they are going to qualify and 100% prediction that they are not going to make it to the top 8. I feel bad for Iggy, but sorry, not sorry, actually, to be honest. Anyways, all things considered, yeah. SOA is also another team that actually declared their drop spots on the social media as well. Same can be said for Forever Red. Also, there are about 5 teams that actually did exactly that. And interesting enough, based on the trend, Forever Red Ross, who did that initially during the quarterfinal stages, nobody drop contested them in every single map. So I feel like this is a strategy that has been in this statement, kind of there, where if you tell people where you are, there's only 2 things that happen. People will contest you for the sake of it, or they will just completely respect it and choose somebody else.
I mean, at the end of the day, it really is a perspective that you want to put out there, right? If you're someone who's stubborn enough to go for the contention over and over again, it either can cost you the game or cost the opponents the game. It really comes down to who's winning that fight, right? We have seen a prime example of that so many times in the past too, man. Soul, K9 Esports, these guys like to duke it out, and on the map of Sanhok, usually either one of these teams used to get eliminated. Recently, Soul was the one to dominate that temple area, so that's why K9 Esports was always struggling. And we did see K9 Esports too switch their drop location. So if things are not working out, it's better to switch that drop location. Well, in this case, in the semifinals, we've got 2 teams who like to move in towards Yasna Poliana, Phoenix Esports and Revenant X-Park. Even that can be a potential clash.
I think based on the interview just now as well, they had a little bit of a conversation with Vasista, which was very interesting because why bother? You know, just take 4 points. Easy, right? So all things considered, it all comes down to pride, ego, as well as how well they play their mechanics in general. But I personally feel like now is a situation where, especially the top teams, they don't really like to share their drop locations. Hero Extreme Godlike, 8-Bit, Soul, as well as Revenant X-Park, they have no, I would say, no news on their personal social medias in general to actually declare this, their drop spot. So I hope there's not going to be those kind of drop clashes, but all things considered, to remind you guys who's playing this upcoming match on the screen once more, we have Group A, TWOB, Troy Timeland, Revenant X-Park, Assista Esports, OG, SOA, FS Esports, and also Team Reaper Jelly.
Versatile and Vasista is the team that you're speaking of, right? In the past, they used to have that personal rivalry going on against each other, and now Vasista Esports, they've came with the conclusion that they're going to be dropping somewhere else, not really contesting towards Pochinki. Instead, it's better for them to find their own ways and try and play their own game. We've got Group B as well on the screen. Hero Extreme, Godlike, Altitude is also in the mix. Quite the newer bunch, have been proving themselves pretty well. Wobble Gaming 2, Rider Esports in the final few moments, they qualified. 8-Bit right there in the mix. You've also got Bot Army Esports, an incredible performance. That one game just instantly turned their fate and got them qualified towards the semifinals.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very interesting one as well, because considering the fact that Forever Red Ross was a team that no one kind of expected them to actually kind of qualify, but in the interview itself, it seems like in their undergods category, Forever Eras has been playing really well. So I hope that this consistency is going to help them push straight towards the Grand Finals, because this is a moment for all the teams. We have the best of the best currently in the semifinals. And what I mean by the best of the best is the best of the undergods and the best from the grind teams are finally here, and they're only one stage away from the Grand Finals. Only 16 teams is going to be qualifying into Grand Finals, and there is 32 teams. So that means half of this entire group is going to be eliminated from their journey here.
And it's also one of those teams that's been earning a lot of respect, right, in the community. Even the man from Vasista Esports, which was Pokar, he himself mentioned that, yes, Forever Red Ross is one of those teams that can be someone that can be quite deadly for the other teams in that similar group. So, yeah, Forever Red Ross, it's a name to be feared, nothing taken away. But still, when you've got names like Phoenix Esports in the mix, and clearly in the interview itself, he mentioned they're not someone who's going to be dialing down the aggression at all, because he thinks if you go out, if you're someone who wants to bring in that tactical nature, even a little bit of that luck is involved. That's why, to minimize that luck factor, he's just going to go aggressive and take the fights.
You know, I like the fact that Anki was able to point it out that Phoenix is known as one of the aggressive... Oh, sorry, it was Maisie that actually interviewed him. It came down to the situation where Phoenix is known to be a little bit more aggressive, and we were wondering why were they so aggressive, and they realized that based on the new zone meta itself, back then it was like the hard shapes kind of messes you up, right? So when you're in the middle of a fight and in between, like, what, 50 seconds, you gotta rotate away, there's not enough time to actually wrap up the fight itself. So I feel like based on the current new zone settings, especially during stage 4 and stage 5, even if you get into the fight, you can still prolong it and wrap it up quickly before you actually progress the next phase of the zone. So that's something that I think Phoenix understands now a little bit better, and that's why they're getting a little bit more aggressive.
Since we've got Group A and B now duking it out against each other, right? Inside of Group A, we've got big names like True Rippers, which is, of course, used to be known as Just Jelly in the past. We've also got Revenant, Spark, Vasista Esports, Orangutan. And speaking of OG, man, they were just barely on the cusp of being eliminated from that top 16. So OG better thank their stars, but now they got to put on their A game.
I think the two teams that were a little bit fortunate coming from the wildcard stages was Troy Tamlin Esports and also Orangutan. They were somewhere in 42, 44 points, and all of us was speculating during the quarterfinals that 46 points is going to be the cutoff for the team actually qualifying the next stage. So they have to thank their lucky stars. Troy Tamlin and OG is here, but again, luck can only get you so far, because this entire format that we have developed here in realme BGIS 2025 is the sole purpose of making sure that luck is not going to be a major factor of you qualifying into the final stages, right? So every round you are going to be filtered out many times here. Eventually it all comes down to like a very refined skill gap or decision makings from the teams to decide who is the best of the best that deserves to be in the grand finals.
But then speaking about some of the newer names that have astonished us so far, right? You've also got teams like Altitude, Rider Gaming, Wobble Gaming too. And honestly, Altitude is the biggest surprise. The way they played the wildcard stage, it felt like it was not even a challenge for those guys, man. They straight up just went through the wildcards like a hot knife through butter.
I think these three teams you brought up that reminds me of the most was that the biggest wow factor was actually Rider Esports, because there were a lot of times they could not qualify, but this player known as Famee, F-A-M-E-E-E, this guy was the playmaker in securing enough points and qualifying towards the top 2 position all by himself when there was still 11 teams on his own. So with that play, he gave them enough points to actually qualify to the next stage. So that kind of surprised me as well, because it felt like, oh, this might be the Joker play. But so far, the only one that has ever done it this entire stage was Jelly.
Without a doubt, man. Jelly's always been one of those IGLs that likes to take things passive and defensive as well.
Team Jelly, but Kyo Lamar was the one that did it. did it.
Okay. But in general, speaking of Team Jelly, right, or True Rippers, if you'd like to say so, they're one of those teams that likes to take things quite defensive, and that's been the main play style for Jelly as well. As an IGL, even in the past when he used to be IGL Hero Extreme Godlike, that's how Hero Extreme Godlike used to play as well. Quite passive, quite defensive. Sometimes it used to work out, sometimes it did not used to work out, since you were pretty much just suffocating on those finishes. You were not able to get those elimination points. But right now, it feels like Jelly's managed to find a good mixture of aggression too in the mix.
You know what's really unfortunate about the rivalry that we kind of developed was between Jelly versus Godstrain. And for Godstrain to be eliminated, it feels like Jelly might not be able to get easy points again from them anymore. Not gonna lie, but it really felt like that during the entire grinding stages when they were competing each other. This was like a month ago.
Generally speaking, I'm just loving the mix of newer names as well inside of this entire semifinals, right? None of us saw this coming. So many newer names just astonishing us. So many newer names giving a tough fight to these T1 teams, to these known names. And now that's why the semifinals is going to be even more interesting. But without wasting any more time, we're going to jump straight up in the lands of Erangel. Let's find it out. As the plane's going to be in the sky, starting all the way from Sanhok military base towards hospital. And since this plane fly path is so much tilted towards the left side of the map, if the teams want to move in towards Stalberg, Kamechki, Lipovka, now that's going to be a tough stretch.
Yep, and it is going to be a difficult one as well, especially like you said as well. Yasnaya, Pulnaya is going to be a hot drop as well. Revenant Export is in this lobby. But the question here is, are they going to be going towards that vicinity? I know Team Jelly has announced that they are going to be potentially going towards Milta themselves. They do have 2 drop locations, which is from Team True Reaper Jelly, which is one in Milta, one in Georgiable. And it seems like they're not going for the Milta drop, and they are going to be heading towards Georgiable potentially. So I'm curious to see whether or not True Reaper Jelly is going to be having some sort of contention with TWOB in particular, because they do also like to go towards Georgiable themselves.
Interesting. I mean, the planned flat path is definitely going to be suffocating a lot of these teams towards their drop location. As you mentioned, even Revenant X-Park, since they like to move in towards Yasna Poliana, that's quite a tough stretch. Impossible to make it towards Yasna Poliana. They would need to go for a pit stop, get their hands on the vehicle, basic loot, and then only they can traverse towards Yasna Poliana. You've also got True Rippers Jelly moving in towards Georgiapol. I guess that's going to be their secondary drop location.
I think Revenant Xbox is actually going for Novo instead this time, so they might actually just use it as their main drop location based on this flight path itself. So that's going to be a little bit interesting one for them. Forever Red Rock still sticking to their usual drop spot, which is going to be the Pancake Snake split down towards farm. But the circle, guess what? It's going to be half in military base and half in the main island itself. And it's been a while since we've seen a circle like this. The last time I actually saw this was during the grind stages, where everyone expected it to be military base. Guess what? The circle actually shifted on towards the main island itself. And the second time was actually at the western side of the bridge, where currently 8-bit is currently flying on top of it.
Indeed, man. Look for 8-bit. That's been the main drop location since the start. Fair Pier, a little bit of that split on towards the military base as well. That's how 8-bit likes to drop. But they need to be a little bit more cautious.
Oh boy.
Since towards Sanhok military base, there's Spot Army Esports, and I'm going to hold on to that thought since Altitude and Rider Esports, they're going to collide as well. This drop clash does not seem that smooth either. And for Altitude, they're straight up going to duke it out against the man of Rider Esports, and this time it will be Rider Esports to find the advantage as Lazy gets taken down. But even Adam is someone that's not far behind. Even he finds the returning trade towards his own teammates. Beautiful stuff. Now the trades, even Steven on the board. Even Altitude down a man. The same thing can be said for Rider Esports too. But the moment I say so, Godsy's able to find the second knock against Rider Esports. And that's going to give the man advantage in the hands of Altitude. There's another man in the back lines behind of that cargo box. But no one's going to check that. The moment I say so, Devange, he jumps out, but he still gets shot to death.
He had no weapon whatsoever, but unfortunately, say Rider Esports is going to be down with one member left. And it seems like the caster's curse is going on here, Necro. Seems like whatever team I hype up seems to get taken out, and Exist is going to be the last man standing from the side of Rider Esports. Unfortunately, say Fami, he may be the ones that clutched things out in the previous round, but he was the first one to get taken out. So unfortunately to say, both Rider as well as Altitude had a little bit of collision, but Altitude was able to win those fights. Meanwhile, Team True Rippers Jelly and also TWOB, they had a little bit running into his George Bowl with Jelly on the north side and TW on the south side, but they have not clashed with each other yet. But as much as I say this, guess what? Jelly himself is actually getting stalked by TWOB.
Yeah, they've got their own ways to deal with the scenario. True Rippers on the move. Do not want to do anything against the team that was there in the nearby vicinity. Instead, they're going to try to move in toward George Bull, get their hands on a decent loot, and then maybe try and pull off those weird shenanigans in the future. TWOB, they're also going to look to take a fight against Altitude now since they're super hurt. Altitude's taken down. It's just a two-man squad. And TWOB, they've got the man advantage too inside of the fight. Do they really want to make the push towards the compound, though? That's the real question.
This is a very interesting push coming from TWOB and Jelly. Like, knowing for the fact that, yes, you know, we need as much finish points as you can to kind of qualify towards the top 8. It's all about getting those finish points and also chicken dinners, of course. But if you don't start hunting for finish points, it's very unlikely you will have enough points to qualify the top 8 into the Grand Finals. So I guess this switch up between Jelly and TWOB to be on the go and also hunting people, it's smart, but it is going to hurt them in the overall looting phase if they get a hard pit stop or ambush in terms of a couple of roadblocks being set up by each other.
Indeed, man. Those ambushes, those roadblocks, things will be a little bit weird. Tri-Team Elite Esports, a team that barely qualified from the wildcard stages. Now they know how serious the semifinals week 1 is going to look like. And Tri-Team Elite Esports, they better be ready, packed up. Things can go south anytime.
Tri-Team Elite Esports is a team that I personally feel, Necro, it's every single time they appeared towards the LAN, it seems like they were always barely able to qualify themselves. And then when they hit towards the LAN, you don't see them performing in towards the top 8 position at all. Which is kind of ironic, right? Considering that how many years they have been competing.
Yeah, for Tri-Team Elite Esports in the past, they were known as Silly Esports too, right?
Wow.
And we have seen them in the LAN once. But yeah, in the LAN, they were just not able to perform at all, which was definitely a major upset. But let's just hope that this time around, Tri-Team Elite Esports is able to do better, perform up to the mark as well, get things a little bit more evened out for them.
Oh, speaking of even things out here, Hero Extreme Godlike, the team that could not qualify directly in the semifinals, had to go the long journey here. It's going to get a couple of shots in. They are inside the apartments itself, but from afar, not exactly sure who's going to be shooting here. I think it's Erangel who's all the way having a very decent split from the north side. And currently, they are one of the furthest away from the zone itself, from the northern approach, but there are still teams way further, such as FS Esports, all the way in Zarki in the northwest corner. So I'm a little bit worried for teams in that direction because there's Team True Reapers Jelly there, there's TWOB on the northwest side, there's also Hill Inferno Squad. Everybody is going to be using the same rotations to come into the zone, and I feel like the Western Bridge is going to be the point of entry for all these teams who are trying to go towards Military Island itself.
And since even the Circle's trying to move down south, the teams up north, they need to be quick. The longer they take to rotate, the tougher it gets. Rotation will be impossible probably in the future. As you mentioned, there's going to be a lot of those roadblocks set up. There's going to be a lot of those traps that you might just straight up walk into. And that should not be the case anytime soon, especially for a team that's looking to rotate late. And you got to feel bad for teams like Altitude Esports, right? Just with a two-man squad off the rip like that, that's got to be hurting.
Yeah, I agree. And even on the screen as well, Board Army Esports, one of the teams that no one kind of expected to do well here. But hold that thought for now. Guess what? SOA going to be having a little bit of slight run-in with Tri-Team Elite. And guess it seems like it is going to be SOA on the backs against the wall, with Magic being the last player left from side of SOA.
SOA and Tri-Team Elite Esports locking horn this time around. And Magic, with that S12K, is constantly spamming away. But since he was the only man alive, SOA, they get wrapped up in a sheet and sent back into the lobby. But once again, for Tri-Team Elite Esports, it's a way to kick things off. SOA, it was supposed to be a bigger threat in the lobby. And now that they're already eliminated, that's a major pressure subsider.
You know, Ranveer's nade was the saving grace for that fight because Magic from the side of SOA had no business being able to get that knock through that door lines with his S12K. That range is just disgusting. How did he just one-pumped one guy from that range inside the house? That was just ridiculous, to be honest. But all things considered, Tri-Team Elite, they will get themselves 4 points, but we do see a couple of stray bullets from afar. I believe it's actually Vasista Esports far north. That's about 200, 300 meters away. Obviously, you are not going to be able to see them on the screen. But yes, we do see them right now. It seems like they were just going for a little bit of drive-by. And the zone actually shifts into his military island. Oh boy.
This is going to be concerning for teams like FS Esports, teams that are looking to rotate late. This is going to be real concerning. You've also got Vasista Esports trying to move down south, so even that's going to be super interesting. For Vasista Esports, the road's not going to be that empty. They would need to go through a few walls, and which are, of course, going to be through teams.
You know, to be honest, I'm genuinely concerned about all the teams right here in general, because the circle is kind of shifted all the way to military base, and currently there is still 10 teams outside into its main island itself, and there's at least, what, 6 teams still inside the zone. So technically, including the 4 that is still barely inside the zone, 10 teams needs to rotate towards the western breach. It's going to be tough, to be honest. I'm a little bit worried here. But
yeah.
Wobble Gaming, look at this.
Once again, though, teams that are closer to the bridge, it's not going to be that concerning, especially for teams like Vasista Esports and Hail Inferno Squad that are looking to pull off a rotation this late. Things will be concerning, or maybe even problematic. Hail Inferno Squad already finding that knocker. And also the elimination against Vasista Esports. Fierce now just trapped towards the warehouse. He's getting pounced on by 3 remaining players of Hail Inferno Squad, and Fierce can't do anything. The barrel straight up stuffed in the man's throat, and he cannot even fire back. It did not even stand a chance. The remaining 2 players of Vasista Esports, it's better to just back away and play for safety and try and gather as many points as you can.
That's got to be a punch to the throat of Vasista Esports right here, right now. Like, they're feeling a little bit confident at the start of the day, but to kick things off with 2 men down right from the get-go without any points, this has got to hurt their feelings here. The morale needs to be kept up, and it all comes down to execution. But on the screen here as well, look at this, Reverend Xbar, they're going to be diving head in on this Forever Red Ross. They find 2 themselves, Shadow.
Yeah, they walk in with no problem, and Shadow was able to strike down that player with ease. The remaining man from Forever Red Ross, he cannot even back away from that situation because the hovercraft, it's now exploded. Spray God, he still wanted to go for that run over, but maybe not so, but still in the end, they do claim that elimination point, and with that Forever Red Ross, they have been eliminated too.
Very, very interesting approach coming from Xbox as well. They know that there's going to be a lot of teams from the north side. Thin the herd, fight as much as you can, wipe out as many people as you can, and then proceed to figure out how to get to the next phase of the zone. Because as of yet, a lot of teams are getting picked apart mid-rotation, and even Bot Army Esports is starting to bear their fangs, and they will find a couple of players from Wobble Gaming inside military base himself, and this is one of those heals that I think Bot Army Esports have full control of. This is just such a difficult hill to play with, but it gives you so much range in the western shorelines.
This is ought to happen, right? Especially for the teams that have already secured a good spot inside of the southern side towards the military base. They're of course going to have the advantage, and they can easily defend their ground, but hold on to that thought. Vasista Esports now making the pounce against Hail Inferno Squad. They really wanted to go for a revenge play, but it just did not really pay off that well. And now for Vasista Esports, just one last man survives. What can he even do? Rage God with a beautiful place. Nate is also going to find the confirmation against Godin. That's going to leave the players of Hail Inferno Squad with 3 more men standing. With these 3 players, they just need to get rid of one man of Vasista Esports, which is Rage God, and he's constantly making the prowl, but eventually, even he gets eliminated.
This is really a punch to the throat of Vasista Esports. Like, this is not going well for them at all. To be losing members before having towards a committed fight, this is kind of worrisome for the team itself. It seems like the aggression is getting punished heavily by every single team, but could you really blame them? But all things considered, look at this. Hail Inferno Squad, they're getting a little bit of action down towards Ferry Pier because Troy Tamerlan is, and also TWOB is going to be lurking around this. They heard all those gunshots. It looks like they are going to try to take this fight as well. Troy Tamerlan, this time, is going to try and fend off everyone from the eastern side of this Ferry Pier.
Troy Tamerlan Esports constantly taking those pop shots against TWOB. And even for TWOB, they just want to find themselves a bit of that safe haven, which seems impossible. Don't get me wrong. FS Esports constantly guarding the bridge lines too. At this point, it should be a dash towards the bridge. Should be mad dash. You don't really have a lot of options left over. Hail Inferno Squad right next to TWOB, and Hail Inferno Squad keeping themselves anonymous because they do not really have enough man number to try and go up against TWOB.
This is worrisome for TWOB right now. Like, there's only 2 options they can do. Oh, well, one of them is not that because Troy Ranveer, what a shot! That was so unlucky of TWOB. Now Kanha is pretty much the last man standing from inside TWOB, and he's going to get hunted down by Troy Tamerlan.
Yeah, just one man in the front, Troy Tamerlan. Now they finally get the backup. Kanha, one man against the entirety of Troy Tamerlan Esports. It seems tough to defend, but there's also Hail Inferno Squad from the back that's taking shots now against Troy Tamerlan Esports. The remaining 3 players, though, still quite closer to Kanha. Try to Million Esports, they've got their own problems to deal with. Hero Extreme Godlike from the far Fraven, they're taking shots now. And that's going to be a knockout from Hero Extreme Godlike against Try to Million Esports. Try to Million Esports down to a 3-man squad. Kana can still have a fighting chance to survive from this.
My goodness, I talked about 10 teams around this facility, and Hero Extreme Godlike, they're going to be gatekeeping the northern side of this bridge itself. And you can see Sim is going to be guarding the lighthouse himself. He does have a lot of advantage, but Punk is pretty much knocked here, and they need every single man alive to push towards the next phase. And currently, every single team is struggling to survive this. Grandveer, he gets taken out. Kanha is able to get some sort of revenge match in this confirmation, but again, he's alone against everybody else. This is concerning.
TWOB tossing out those smokes now, those utils. Will provide the man to stay a little bit more safe in this area. TWOB, Kana OP. The man's inside of the warehouse.
Necro. I'm going to make a prediction right now. 10 teams that were outside the zone just now, everyone is going to be eliminated except for Xpart. But guess what, TWB? He gets hunted down. Troy Demolin, they saw the zone. You know what? We got to wrap things up. They went in for the push. They got the confirmation.
Yeah, the fight was elongated for too long for no reason, but Try to Million Esports, within that instance, they lost out on 2 players. So that's not a good trade at all. For Hero Extreme Godlike, they eliminate the existence of Altitude Esports, and now the entire bridge is in the hands of Hero Extreme Godlike, but they still need to cross on over towards the opposite side. They need to move down south towards the military base.
Oh boy, speaking of the fight as well, they have to decide, do they want to take on this stragglers who's still fighting as well? That's going to be FS Esports going up against Hill Inferno Squad. FS on defense right now, and the rush comes through. Jatin gets the opening on Insidious. Max O is going to be looking for one more. Oven gets taken down. And FS Esports puts them at a stalemate, with each team having knocks in their respective teams. And PMWI is going to be the last man standing. He's going to try and hold down. He gets one knock. Does he find another? Yes, he will. That's 2.
Yeah, PMWI GL, solid stuff. This man is single-handedly dominating the opposing team. He's still got a Herculean task in front of him. Needs to get the revival on the fallen comrade. And the revive's been stuck for now. FS Esports hopes and dreams on the verge of being shattered. And still Crypto's trying his best to get something done. The man who was knocked out is back upon his feet. And FS Esports, they get eliminated from this game by Hail Inferno Squad. All props to PMWI IGL.
7 finishes in the bag. That's a lot of points, but still 10 teams remain across the map, and Hero Extreme Godlike is coming in. The zone is also slowly creeping by as well. This is going to be a tough one as well. They have no time to reset this fight at all.
They need to keep on moving. They need to make it towards the military island. Don't really have a lot of time to work with as well, and keep this thing in mind. Even the bridge is going to be camped by someone. You do see Hero Extreme Godlike camping that bridge, and at this point, the players are just taking a dive inside of the water. And of course, Hero Extreme Godlike, they spot out the players of Hail Inferno Squad. Nowhere to go. Now they're going to start to suffocate to their deaths.
That's the firing squad coming in. They're looking, they're hunting, they're predicting, and they get one Sim! Somehow he finds P at MWI. That's one knock. It's going to be outside the zone, but I don't think they are going to be able to pick them up. It is going to be a slow swim there. But at the same time, Revenant and X1, they heard all these commotions, and the 2 big teams going head-to-head against each other. Spray guard from the sides. The nade comes through. Does it connect? They're hiding under the smokes. Hero Extreme Godlike, will they be fine? They do get a couple of chip damage in, but aside from that, they only found admin. Sarang was able to get a huge shot from afar.
Revenant X Park. This is not a good instance at all. Not a good situation. They need to find a better way to try and make the fight theirs. Hero Extreme Godlike losing out on Admino. The revival's going to be stuck too, so Admino should be back up on his feet without any problems. Utilities tossed from Revenant X Park, not enough though. Still pretty far away from the mark. Hero Extreme Godlike will be safe for now.
Oh boy, Sarang is slowly inching forward and forward. The nades are getting closer and closer, and Hero Extreme Godlike, they're pretty much stuck. They only have 2 options: drop down or fight this head on. And in this case, Sim pretty much the first team to drop down though. So he's going to be playing from the sidelines, and if he gets an opening knock on Sarang, that's the opening that Hero Extreme Godlike needs to push through. Sarang dropping every single nade to stop this push. And as of yet, Hero Extreme Godlike, they just don't have a lot of options. They have 30 seconds left before the zone starts moving on again. And this is going to be a tough battle here for Hero Extreme Godlike. They're pretty much having the backs against the wall right now.
Sarang is just tossing nades in the blind. He's got no clue where the opponents are positioned. Sim's going to move out in the open. Major risk of his own life getting taken out. Simp spots out the man from Revenant Spark. He knows exactly where Joker's positioned to. Joker probably wants to punish Simp as well in the front lines, but Joker gets spotted. Almost going to be knocked out as well. Revenant Spark, this could have been a real bad news if Joker was knocked out, but luckily enough, the man's safe for now. But the moment I say so, a nade crawls right next to him and heads out the knockout. Jonathan constantly making the pounce against the players of Revenant Spark as even Spray God falls apart. And that's going to be another confirmation following up for Hero Extreme Godlike. Jonathan, he's just ripping things apart against Revenant Spark. Single-handedly dominating, manhandling the players of Revenant Spark. As Spray God, even he gets chipped out. 7 more nades in the hands. He's looking to toss out against Sarang. And if this finds connection, that's going to be a free move for Hero Extreme Godlike towards the circle.
Oh my goodness, Jonathan, he's doing it! But he could not make it in the zone in time. He got the opening knock, and Hero Extreme Godlike was able to push through because of Jonathan's nade. Revenant next, but they're crumbling. And Shadow, the last man standing, and he's surrounded himself. He's got to make a dash for it as well. Hero Extreme Godlike, Jonathan, what a clutch coming from him. Shadow, no choice but to run for his dear life, and now he's going to run into his BAE, and he's going to get taken out. Board Army Esports will be the end of Revenant X-Park in this fight.
Jonathan single-handedly dominating Revenant X-Park, taking down 3 players all by himself. And that's one of the main reasons why Revenant X-Park is not in the game anymore, but Hero Extreme Godlike, they're down a man as well. So they need to be careful now. They need to be extra cautious. But this 3-man squad still Hero Extreme Godlike can't dominate. But teams like 8-Bit in the mix, it can be even more tougher. Pod Army Esports 2 with all the 4 players standing. You've also got OG with all the 4 men standing. And I'm a big fan of OG split. They've got 2 players all the way on the southern side of the edge lines, while the 2 players in the smack center.
Oh boy. In one fell swoop, 6 teams remaining. Hero Extreme Godlike, because of Jonathan's sacrifice, they were able to cross the bridge. But the question here is, can they take the game? 6 teams left. And now Bod Army Esports bears their fangs, and Monty finds the knock on Simp. Just like that, Hero Extreme Godlike, they're going to be running for their dear lives. Pong is just circling around. There's nothing much he can do. They're surrounded like the sharks they are. And here comes a spray from Amino, but no connections has been found.
Hero Extreme Godlike, things can be even more worse than this. They need to get things under control now. Shots are taken against Pod Army Esports. Hero Extreme Godlike with just a 2-man squad. All the eggs now in one basket. Admino gets knocked out as well, but he tried his best to find the return knock against Pod Army Esports. But 8-Bit from the back that will put the nail in the coffin. Hero Extreme Godlike down and out.
8-Bit was able to secure all those finishes, all the distractions set up by Bod Army Esports gone to absolutely waste. But all things considered, now 5 teams remain. Even Orangutan was able to scout things out as well. Now it makes so much sense why Bod Army Esports was not committing to this fight. So many teams was looking at that as well. But 5 teams remaining, and now on this edge of the zone. Guess what? Ninze takes a couple of pot shots as well. Bod Army Esports, they're not having a great time. Every single team is just hunting them down. Yeah, because of the amount of noise that they have made, Necro.
Devotee, the only man standing for Bod Army Esports. He can't really do a lot. Since he's the only man standing, he needs to secure as many points as possible. Survival just seems impossible, because even the zone's now shifted away from Devotee. He does not even have any of the vehicles to play with. What can you do if you're Devotee? Maybe try and creep and crawl your way towards the circle, but still, there's a big risk that you're going to be spotted.
Oh, no.
And that's definitely going to be happening, especially when you've got a team like True Rippers right next to you. Jelly's in the front. Devotee, he wants to move out. Even the blue starting to do some serious damage. He cannot stay outside for too long. Spots out the man Sam and knocks him out as well. But Devotee's too exposed as Jelly will put the nail in the coffin. But still the game's spoiled for True Rippers.
It's not over yet. They still have time. They can drive him out into safety here. And it seems like it is a slow circle. It is stage 6, so they do have time to go in for those resets. Meanwhile, True Reaper Jelly, they have to push through in the next phase of the zone. This zone is going to be an open fields with a lot of mountain terrains, and Orangutan has got a very, very big split in this fight. Same can be said for 8-Bit as well. But Wobble Gaming, who would have thought this team made it to top 4? They haven't made any much of a peep of sound, but somehow they are in the top 4 with 0 finishes. What am I watching here, Necro?
Yeah, OG's got a brilliant split. Wobble Gaming 2, they've got a decent split to play with. A 2-1. The man who's separated, though, needs to make sure he's not going to be knocked out. As 8-Bit for now, though, even they're going to start to face them bright. It's True Rippers making it up close and personal against 8-Bit. Another man falls apart. Ningze, that was a beautiful knock. But eventually, they still need to be even more cautious. True Rippers, the fight's not done yet. The sidelines, they're too exposed. Even OG's gonna make the pounce against him. And OG's ripping them up slowly and steadily. It's gonna be systematic dismantle from OG against the players of True Rippers. And now it's time to shift your focus towards OG.
Qualifying into the semifinals was no fluke. Orangutan came in swinging, trying to say that we are no pushovers. And guess what? AKOP finds another knock on 8-Bit. 3 teams remain, and OG looking dominating. What a performance. Even Termi almost getting clipped up on that tree, and they might just find the connection. 8-Bit now completely stuck, but guess what? From the sides again, AKOP was able to find another knock.
It's done. 8-Bit's eliminated from the game, but still on the 3rd spot. A decent game from 8-Bit too. OG will be able to recover from that knockout. It's completely fine. But man, what a game it's been. That brilliant split from OG from the start till the end. That passive approach, the defensive approach working out for the players perfectly. And now they've got the most amount of land control as well. No one was able to step in the line of sight of OG. If they did, OG was instantly eliminating them, executing them.
Everyone. They're taking everyone. And AKOP 8 finishes from this game. He just might be in contention for the finish leaderboard. But this match is still not over yet. Wobble hasn't gotten a single finish this game, and now they're going to be rushed in, and AKOP finds another one. That's 9 finishes for AKOP. 9 freaking finishes, baby.
He's probably looking to make it up to 10. AKOP just wants to get one more finish in his hands to make the tally 10. And I'm pretty sure his teammates will try to give him that elimination point too, but instead it's Veron who finds that beautiful knock. OG's looking so good. They're looking so clean. As now they're on the verge of securing the chicken dinner as well. Sporta's going to be the last man standing, and even Sporta gets eliminated. This is what OG's capable of. This is the caliber of Orangutan, and this was the OG we were missing in the previous stage.
This was not a fluke. They did not qualify by luck. It was all skills, and Orangutan came in swinging like a mad dog themselves. This is a monkey business being displayed on stream itself. My goodness, Necro. My goodness.
I know, right? OG just playing it so brilliantly well. Having that big split in the final few moments. All the 4 players just separated from each other, but still knowing exactly how you were supposed to provide that cover fire.
Oh my goodness. What a game coming in from Orangutan. This is one of the toughest circle that we have to watch as well, because, you know, usually teams kind of like to travel early to a center zone, but the center was pretty much in the ocean, so there was not a lot of teams expecting it to shift potentially into its military island itself. But there was only, what, 4 teams on that south side, but 10 teams were still stuck on the north side. And I felt like the winners of the north was undeniably Hero Extreme Godlike. And I was very surprised they were able to go through all the ordeals after ordeals, obstacles after obstacles, Revenant and X-Pac getting shut down, and then pushing through. That was amazing.
In my opinion, Joker messed up big time in that shutdown.
I agree.
He should not have been knocked out first, since he was the man who was holding the most crucial point. He was holding the bridge from underneath, and the moment Joker got knocked out, Jonathan got a free hand. He pushed up, took down the second man, which was Spray God. Sarong was out in the open. He just had a little bit of that stick to play with. He tried his best to play around that cover, but eventually when Sarang got shut down. So Jonathan single-handedly shutting down 3 players is also what gave the advantage in the hands of Hero Extreme Godlike.
I'm generally very concerned about what happened to Joker, because this is not the Joker I saw during BMPS. This entire journey here in realme BGIS 2025 feels like it has always been Shadow, Sarang doing most of the heavy lifting, which is kind of concerning for me, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, Joker maybe just having a little bit of an off time, right? He cannot be in form every single time. Maybe when the Grand Finals do appear, maybe in the upcoming stages as well, maybe Joker can perform. But for now, Joker is definitely struggling. Hopefully in the future, he can be back in his original form. You've got 8-Bit too, in quite a decent form so far, man.
And I feel like in this couple of fights here, obviously 8-Bit, they were gatekeeping every single one who's going to be swimming across the road themselves, right? So 8-Bit, they understood that guarding the short lines was pretty much the key factor of getting some finishes as well. And I feel like Jonathan's play, this play right here, was the opening that they needed for Hero Extreme Godlike to actually pass through. Like, these 2 important nades, one on Joker, one on Spray, pretty much opened the entire pathway from the ground, from the second level, and also the third level to actually cross towards the road. So this was pretty much a relentless Xbox mistake of not being able to shut them down.
And then OG just in the final few moments playing it flawlessly since they had the split, they had the information as well, dismantling a team like True Rippers right next to him. AKOP pushed up close and personal and single-handedly mowed them down. For 8-Bit 2 just did not really have enough man number to try and go up against the players of OG. OG had the man advantage, OG had the positional advantage, and they were easily able to scoop up all the elimination points in the final few moments.
Yeah, this is a big game from AKOP because we know he has the firepower, but for him to get 9 finishes in the game, unfortunately he couldn't get the final 10. But still, that's a very big game for Orangutan. And now the problem here is, can they be consistent in every single game? Because this is not 6 matches they're playing. They're going to be playing 12 matches. So on average, it is gonna the stats is gonna be somewhat mowed down a little bit more and skewed. So I feel like in this case, if they have very big games in today and also tomorrow, they're gonna be fine.
But such a performance is also going to be really good for their mindset, right? Also good for the momentum that they're going to be having in the upcoming games. So in my opinion, OG will be able to stand all of that pressure. OG will be able to play even better, in my opinion, because the momentum is now with them. Their mindset will be even more clean. So OG should be able to play the same way. Now we want to see even greater performance from the upcoming names as well, right? Even Revenant Spark, we want to see them perform good. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BGIS 2025, and this is the first semi-finals happening on screen right now. My name is ICBaby12 and he is iSuperJami as we take you through the commentaries for this match. Earlier just now we saw a very interesting map between both Group A as well as Group B competing against each other. Yeah. And of course Orangutan was able to secure the first chicken dinner of the game. But now, this upcoming match here, Johnny, it is going to be a group between both Group A and also Group C. So Orangutan, will they be able to pull through whatever momentum they had from the previous game into this game?
I mean, hopefully, because as it turns out, we were waiting for this man to show up, firing on all cylinders, and today he just woke up on the right side of the bed. I'm talking about AKOP, a man going on domination in that game of Erangel. And of course, that was required from him as well to put Orangutan in a good starting position for these semi-finals. But there's going to be new contenders on the block, of course, for sure, in the upcoming Miramar.
Exactly, and of course, if you guys want to play at the best like how AKOP is, you guys got to check out the all-round slayer, which is the realme P3 Ultra 5G, the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment, currently priced at 22,999 rupees. Just search it up on Flipkart. Just search it up, just type realme P3 Ultra 5G, and who knows, you might be able to walk away with some amazing rewards yourself. So, now, Johnny, who would have thought that Orangutan, who should... Well, I know you've been predicting Orangutan from the wildcard stages, but they barely qualified. Everything was left unto his fate. Now they're here and they say like, you know what? I've given a second chance in life. Yeah. I'm going to make good use of it.
Also talking about the wildcard stages, listen, there's this very famous line that goes, it doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Winning is winning, my friend. And these guys made it through to the semi-finals. So as long as they made it here, I am happy. But yeah, it was very close. 44 points, that had me sweating.
You're adding salt to wounds now, huh? ENG was only 1 point away from qualifying.
Still they failed, right?
Yeah, they could not qualify. But anyways, all things considered here, now this upcoming group is going to be a little bit interesting one here, because we have teams like Diesel Esports, we have teams like GlitchX Reborn, and also Genesis Esports. So what are your thoughts on this matchup against them?
I mean, you mentioned Diesel. I am surprised you did not mention Cincinnati Kid and Mastermind Mavericks. Of course, these teams were incredible in their journey that was there we talk about the quarterfinals or we talk about the wildcard stages, but we have the MVP of the previous game, AKOP, 9 eliminations and 993 damage.
Yeah, that's a lot of work here. AKOP just picked off everyone in that final fight itself. So he was able to get himself 9 finishes. Followed by him is going to be Hydro from San Troy Examiner with 4 finishes. Jatin from Hail Inferno Squad was able to get 3. Jonathan with 3 himself. And also PMWI from Hail Inferno Squad was able to get 3 finishes. So with that being said, nobody has a majority of those finish points in that respective group because of how crowded things were in towards the northern side of that bridge itself. Like, there was at least 9 teams pretty much stuck out there. And because of that, there is a huge split in terms of points here. But now, with that chicken dinner, Orangutan get themselves 24 points in the lead as of yet. 8-bit in second place here with 10 points. Hero Extreme Godlike was able to get themselves 9 points with a total of 7 finishes. True Rippers Jelly getting themselves 7 points. Hail Inferno Squad 7 points. Troy Terminator Esports 7 points. Wobble Gaming 6. Bot Army Esports 5. So it was a huge split of finish points going towards everybody here.
Exactly, and as you were talking about that awkward situation towards the northern side of the bridge, there are 2 positions in that split circle that give the most advantage to teams. One is the lighthouse, because it allows you to have vision of the southern side of the military island as well, and of course pick off the teams crossing the bridge late. The other is the western hill on the military island across the bridge. That is where OG was playing from. Luckily, the circle moved down south, and they took full advantage of that by securing all of those eliminations. Because when you're playing that hill slope, you have to go frag heavy. You only have a little bit of foliage for cover, just a few trees and a few rocks that you can utilize for cover. But all of those teams that are crossing the bridge and the teams that are moving in from that eastern front are going to pressure you down. And I was very happy seeing Orangutan deal with the pressure, and of course the timing of those fights was just perfect.
Agreed. You know, 8-bit, OG, these were the 2 teams that were annoying the heck out of people on those hills at the sidelines as well. 8-bit was on the compounder side, but I feel like Bot Army Esports also dealt the best of what they can do. They played, they just pressured so many teams just by just driving around doing nothing. And I was wondering, why were they not stopping to take these fights? It's because, like you said, 8-bit and OG is the reason why they're not stopping. Because, yeah, they were confronting against Hero Extreme Godlike, but they just could not stop. Because if they stop, they either lose against Hero Extreme Godlike, or even if they win the fight, they're going to get taken out by OG and 8-bit.
Exactly, you get sandwiched if you stop, so you constantly have to be on the move, as you mentioned. But then again, this was just game 1. It has set the teams for Group A in a very nice position, especially Orangutan, because as we saw on the leaderboard, they made that vacuum in the points, right? They were able to deny a lot of points to the teams of Group B as well. But now we look at the matchup. Well, the teams on the first page look the same. We again have TWOB, Troy Million Esports, Revenant X-Park, Visista Esports, OG, SOA, FS Esports, and True Rippers added in the mix. Group B is going to be swapped for Group C.
Exactly. And in this Group A, only Orangutan was able to have a fantastic game. Everybody else was kind of struggling to actually rotate for some points as well. But joining in towards a new mix here, a new contender in this group, we have Mastermind Mavericks, we have Reckoning Esports, Meadow Esports, Cincinnati Kids, Genesis Esports, Glitch X Reborn, Diesel Esports, and Hades X H4K. So this is where things get a little bit interesting here, because we finally get to see a best of the best coming from the quarterfinals as well, because Mastermind Mavericks was holding the top spot for the longest of time with the highest amount of finishes towards the quarterfinals itself. What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, this was a new name that none of us expected to just dominate everyone. And when I say everyone, I mean everyone, including the teams that have shown up for LAN again and again. And especially, I mean, this team, the way they synergize in those 4v4s, the positions they take, their IGL especially playing that off-flank role in the fights, it is a very high-pressure situation to be in, especially for an IGL that has to micromanage the other 3 players as well, but he still makes it work.
You know, it's really unfortunate that I'm not on the Hindi desk right now, because and even then, he's not there. The only guy that kind of somewhat predicted that Mastermind Mavericks was none other than Engineer. And I feel like this is the right guy to be asking here. Why do you think Mastermind Mavericks is doing well? Because none of us actually figured it out. Because for some reason, they're winning, they're dominating. Adi is currently the guy with the highest amount of frags coming from Mastermind Mavericks.
So when I came back, when me and Necro, both of us came back after the break we were on, we were having this conversation with Engineer YT, and he was giving us a brief of what had happened, which teams were performing, and Mastermind Mavericks was the main center of conversation the entire time as to how and where did this team come from. And he was a firm believer that this team will go places, and he gave us the reason why he believed in them so much. Because they're not afraid to pick a fight. They're not afraid to charge head first. And sometimes when you see 4 players just running towards you at the same time, you start second guessing yourself. Like, all right, how do we deal with this pressure? Because it is going to be a 2-2 push. 2 players running up, 2 players from the backline suppressing fire, but it seems so well executed from Mastermind Mavericks that it becomes difficult to break them down unless you try to, as you pointed out, I mean, the last event we were working together, tempo control, right? Unless you try to break the tempo down with a lot of utility. But if you commit that utility early, then you have nothing left for the later stages, and if you lose a player, then you are basically stuck in a very awkward position.
Okay, a man with no fear is a man you should fear. And the only reason why I'm not giving a lot of information is because every team that I've kind of hyped up pretty much got completely destroyed. Even the previous game as well. I genuinely feel bad for this team. I'm not going to mention his name anymore. Okay, you know what? Let's move on. We're going to be starting the game very, very shortly here. This is going to be Group A going up against Group C right here, right now, in this next upcoming map. To kick things off in the second map for today of the semi-finals here in day number 1, realme BGIS 2025. It is going to be the map of Miramar. Group A going up against Group C. Group A definitely in a very, very dominating performance here coming in from Orangutan, a team that almost barely qualified from the wildcard stages, currently starting things off with a bang, a huge lead of 20 over points. And can they continue to do so? And of course, to keep you guys up to date as well, the entire semifinals of all 32 teams' fate solely depends on the top 8 of the overall standings that will qualify into the grand finals.
Exactly, and all of these teams, all of the 32 teams that we have in the semifinals right now would want to make sure that you qualify for the finals from week 1 itself. Who does not want to take that easy route? But looking at the trajectory of the map, I'm pretty sure some of these teams are going to be forced into an awkward position. It might be a diagonal flight path, but the positions towards the southwestern quadrant of the map are a little bit far away. We see the players of Diesel Esports take that exit towards the southern highway looking for those vehicles. And with SOA landing just slightly north across the hills, there is a possibility of that early drop clash. But same can be said, I see, for Troy Tamilian Esports. Look at them.
Oh boy, there's a lot of drop crash as well. But seems like the circle is going to be centered onto Labadinta. We still have Los Leones covered onto 50% down south as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see the circle shift onto Los Leones. We've seen a lot of LL City fights for quite some time. But again, this fight between both TWOB and Troy still going head to head. And this is not going to be ending anytime soon. Unfortunately to say, they have to wrap things up somewhat. TWOB has a lot of experience playing this terrain, whereas Troy Tamlin Esports, well, they are going to lose Hydro right from the get-go. Kanha finds the opening. And the previous game, they did not have a great game at all. And this might be the redemption arc coming for TWOB.
Well, TWOB, first strike of the game to their name. And as you mentioned, the story of redemption continues from their side. But you have to be careful about the teams around you as well. Do not want to give them an opportunity to third party, and definitely not an easy one. But Troy Tamilian Esports, how do they recover from it? Perks of this big red building is the fact there are a lot of rooms, a lot of space to hide in, so you can plan out an assault or a countermeasure for the team with the man advantage pushing, set up crossfires, traps for them to move in. But Troy Tamilian Esports, I see they're making too much noise, so TWOB will be able to track the presence of these players inside that building as well. But Ranveer is playing an off angle, he's playing a flank. And we have seen this in action in the past. A player will take control of a rooftop across the road and just look down the windows, hoping to spot out the opposing team.
This is a tough fight for Troy Tamlin Esports. Like, the only one with decent amount of weaponry and loots here is going to be Ranveer. And he's not going to be able to regroup with his teammates because Inferno and Pekka is pretty much stuck and dusted as well. Pekka, he does have a Vector, which is great for spraying mid-range. But I feel like the UMP is a little bit better compared to the current Vector meta. Like, old Vector, I think Vector just wins that fight hands down. But the new meta, SMG buffs, I feel like UMP is just a little bit better.
More stable. much better recoil control, much easier to pull it off. But Ranveer, I expected him to move across the road, take the rooftops, but he's sticking in the back lines, hoping to see if he can spot the back of the players of TWOB. Not an easy position to play from, especially if Kana knows exactly where you are. And he's waiting for Ranveer to peek the edge again. Although maybe he does not have the exact idea of where Ranveer is. He's looking towards the wrong windows.
This is actually quite concerning here because the longer this fight actually progresses, Meadow Esports from Power Grid is going to be coming in very, very soon here. So that's going to be something that they have to kind of figure out. Fortunately for them, they still have time. It's stage 1, stage 2. Circle is not going to be a hardship for them, so it's going to be A-okay. But Orangutan, they are going to be having the entire Chuma Serra themselves. So this is very, very good for them because we know for a fact that both Orangutan and also Soul likes to actually have a little bit of a run in here. So I can't wait to see how things happen when that group actually happens between both them and Soul, or maybe even Reckoning as well.
I mean, OG, they've had a long... I mean, even during the grind, it started OG versus 8-bit, the fight for Chumasera control, and it just kept going, man. To the point that Reckoning Esports, after a while, started to show up looking to see if they could third party and get those extra points. But, hey... Fight continues. Troy Tamil and Esports, as we see, they found a trade for themselves. Yashu knocked out, and now comes the push, but the revive has also come through. Kana waiting around the corner, spots out one, jump shot not connecting, and Pekka falls. The second man dropped extremely low. One more shot to the body. That's gonna be the third for Kana. Ranveer is the last man fighting. He gets two, looking for the third. Not anymore. Troy Tamil and Esports handed an early exit and a big play coming in from Kana, getting those 3 finishes for his team.
What a save coming from Anonymous, but unfortunate to say, before Troy Tamil went down, they did so much damage, he only had one choice. Save Kanha or save Yashu. And he chose to say, you know what, Kanha, you're doing good, I'm going to save you instead. But TWOB, they did their best. I told you before, this is their home ground. They know the nooks and crannies of this circle, so they are able to win this fight. But the question here is, can they get out to safety without one member? But all things considered, Anonymous, this is going to be a lot of heat for you in TWOB because you pretty much had to choose between 2 of your favorite friends.
Yeah,
and you chose Kanha over your other friend.
I see, you know what? I can't wait for a Miramar game where we have Group A going up against Group D. Because that was the fight for Picado, TWOB, Troy Tamil and Esports, and in Group D we have Hyderabad Hydras and Likita Esports. There's going to be 4 teams fighting for Picado. That's going to be exciting. And plus these 2 teams, they can't avoid each other every time they drop into Miramar now.
Well, only time will tell. You know, we will have to wait things out for that particular group. But as of yet, let's focus on A and C. Because Revenant and X-Park, they were having a very, very rough game from game number 1. Like, they were only able to get 5 points. Yes, the rotation was really spot on. They were one of the 10 teams included that could not make it inside the zone. They decided to go for a late rotation, gatekeep, but lost their fight against Hero Extreme Godlike. And this time, without Hero Extreme Godlike, will they be able to win those fights? So that's something that I'm a little bit more curious now. Because we've seen moments coming from Spray God in Miramar, and we've seen a crazy moment from Shadow clutching out in 1v4 situations in Miramar itself.
Yeah, against Phoenix Esports, that was also a fight that happened in Grind. But this time, Spray God, not spraying, but tapping away at Thunder from Metal Esports. Wasn't able to find the knock over there. Although, Metal Esports, this high ground advantage does give them the upper hand in this fight. They will be able to spot out all of the rotations coming in or actually going out from the side of Revenant X-Park. The reason I say going out because Revenant X-Park have completely abandoned this conflict and decided to move towards the northern side, move towards Graveyard, although that is where Genesis Esports is waiting for them. But as we talk about Metal, as they fall back from the cliff side, they find themselves spotted out by Cincinnati Kids. Shots fired by Aditya. Some connections found, but no knocks yet.
Well, I want to see how the zone is going to be shifting as well, because this is stage 1's completion coming in. Stage 2 is going to be giving you guys a little bit of rough idea where the circle is going to be hitting in. And it seems like Los Leones will have 50%. I wouldn't be surprised to see it completely shifting into the city. We've seen this multiple times. This is I would say, Super Johnny's favorite rotation thus far.
Oh, yeah.
But a lot of teams are going to be having a lot of headache in this map.
That is what I love. When players have headaches, it means more entertainment for us, because a lot of hilarious mistakes are going to be made, and a lot of hilarious conflicts as well. Like, look at what is happening right now. Cincinnati kids, they wanted to cross the road, but SOA in the back lines want control of the broken building now. Concrete cover for SOA, but high ground for Cincinnati kids. A conversation as long as the game itself. What would you rather have, Icy? Solid cover or high ground?
Well, I think I'll go for high ground for sure. But all things considered, Revenant X-Path, they're going to be re-rotating away. Meadow Esports right beside them. Might be able to stalk this as well. Sarvin is there. Looks like Joker and Sprayguard is going to be able to go on the hunt as well. But Joker takes an early exit to try and set himself up here. They're going for a wide spread. Sarang still going on the hunt, and Sarvin is able to get out to safety, but he's out of position from his rest of compadres there. So it's going to be a little bit more concerning here. Sarang continue his shots here, hoping to take him out and send him on a pit stop. Unfortunately, no connection available unless they get a couple of nades from the sidelines.
And Sprayguard, he saw where Prince was. Sees the head as well, but it will be Prince who pulls the trigger first. Now up to Joker, tries to spray down remainder of Metal Esports. Shot connection with a DBS found, but here comes the trade from Thunder. Prince, the IGL in the back lines, also falls at the hands of Shadow. X-Pac, they managed to hold on to the man advantage created by Joker. But Genesis Esports from the backline looking to third party this entire fight. So pressure building up on both these sides. Metal, I believe their run in this game might be coming to an end. Even that last man is stuck alone on top of that hill.
This is tough. Genesis Esports, they are a team that no one kind of expected them to do well as well. We know Apollo is going to be that guy that is going to be doing for those clutches as well. But Cyrex is known to be the thief. He is a robber from the side of Genesis Esports. He will, if he sees third parties, he is going to try and secure those knocks as much as he can. And guess what? He was able to find off one away from Revenant X-Pac, so it's a bit unfortunate for them.
And literally daytime robbery, right, happening in front of our eyes. Revenant X-Pac putting in the work, and then Genesis just showed up. Cyrax takes away those 2 points and walks away, says thank you. But realme P3 Ultra 5G, ladies and gentlemen, it is out and available for you guys with the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, smartest AI gaming controller, and of course 90 FPS smooth BGMI experience. Go on to Flipkart, search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, and it seems like for now.
Oh boy, sorry Johnny, but the zone is it going to be Los Leones? Is it going to be the main? I don't know. But what I do know is there is a huge divide between No Man's Land and the road itself. So Meadow Esports, Revenant X-Pac, they are going to be predicting it to hit north, while we have OG and Cincinnati Kids expecting it to head towards the urban warfare. So if it goes down there, Cincinnati Kids and Diesel is going to have a fantastic time of shutting down everyone from entering into the city itself.
Yeah, I mean, Diesel in particular for sure, but I'm happy seeing Team Hades take control of that east and western periphery of Los Leones as well. But here we have a TWOB. They've won the first fight of the game, but now surrounded. Or at least not surrounded yet. They hear the vehicles on top of that hill. But neither Revenant X-Pac nor Genesis will be aware of the position of the players of TWOB.
Well, before we... Oh, wait, hold that thought for now. Sprayguard is a little bit of trouble. He needs to get out of safety. They were able to get the reset, but it looks like he's going to be A-okay. But yeah, here's going to be a little bit of information for you guys watching at home. If you guys are wondering why Orangutan has got 24 points, they got the chicken dinner from previous game. And why you're wondering the rest of the Wolves got 0 points is because we had to switch groups. It's not because they got 24 points in a single game. So let's not be dumb. Let's keep ourselves updated to what's happening towards the matches here, because Group A is playing this a second game. So that's why the teams with the points will have a little bit more points.
So basically every group has 8 teams only, not 16, just like we used to have in the previous rounds. Now groups have 8 teams, so every matchup will be between 2 different groups. We have to talk about this. I think it is going to happen at the end of the day, maybe a conversation everywhere, wherein now the number of matches have gone up. So teams will be required to be a little bit more consistent. We were asking just to be safe, get those 8 to 9 points. Now you need 8 to 9 points. if you want to break or stay inside of that top 8 bracket, but we'll come back to that in a bit. Reckoning Esports Gravity, he sees that buggy in the distance, but the player has abandoned his vehicle and moved inside solid cover. Of course, Viper now would be making a call that there's someone on the other side of the ridge, and Glitch Reborn spotted out moving in the backlines as well.
Yeah, and now Glitch Reborn, they have to rotate from the outside of the zone as well. We know Akshan's got a lot of experience, but Glitch Reborn, they have always had this problem, which is inconsistency issue. And right now, being outside the zone, I don't know how they're going to be fighting their way back in. Meanwhile, guess what? Reckoning Esports, where is this shot coming from? Genesis, where? Huh? How did they get the knock? How did they get the knock on Reckoning Esports? From where? Oh wow, they were. That's what, like 1, 2. That's a 300-meter shot from Genesis.
Yeah.
What?
More than 300 because he's on a diagonal as well. But very impressive, man. This is the beauty of Miramar, right? Open space, you have that high ground advantage. If you have the scope as well, you will be able to see where you're shooting and who you're shooting at. But as you were talking about rotation coming in from Glitch Reborn, I want to talk about True Rippers, because they were also playing that eastern side up north, right? Move down south of Los Leones, and breach the city from that southeastern edge of the zone. That was very complicated, but luckily because of that, they have been able to avoid any early conflict inside of this game so far. But Glitch Reborn on our screens now. I'm pretty sure they also saw the players of Reckoning Esports on top of that hill. Luckily for them, Genesis created a distraction. But even now, the zone entry is going to be gate kept because Glitch Reborn, they are very late to this party.
Well, time to YOLO. Not gonna lie, RV is gonna be YOLOing his way through the water containers. They are gonna be running into his SOA. Meanwhile, like you said, Jelly, they are still playing from Los Leones. They're clearing every single compound. And guess what? Hades x H4K pretty much stuck on top. Knight, one of the stars coming in from H4K, a team that no one expected them to perform. And the Knight in shining armor now, being the damsel himself. And he's gonna be hunted down. He's trapped. They're going to be coming up, and they're going to be hunting for him, but the shot comes through for Knight. He finds Sam, but doesn't find the connection, though, which is kind of unfortunate, but everyone is going to be hunting him down right now.
I mean, the hunt is on, the utility lobbed in his face, the Molotov over there will be able to keep the players of True Rippers at bay, but as we were talking about being gate kept, Glitch Reborn, the breach into the zone, not successful. SOA end up eliminating them, but the third party from Reckoning Esports, the timing looks good. They're finding those knocks as well, and in an instant, even SOA get wiped out. There are 5 eliminations from this game, but not enough to get a decent average going. But Cincinnati Kids, also playing the eastern edge of the play zone, now look to third party, the players of Reckoning instead.
The best of the best going head-to-head, and Reckoning Esports will be able to find those picks as well. But guess what? Aditya getting knocked off, and this is not looking good for Cincinnati Kids. But we also have OG from the center of the zone looking to try and third-party this fight. And every single team is going to be struggling towards OG's gatekeep once more. And it seems like Orangutan, they've figured out the sauce on how to rotate in this current meta. Center zone in their favor once more. But Reckoning, they're going to be stalked by Genesis as well. What is this? Genesis, hello.
Oh, this
Apollo.
It has been going for a while, even when Reckoning Esports were sort of conflicted whether to take a fight against FS or Glitch Reborn, who back then were outside the zone. Genesis took some pot shots against them, and now they've just closed in the distance. They are going to make the players of Reckoning a little uncomfortable, but as you mentioned, it's just Apollo over there. The other players are still distracted by FS towards the northeastern edge.
I don't know where this confidence is coming from Apollo himself, but the rest of the team, look at the advantage they have. It's just insane. But in case you miss out the action on how Glitch X Reborn got taken out, this is the replay on how things happen as well. Seems like SOA, they just needed them all completely, and as soon as they finish a fight, they haven't gotten the chance to reset, and that is where Reckoning says, you know what, it's about time to third party.
They took down one from the side of Reckoning Esports as well, and hence the 5 eliminations, 4 from Glitch Reborn and 1 from Reckoning Esports. But Genesis, as you mentioned, the confidence in the team looks good.
Yeah.
They have to be careful and respectful of teams like Reckoning as well. I mean, you have individual firepower. At any second, the fight can take a turn for the worse.
Well, they have to push inside the zone right now. Orangutan, like I said, center of the zone. But I have to mention as well, SOA Esports, they are eliminated. They have played 2 games and they've only gotten themselves 5 points. So that's a bad start here for SOA Esports. Meanwhile, the journey continues for the rest of this world. And guess what? Vasista, another team who's struggling from the previous game, they are going to be getting shot as well by, I think, Team Mastermind Mavericks is actually taking pot shots at them. No, it's actually Team Jelly that actually get one knock on towards them. Oh boy, Pukhar.
True Rippers, they find themselves against Vasista Esports. Great knocks from either side. Pukhar knocked out, but Kiolamau from the side of True Rippers also hitting the floor. Utilities lobbed on the other side of the ridge will make the fight a little bit easier for the side of True Rippers to deal with, but from the back lines we have the third party. OG, shots fired, Pukhar knocked out again. And Vasista Esports, they are going to be forced to back away. Can't push any further against True Rippers anymore. Too much time taken.
Yeah, they have to sacrifice Pukhar. Oh boy. Sad for them, but Team Jelly, they found the perfect angles. They are able to make it inside the zone, but meanwhile, Revenant next spot, they're going to get crashed by TWOB. TWOB on the defense, they get the knock on Shadow, they lose Superman, but it is going to be a 2 versus 2 now. Shadow needs to be picked up, but Joker, he needs to clutch it out for the team, but no, Kenha will find him out with the nades, and that is going to be Revenant Xbox bowing out rather early, and only Sarang remains. He's got 10 grenades.
Oh, but this one falls right next to him. Splash damage drops him to around 65 HP. The cook goes on, lobs out the nade, no connection found. A few moments ago in that previous game of Erangel, I heard someone call him Mr. Dependable, but will Sarang live up to that tag, as now it's him alone against the 2 from TWOB. And I love the fact that TWOB, they are being patient about this. They do not want to overcommit. They know they are up against the defending champions themselves. And Anonymous, maybe this one will find the connection. Sarang lobs it out. Anonymous still on his feet. He still has 6 grenades left. That is a lot of utility available on just one player.
He threw 4 already, and guess what? He's still trying his best to try and set things up. He's getting pinned all the way through. TWOB, they need to wrap this fight up as quickly as they can. A lot of teams are going to be looking in here. Sarang, he's buying so much time, but his time is not favorable right now. He is right at the edge of the zone. That means TWOB might need to storm onto the ground floor. But it all comes down to those nades. Do they find those connections? They just, oh my god, Sarang. He's gonna finish all 10 of his grenades.
Yep, they're all going out, man. Does not work. But a slam dunk! And Sarang picks off both of them. 4 eliminations for Revenant Xbox as they managed to stay alive in this game. TWOB, they just walked into that one. A landmine blows off their feet and the rest of the bodies as well.
I think TWOB wasn't expecting him to have so many nades, right? He kept on throwing nades after nades after nade and decided like, hey, you know what? I don't think he's got any more nades, but guess what? Another third party comes through. Sarang, he may have clutched things out, but it is going to be Mastermind Mavericks that cleans him out. But TWOB, oh my goodness, they will both take each other out. Feels bad for Sarang, man.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, feels bad, but 9 points, I think a decent start for Revenant Xbox. They can still bounce back, hopefully. But Mastermind Mavericks, we haven't seen them in this game at all. This is the first match they are playing on the opening day of the semifinals, and this was the team that was hailed as one of the best underdogs to come in from the quarterfinals directly to the semis. A lot of expectations from Mastermind Mavericks. Have lost 1 player, just have 3 eliminations on the board, but they've broken into the top 8 of this game.
Oh my goodness. Give me a break, guys. My heart can't just stop beating, man. That's just too much excitement in one single game. But of course, to keep you guys journey in realme BGIS 2025, you guys got to check out the all-round slayer, the realme P3 Ultra 5G, for the best performance out there. But speaking of best performance here, Reckoning Esports gotta hold that thought because Gravity is able to get a couple knocks in.
And Reckoning, they have the upper hand against Cincinnati Kids now. Because of that, Viper as well. He has spotted out Aditya and Mighty. Shots committed, damage dished out, should be able to find the opener considering there's a third party from Diesel Esports in the back lines, but Reckoning, they are going for both the big names at the same time. And as the nades go flying, the finishes are going to be secured by Reckoning. Diesel Esports, even they are down to their last player, and he's going to be forced to sit in a corner and watch his team die.
Oh my goodness, Diesel getting taken out as well. This is Reckoning Esports' potential comeback as well, looking to secure a lot of points for themselves. And as of yet, the new group, only Team Mastermind Mavericks remain, which is kind of surprising, as Group A was able to completely take out everyone in Group C except for Mastermind Mavericks and Reckoning Esports. What a bounce back it is.
Especially for the side of Reckoning Esports, because the run in this tournament so far wasn't what we knew of Reckoning Esports, but as it turns out, a step close to the finals, and this team is back in their old form.
Well, they need to do more than this, because as of yet, Team Mastermind Mavericks might be able to steal the cake from him. And Orangutan looking to try and hold down the fort. They had center zone control. 0 finishes in the bag. That means they made it into his later stage here without losing much utilities in these fights.
I love that OG all of a sudden, after realizing, all right, we have a big lead after game 1, have just gone complete try-hard in this game of Miramar, man. No presence shown at any time. They took a few shots when the fights were happening in stage 4 towards the eastern edge of the circle, but from then they just kept their heads down. They kept their numbers alive. And if OG creates a vacuum, a one-sided vacuum in this particular semi-finals week 1, it will make things extremely chaotic to stay in the top 8, but Mastermind Mavericks, Maxmer, the nade goes flying. FS Esports taking a massive hit on themselves. The slam comes through, but Adi with that shotgun trying to find the trade is not going to succeed. He falls, and Maxmer now is stuck in a sandwich. 2 players of FS up front and 2 in the back lines.
Oh my goodness, Maxper, he's almost gets traded off. He's surrounded by both FS from both angles as well. And just like that, he gets taken out. FS Esports able to come up on top with 6 finishes in the bag. Team Mastermind Mavericks still hold on, but it's only 1 player remaining. That's going to be filtered inside the zone. Gatekeeping the teams on the side. We have Tabatop from the side of Assista Esports still alive. FS Esports also going to be looking to break past all these barricades from this northern approach, as they need to cross this road. And FS Esports, seems like they don't really know what the right thing to do right now, because this circle is so small, yet 17 people is alive.
It's quite small, and Mastermind Mavericks, I think their journey in Vasista might just end with this play. FS Esports, the push goes through. Filter is going to be filtered back to the lobby. It's said Vasista Esports as well, eliminated from the game. And then there were 4. There's True Rippers, there's FS Esports, there's OG and Reckoning Esports still surviving. With the shift of the circle, stage 8 commences, and OG and Reckoning are going to be forced out into the open. But FS, having found the opener against the players of True Rippers, they want to make this push. Insidious going for the flank along the ridges, is distracted by the smokes up front, does not realize the reposition comes through from True Rippers. The nades go out flying, but the shotgun duel between Crypto and the man from True Rippers works out in the favor of FS. They found the openers, they found the man advantage as well, and all of a sudden True Rippers getting completely ripped apart, down to the last man.
What it is this play from FS Esports. What a comeback. They're completely massacring them. And now Kyo Lamau, last man standing from True Reaper's Jelly, and he's going to get ran over. That's going to be FS Esports finding 11 finishes in the bag. But at the same time, they're going to get third party. It's going to be Orangutan who comes in finally to strike. After being so quiet for the longest time, Orangutan looking to get a back-to-back chicken dinner.
And Max knocked out over here, but this time it is Reckoning Esports who have struck the blow. Dreams going for a revive. It is extremely difficult, close to impossible for FS to make it out of this conflict alive. The only thing that can work out in their favor is if Reckoning and OG collide against each other.
They have to fight. They have to fight. And now FS, they've got the entire car exposed. Viper Orangutan, stop shooting. I'm trying to help you. And Reckoning Esports seems to be a little bit of awkward situation as well. 3 of the teams with the highest amount of finishes this game colliding as the trio. And now Viper finds the opening again. Orangutan taking shots at Viper. Don't you realize I'm helping you, Orangutan? But it seems like they don't need the help. They won all those finishes. The nade from Wizjot getting on Insidious. FS taking some heavy artilleries right now.
And OG, let's not forget, they were not involved in a lot of fights until now, and now is when the commit happens. Reckoning pushing for the center as you just have about 2 minutes 25 seconds before the blue collapses on all of these teams. It is go time, and Reckoning Esports, they've left down in the backlines. The shots connect, but gravity finds way on, so the man advantage has been denied to the players of OG. But FS from the flank, they want all these points as well. They had 11 eliminations on the board. They want a few more. OG down to 2 players. Reckoning down to 1. Viper and Gravity knocked out. FS, they have the upper hand in the end game for the first time.
Oh.
Can they close out with a chicken?
Aru?
I don't think so. Aru, he has the direct line of fire, and all of FS can be left bleeding, but it is just Aru they have to go up against. A 1v3. Look at that nade in the air. It blows up in his face, and bye-bye, says Aru, as FS grab the chicken dinner and say thank you.
FS Esports, what a recovery in that play. And unfortunately to say, Orangutan, their dreams of getting a back-to-back chicken dinner will end here, but they will still get themselves 6 points in top 2.
I mean, I do not know how many finishes they were able to secure, because that will also come into play, but it seems like OG off to a dream start already. And when that fight was happening, I agree with you. OG should have just asked Reckoning, hey, we are trying to help you guys, let's take them out. Either you take the chicken or we get the chicken, but they're left bleeding, man. FS at one point was down to 1 player.
I know, right? FS Esports, they have to thank the lucky stars here because of the play coming from Reckoning Esports or getting a little bit greedy to get center control. And because of the play, they got taken out and they gave FS the breathing room that they needed to reset that fight. So it's a little bit unfortunate, but well done coming towards FS Esports. They were able to hold on. This was a very, very important game for FS Esports, considering that Game 1 was a complete disaster for them.
Yeah, and this time a brilliant recovery, an amazing reset coming from FS Esports. Finishes, that is what I'm worried about. How many finishes did the FS get? I mean, when we last saw them, we saw 11 eliminations, and in that last fiasco between Reckoning pushing in and even OG charging forward, FS had a massive opportunity to grab a few extra finishes over there. So that is something that I want to look forward to. How many finishes do they get? Can they surpass Reckoning Esports, OG in this one, and Reckoning as well, by the way. I think double digits eliminations were achieved, maybe 9 or 10 eliminations for Reckoning Esports in this game, along with top 3. So brilliant recovery, or a brilliant start to the day for them as well.
Yeah, I agree. And of course, before I actually used a word which was kind of sensitive for me. I feel like disaster is a very, very wrong word right now. And again, apologies, because my heart goes to the people in Myanmar and Thailand as well. We recently had a little bit of a earthquake, so apologies for that. But I will hope everything is well, everybody is safe. But now, wrapping towards the game here, Revenant X-Part, they have to continue to fight for their slots into qualifying to semi-finals here, because these 2 games coming from them was not a good game. Same can be said for TWOB, but this was a recovery from the side of TWOB that needed to actually bounce back. But it was Sarang with his nades, man. Like, he had 10 grenades.
Yeah.
On his 9th grenade, he hit the mark.
I mean, at a certain point, I think even TWOB, they just got frustrated. Like, how many grenades does this one guy have? He's not stopping. And I think they lost patience, ran forward, and guess what? There was one more. I feel bad for Diesel Esports over there, by the way. They had the good position. They thought they were going to get the sandwich onto CK, but Reckoning Esports just outplayed them over there.
Yeah, I agree. And even here as well, FS Esports, they were able to make very, very important decisions, especially when they won the fight against Mastermind Varix and realized that, you know what, in order for them to take space, they need to rush him in order to take those spots. So that was huge. And this one against Team Jelly was the 2nd time they made the exact same position, which I think a lot of teams don't realize, that if you need space and positioning, and if you need to push, just push. And they did that twice successfully, and making it to the top 3 was a huge win for FS Esports.
Yeah, I mean, not just top 3, getting that chicken dinner and taking it away from both these 2 teams, because as we talk about that push against True Rippers, you also mentioned they lost so many players. OG's timing for that third party was nothing but perfect, but what they did not account for was Reckoning Esports sitting on top of that hill, because someone needed to stay back and be the distractor for Reckoning Esports. Had that happened, OG would have kept going along the slope, put down the players of FS, recovered the man advantage, and then taken the fight 4v3 against Reckoning.
Agreed. But all things considered, I think I want to talk a little bit more on Team Jelly in particular as well, True Reapers Jelly. I think at the start of the day, we had an interview with some of the pro players themselves. They mentioned that Team Jelly does have 1 experienced IGL and 3 new guys coming into the picture. And it feels like, for some reason, Jelly was able to get everybody into the final stage, but they just can't seem to close out games. So I feel like they're very consistent still, but they need a big game.
How Jelly is formed, you heat it up and then you let it cool down, and that is when it tastes the best. And I think that is the recipe for Team Jelly's success as well. Things get heated up at the start, but when everything starts to calm down, that is when they choose to strike. But ladies and gentlemen, I mean, that was it for Miramar. We're going to be back again with more matches, but after this break.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में मैं रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन 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 रन।
नेशन wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे। रोंडो
अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार
रोंडो
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो 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 आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
Well, Scout OP over there tries to figure out whether he's a gamer, an actor, and what is Rondo. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to try and figure out who is going to qualify inside of the top 8 directly to the grand finale. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And welcome back after that break to the realme BGIS 2025. Necro, it seems like OG, they started off strong and were kind of consistent as well in game number 2, but I want to know your thoughts on the action on Miramar.
I'm really happy that FS Esports as well is now stepping up, right? Because FS Esports has always been one of those teams that we all like to overshadow.
Yeah.
But now the fact that FS Esports is popping off in such a good margin, that's a really good thing for the banner too, and even for the players. OG, they have realized that playing that way in wildcards just did not really work out. So this time, they just want to build out a good lead off the rip.
Exactly, and I believe off to a great start. They have one more game to play. So maybe if they keep themselves going just like the players of OG, they will be able to maintain that advantage at the top of the leaderboard. But hey, if you want an advantage against your competition in your matches, check out the realme P3 Ultra 5G with the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, smartest AI gaming controller, and of course 90 FPS smooth BGMI gaming. This is a device that you will need to put your best in BGMI.
Move on towards Google and search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win the device and also some more interesting rewards. But once again, back towards the conversation, right? We even saw Reckoning Esports do pretty good in that previous game.
That's true.
So yeah, Reckoning Esports as well now finally showcasing some good signs of life. I'm loving that too.
And for them, it was game number 1 itself.
Yeah.
They started off the day on a strong note. So if they keep this going into the next game, which is going to be the map of Sanhok, I mean, Reckoning Esports, this will be the Reckoning Esports that we have been wanting to see since the grind, because You remember, right? 2024 Reckoning Esports looked like one of the top 3, top 4 teams in the entire country.
Yeah.
But how this year started for them, we were concerned.
Once again, Johnny, the real concern over here should be around Vasista Esports and Revenix Park 2.
I
Because
agree.
they have been playing those 2 games so far, and both the teams were a complete flop.
Exactly. I mean, Vasista in particular, because
Yeah.
Vasista, but here's the thing. This is why it makes me scratch my head about Vasista Esports whenever we talk about them. Because we keep seeing them struggle, but they made it this far, man.
Somehow, always in the final few moments, Vasista Esports always just claw their way
Yeah.
up and somehow find themselves in the upcoming stages.
So I think we should just get used to the fact that when they start their journey, the early matches, they are just going to bomb.
So we can just call them the comeback kings at this point.
I agree.
Yeah,
But
in the final few moments, especially when all the odds are against them, that's when Vasista Esports just activates their inner demons and secure those points.
But I want to know, I mean, since we started with Vasista and X-Park, we've spoken about Vasista, Revan and X-Park, man. I feel the first 2 matches, we've seen those points on the board, but they might just be there because of individual brilliance. That team play is still lacking.
Still, we're seeing quite a scrappy gameplay from their side, right? We're not exactly able to see a proper, well-knit, unique gameplay from the boys. And in my opinion, for Revan X Park, if the same flow just keeps on going on, it's not going to be good news, man. You would not want to qualify for the Grand Finals, just barely on the cusp.
I agree with you on that, but I mean, it is Revan and X-Park, the defending champions of both the big official trophies from last year. So, I mean, what we want to expect and what they deliver sometimes is just like completely opposite. But let's talk numbers. Now we have the MVP of the previous game on our screens. It is Insidious from the side of FS Esports. 7 eliminations secured, 967 damage dished out, 3 assists as well. And FS, that last battle, the 3-way battle between Reckoning, FS and OG, that was something else. Everything, the stars aligned for FS, and Reckoning just end up fighting OG, and FS come back to life.
Even Gravity's right there from Reckoning Esports, right? 5 finishes racked up. You've also got Crypto from FS Esports with 4 finishes. Cincinnati Kids showcasing a bit of that sign of life, but still it's not enough. Just 4 points from the side of Flock.
Yeah.
And then you've got Kanha from TWOB as well, getting 4 elimination points. These scrappy elimination points that the teams are able to acquire, it's not going to help them in the longer run in the overall standings, but still it's better than nothing.
It is better, but let's have a look at the overall standings since you did mention them. We have OG on the first with 33 points to their name. FS Esports, the bounce back has been made, 28 points secured in total. Then we have True Rippers Jelly. They have 14. Reckoning Esports played their first match just now, but 14 points secured, all thanks to that top 2 finish that they had for themselves. We have 8-bit, top 3, my apologies, 8-bit as well with 10 points. Godlike over there, all thanks to that first game they played. But CK, you talked about CK, 8 points. That's a decent start, I have to say.
Yeah, considering it's just the game 1 itself from CK, that's quite a decent start. 8 points off the rip. That's the best possible way you would want to kick things off with, since you've got much more games to play now. So you can use those games to once again gain a bit of that momentum in the upcoming moments. You've also got Troy Tamilian Esports with 8 points. Then a few more names, of course, they're here once again to try and prove their marker. Rider Esports. Game 1 wasn't that great. Now game 2 as well, just getting 2 points off the rip. A bit of a shaky start for them.
I mean, a bit of a shaky start, but opportunity to recover will definitely be there once they come back online and play the rest of the matches. But for now, they're going to be on a break. They're going to be observing from the sidelines, fleshing out those strategies, making notes on which teams are doing well that they have to avoid and which teams are struggling that they might just go for an early drop clash on and try and get those early points for themselves.
Yeah, for Rider Esports, it just blows the way they kick things off in the game 1, right? I mean, they went for a pit stop collision off the rip, then they faced off against the players of Altitude. They got wiped out right then and there. So Rider Esports, it was quite a scrappy start. Let's hope that in the upcoming game, maybe they once again gain that momentum back. Before now, speaking of Group A and C, once again, these 2 teams or these 2 groups are going to be duking it out against each other, but this time on the map of Sanhok. So things can be juggled up once again.
Things can be juggled up, but since you are playing back-to-back matches, you at least have an opportunity to read your opponents as well to a certain extent. And most of the expectations right now, personally from me, are going to be from the teams of Group A, because this will be their 3rd game. OG, they've been consistent. First match, chicken dinner. Second match, top 2 finish. FS, brilliant bounce back. But can you keep this going heading into Sanhok? that is a big ask, but they need to stand up to the challenge.
We might see a lot of clashes too coming in. So Sanhok, considering it's much more of a smaller map, you will see faster paced action over there. So things will be quite interesting and spiced up off the rip, especially for teams like Revan X Park. Now it's going to be the time when you start to step in and deliver on the moments, because if you're not able to deliver with those elimination points, you're going to start to suffocate in the overall standings.
That is very true, and I remember this moment from last year's BGIS. It was a game of Sanhok as well that helped them bounce back in the semifinals. Hopefully history is going to repeat itself, because Revenant X Park, as we mentioned, yes, the frags are coming, but those finishes are coming because of moments of individual brilliance. But that is not the thing that will help you move to the grand finale and secure the finals, the trophy, for the third time in a row. You need that team play, and you need it right now.
Exactly. As a team, you need to be there. You need to be well-knit and unit. And if you're not able to perform as a team, then it's a big sign of concern. Because individually, of course, you can rack up those elimination points, but not a chicken dinner.
Or either all four players just go ham and all of them get like 3 eliminations each. That can work as well.
Something like Phoenix Esports likes to do, right? Even that can work out for you. But jokes apart, man, generally speaking, if you want to be the champions, team play has to be the way to go. You need to be on same level, every single player inside of the team. They need to understand what they need to do. But for now, let's move on towards the game of Sanhok. As the plane's going to be hitting the skies once again, starting all the way from Camp Bravo towards the side of Ruins. And now this plane flat patch just dividing the map into 2 equal halves. Since it's the map of Sanhok as well, teams are not going to be having any sort of problems to move in towards their designated drop locations.
And this is the beauty of Sanhok. And because, as you mentioned, Necro, no one has problems to glide towards their preferred drop location, we also see a lot of drop clashes in this map, and that is what I look forward to every single time Sanhok rolls around. But let's see, we do see those clusters heading towards the northern half as well. Glitch Reborn, Reckoning Esports, it seems like the colors are a little mixed up, but hey, is that a switch up coming from OG? They've gone a 4-man widespread towards the eastern edge. 1 AKOP in Lakavi, Aru just a little bit north. Veron is east of Ban, and Orlo, it seems like, is going to be just a little bit north of Cave.
Interesting. GlitchX Reborn moving towards Cow. You've got FS Esports going towards Camp Bravo, or maybe even Mognai. Towards Camp Bravo, we've got SOA, another one of those names to be feared. And SOA inside of the quarterfinals, man, this was one of those names to watch out for. Pulling off chicken dinners after chicken dinners. 3 chicken dinners in the span of 6 games. Now, that's impressive from SOA.
That is very impressive indeed, but with how the journey has begun, it seems like all of that performance has been left behind in the prior rounds. And we were talking about those switch-ups. Another switch-up, Revenant X Park dropping for boot camp, surrounded by the players of Mastermind Mavericks. Opportunity to cut those rotations for Revenant X Park in the hands of Mastermind Mavericks, but they need to be careful. They are going to be playing out in the open, and loot is going to be a big concern for these players.
It indeed will be. Revenant X Park towards boot camp now, just moving out a bit towards the warehouses, trying to get their hands on the basic loot, weaponry, and then try and position themselves in a better spot inside of the circle. Probably that's going to be the way they want to go. And looking at things towards the centric part, it's still looking quite questionable. Mastermind Mavericks is on the move as well, wanting to contest a better spot. They do not even have any vehicles to play with. On foot, it will take a lot of time.
This is what happens when you decide to widespread your drop and stay out into the open. Loot becomes a big sign of concern. Cover becomes a big sign of concern. If anyone at this time spots out the players of Mastermind Mavericks, it will be easy pickings for them. And Diesel Esports is not too far away from these lads, by the way. They are about 200, 300 meters east. But hey, here we have it. Genesis, they drop towards Hathin. They are still in the zone, but spotted out by Team Hades. And there goes the first frag of the game, secured by Sujil. The knock comes through, and Mac, he's going to be completely shut down.
It just blows, that Genesis. The vehicle spun out in the open like that. But beautiful shots taken even from Team Hades. A way to kick things off. That single elimination point is going to give them a lot of that confidence booster we speak of. Apollo as well could have been knocked out within that instance, but luckily enough, the man's still safe. Once again, back towards Hathin. Things are going to be looking okay, good and dandy for now. Genesis Esports playing with fire at the moment. And they realize the same thing as well. Backing towards Hathin, trying to get their hands on better loot once again, stack yourself up, and then maybe try and come up with a future plan.
The circle favors them for now, at least in the early stages. The center of the circle is just a little bit west of Paradise Resort, but we'll talk about the zone in a bit, because the speculation that was developing in the early stages might come to fruition as Diesel Esports run into the players of Mastermind Mavericks. Knock found, the trade did come through, but Mastermind Mavericks, no cover available, no suppressing fire available. Although the finish still does end up getting confirmed. And Diesel Esports, what they thought was going to be clean 2 finishes in their bag, end up in them losing one of their best players. Filter OP,
no.
He gets pushed on by SOA as well, and easy pickings for SOA.
One of the biggest disadvantages of not having a vehicle. The players were quite split, and that's why Mastermind Mavericks are now just down to just their one last man. A big blow delivered to the players of Mastermind Mavericks. A bad start to the game. They've only managed to acquire 5 points so far. A performance that you would never expect from a team like Mastermind Mavericks. But for SOA, it's the best possible start you can ask for. Revenix Park spotting out the players of SOA too in the far fray. And Sarang is going for quite a risky moves. Needs to be careful. If he's exposed for too long, even he can be eliminated from the game instantly. Sarang, he's playing with fire at the moment. He's got the number of the players of SOA, but doesn't exactly know how to get rid of them in. All he can do is just sit back and watch.
And that cluster rotation coming in from the southern edge of the circle is just forcing a lot of these top contenders to run into each other, fight each other. A lot of action for us to witness, but big sign of concern for these big names as well. Diesel against Metal for now. Damage was traded out. Diesel have lost players. The knock, I believe, came in from the side of Metal Esports, but the finish got stolen.
Metal Esports backing away from this scenario. They just want to play a little bit more pushed back, a little bit more safe. While Diesel Esports, they've got their own troubles to deal with. Even Mastermind Mavericks now taking shots against him. Just that one man from Mastermind Mavericks trying to be as annoying as possible. And I'm pretty sure at this point, Mastermind Mavericks, they're desperate for points too. 2 games done with just 5 points on the board. Not with the best possible scenario you could come up with.
Definitely not the best possible scenario, but they have to play with the cards they are dealt now. Even if that one man can play for survival in this game, it at least brings them in a decent enough position for the future matches. But they will be playing to recover themselves instead of leading the charge on the leaderboard from here on out. Troithamillion Esports on the other side, surrounded by the players of TWOB, and Inferno might just be set ablaze if the nade does not find a connection.
Inferno!
Oh no!
He needed to beam the players, but instead his own nade knocked him out. Such a big misplay that was. Oh no, it just hit that window frame and backfired onto him. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are going to be laughing on towards that scenario, but man, I just feel bad for the player.
Yeah.
He was in a big panic scenario. Never saw this coming. But Troithamillion Esports, still the problems are not done yet. Hydra is going to be the last man standing. And he's also getting challenged constantly by the man of TWOB, Anonymous. He was there up close and personal, but Hydra shuts him down instantly. A nade right underneath the shack, and now Hydru's taken down way too low. He's bandaging himself up. Does he have enough time? No, it's going to be the answer as the play zone will be its end.
Oh, TWOB could have actually gotten that finish. The Molotov was lobbed, and it was the play zone at the last second that finished off Hydro, and then the molly spread. But that's the first squad wipe of this game. Troithamillion Esports, out of the way they go. But look at the circle, such a beautiful sight, still split between the 2 islands towards the northern half, and I believe Genesis Esports, that is a risky position to play, but that is the only spot where they stay safe, at least in the early stages of this match.
Hathin still quite on the edge though. It's not going to give him the advantage that's needed. OG once again on their merry way towards a better spot inside of the circle, and OG's been doing a great job. Look at the elimination feed. SOA is just ripping things apart against FS. 3 players already down. Down to just Crypto. What can you do? And Crypto gets eliminated by a team in the far fray. Just that one shot connects. And SOA, they're going to be pretty unhappy with that.
SOA, I mean, impressive aggression, but yeah, you have to be a little bit careful while making those pushes as well. And I love the fact that Hades, the efficiency that they're displaying, they're just staying inside of that cover. Yeah, you are low. Yeah, you go. Knock and finishes ours. If someone is pushing someone else, thank you for the knocks. We're going to take that finish.
Absolute thieves. 2 elimination points, both stolen.
Yeah.
They did not even need to work for it. All the work was done by the team SOA. And Hades just in the back, reaping the benefits. Devil on the rooftop. Not a big fan of this position, honestly speaking, because if Genesis moves up, then Devil's knocked out. Needs to be careful. Something that's going to help you with your gameplay and your performance in game is also going to be the realme P3 Ultra 5G. Move on towards Google, search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G. You might just stand a chance to win the device and also some more interesting rewards.
Amazing device. The world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, and of course the price point as well is quite attractive, starting at only 22,999, but I think Reckoning Esports now attracted towards the players of Revenant X-Park, as a few of them I believe were spotted out. QA is still scouting for more information though. Dion wants to make sure that the backlines are cleared. Reckoning Esports have stayed in Paradise Resort since the start of the game. If the circle moves away, exiting this position, it is a massive, massive hurdle for them to overcome.
Seems like it. And True Rippers, since they're on the southern side, still wanting to make it inside the circle, things will be difficult. There's a lot of teams around them, including CK. You've also got Diesel Esports in the mix. Revenant X-Park as well towards that same terrain. But Sista Esports, picking off a man from Metal Esports, that's going to be 1 elimination point secured so far in the game. But Sista Esports, looking at their stance in the overall standings, they need points like these as well. But even the same thing can be said for Metal Esports. They've managed to acquire 0 points so far. Things have been quite bad for them.
Yeah, and even now in this game, things are just going to get worse. Look at them in the blue. With Sister can go gatekeeping. Reckoning Esports will have a fun time keeping Metal at bay. And OG can chime in at any time. But SOA, that early move to take control of the center might just prove beneficial to them. All they have to do is just not go down to Team Hades H4K in the back lines. If they can succeed in surviving and coexisting with Hades H4K, then this is going to be a fun game for both these teams, by the way.
Seems like it. Seems like a fun game indeed. Orangutan. All the 4 players intact. 2 of the players towards Tapmok looking good. While the remaining 2 around that centric part looking okay. OG has been a burning torch consistency so far.
Yeah.
The most consistent team in the first 3 games that have happened in this inside of the semifinals. Even FS Esports got eliminated a while ago, so FS Esports' consistency is once again down in the slumbers. But for OG, still live and cooking with all the 4 players. That means the consistency is just going to keep on going up. But what a big trap this was. Cincinnati Kids was just waiting for Genesis to make some sort of mistake, and that mistake already happens on the screen. 2 players knocked out. They wanted to cross the river with the help of the force, but it just never happened. Both of them getting caught off guard and now knocked out and eliminated from the game. Apollo is just a bait in the water. The last man from Genesis just backs away and knows that saving Apollo is impossible.
A move made out of desperation backfires on Genesis. They were playing that Hawthorne bridge for a long time, but as soon as Circle abandoned that position, they tried to rotate from the southern edge, hoping that no one was playing the shorelines of boot camp. But guess what? CK, they're taking their sweet time in this game, their sweet time in moving and just playing edge to edge for now. But all of that commotion has drawn the attention of TWOB towards them. And even though TWOB, they're down to their last 2 players, If there is a clear line of fire that TWOB gains, then that extra bit of pressure will delay the rotation timings for CK.
They will. Such a slow game of Sanhok it's been so far.
Yeah.
Yes, the eliminations are happening. You can see a lot of players eliminated too, but those eliminations are quite separated, quite spread out. It's not like we're seeing a proper fight happen. Neither any of the third parties are happening too. Whatever fights are happening, they're quite spread out. Individual players getting picked off here and there. The next zone's going to be shifting up north though. GlitchX Reborn, they're going to find themselves on the lucky side of the spectrum. You've also got Team Hades doing pretty good inside of that zone. Even SOA instantly repositioning themselves better. I like that. A compound's empty for the teams to go on and grab it. GlitchX Reborn, even they're going to try to play on that ridge.
Hades hasn't moved an inch since the start of the game, and SOA just keeps switching compounds across the road, man. It's interesting to see how one team just panic rotates, all right, close to the center, close to the center, close to the center. That is what SOA is doing, and Hades is like, yeah, we're just going to stay here.
Yeah, we know we've got the zone with us. We know we've got the God of Hands with us. So it's all good. Reckoning Esports tailing the players of Assista. And look at what happens. OG is now taking him down slowly and steadily. But still dismantling the entirety of Assista will be tough. OG does not have the proper line of sight required. Reckoning Esports in the sidelines. 3 players, quite close. OG, they cannot step outside of the boundaries yet. Overstepping might just mean you getting eliminated. Aru, Viz, Veron right next to each other. True Rippers as well now, getting picked off by the players of CK. Finally, we're seeing some signs of life on this map, right? Finally, some fights breaking out. CK, they're catching a lot of hurt even from the sidelines. This position is not too good for CK.
It never was, as we spoke about it when we saw TWOB with the line of fire on the players of CK. True Rippers were waiting for a long time. We saw Jelly scout out the position of the players of CK as well along the shorelines of Bootcamp, but with Kulamau out of the way, True Rippers, they want to secure their position in the zone as well, but that just puts them quite close to the players of Reckoning Esports, so they need to secure these compounds if they want to play for survival in the late stages. But CK move along with them. Viper finds a knock and 2. Can he find the third? No. Too much pressure. CK move in. They get those frags. Well, at least 1 against the players of Reckoning, but nade in their feet. And now is the time for True Rippers to shine. CK down to their last man, Juicy, Flock and Aditya, hoping that their IGL can help them back on their feet.
They're not going to let this slide. True Rippers, they really want to take it up close and personal, but even they're messing up big time. From the sidelines, there's also a lot of shots taken against them, and it's SOA who's constantly being a menace. True Rippers, Jelly gets knocked out and confirmed. A push they wanted to make. They thought that the sidelines might just be cleared up, but no, instead SOA, they had the line of sight. And they picked off Jelly instantly. A little bit too overeager to go for that fight, True Rippers. Rough luck. Recovery now seems impossible. They've already lost out on a man. True Rippers down to a 3-man squad. But look at the positive side of things. Vasista Esports, they got a lifeline because of that.
Yeah, Vasista Esports, as you mentioned, that lifeline was given, but that zone entry is what I'm concerned about, man. That is going to be a big challenge, but CK, as soon as the players are back up, 3v3, go up against True Rippers. The opening found by True Rippers themselves, as Flock is going to be ripped apart by Jelly. The knock confirmed into a finish. Aditya falls as well. And now, once again, for the second time, it's just the IGL from the side of CK that is left alive. I'm pretty sure pleasantries are being exchanged between Juicy and the boys right now.
Cincinnati Kids down to just 1 man. And as you mentioned, Juicy, the final glimmer of hope. Revenax Park trying to make it inside of the circle. From the backlines, Jokers just ripping him apart. For OG, they can't hold on for too long, and finally they have been eliminated from this game. One game where OG was not able to keep up with the consistency, but still, they've got 38 points in the overall board. It's more than enough.
Yeah.
And now Revenant Spark, even they need to move inside of the circle. 7 finishes acquired so far. It's not too bad, but Joker's vehicle's on fire. It cannot sustain more damage. Eventually, Joker gets eliminated from the game, and with it, the entirety of Revenant Spark will fall apart.
They got a lot of eliminations, but no placement points from this game. And as a few moments ago we talked about them, Vasista Esports unable to make that rotation. Pukar, the smoke was there, but he was peeking, and Starboy just lines up that spray through the smoke, secures the frag sense. Thank you to Vasista Esports for that point. 9 eliminations on the board for SOA. It seems like a turnaround, a bounce back on the leaderboard is coming for this team as well.
Seems like it. TWOB as well, right underneath the players of Hades. Situation's now getting even more dicey. It's getting even more tougher. SOA constantly peppering shots and all across the land that they can spot. Anyone that steps in their line of sight, anything that's moving in their crosshairs, they're taking shots against him. And SOA is able to find a lot of success through it as well. Smoker, beautiful shots on the Ninze. A little glimmer's more than enough for Smoker to get that man out of commission. Jelly, he can be confirmed as well. True Rippers, they don't really stand a lot of chances to make it inside of the zone anymore. Even the Blues gonna start a move within a few seconds. True Rippers, something needs to be done right here, right now. They need some more smokes.
I don't see any hope, man, especially as you mentioned, utility. Look at that, Sam. He has absolutely nothing. 5 first aids on him, so BME a delayed push towards the zone, but Genesis Esports on the other side. Cyrax, he survived all this time, but finally his journey on Sanhok comes to an end. And SOA, I think the same might be happening to them in a few moments, because they were switching compounds in the early stages quite quickly, but now they were delayed. And as they step out into the open, there might be a sandwich. From one end, Glitz Reborn is going to try and take them out, and from the other, Hades will look to secure the chicken dinner to their name.
Cincinnati Kids, Juicy, towards the shack. The man's all by himself. The fight comes through, and it's Smoker to eliminate the man and also get the points in his own backpack. SOA, they're dominating this entire game of Sanhok. 12 finishes on board, and it does not seem like the boys are going to be stopping anytime soon. Now it's time to take the fight against GlitchX.
The high ground advantage for the players of GlitchX, but they've drawn the attention of the players of Hades upon them. Oh, that nade, Rex! Just making sure that Smoker's smoke is going to be of no value. The knock comes through, and SOA, as I said, now is when we bid adieu to the squad, down to the last man. But Glitch Reborn, as they climb the hill, I think they forgot to realize that Hades is still there in the back lines.
It's better to make a push against GlitchX Reborn SOA. This is going to be the best possible odds you can have with you. GlitchX Reborn, they're too busy dealing with the players of Hades, and Hades, they've got all the men standing. That's probably one of the best possible scenarios you can ask yourself to be in. Hades now from the far fray, looking to put a full stop to the fairy tale of GlitchX Reborn. Hades, all the men in contention, while GlitchX Reborn just down to a 2-man squad. It does not seem like this game is going to be towards the GlitchX Reborn. Instead, the man advantage lies in the hands of Hades. That's why this is probably going to be a Team Hades game. Utilities exchanged from both the sides, but GlitchX Reborn is not able to find any sort of value. They need to find at least one knock to find some sort of semblance, some sort of stability, but that's being constantly denied by the players of Hades. The pressure that's being applied is really keeping the players of GlitchX Reborn on their knees. And unfortunately, in the end, the final man too gets eliminated from GlitchX Reborn, and Team Hades, with next to none movement, they get the chicken dinner.
Efficiency at its peak, man. That is what this playstyle was. As you mentioned, next to none movement. I think it was the last zone shift where they finally decided, all right, now we leave our compound, now we leave our cover, and that is where we are going to go. And SOA could have done the same, but SOA got distracted by True Rippers in the back lines. They were busy getting those finishes for themselves.
So in the whole game, they pretty much moved just 20 or 30 meters.
Yeah.
That's it. They just moved out in the open, and they got that chicken dinner confirmed. Well, for Hades, man, that's probably, as I mentioned, the best possible scenario you can ask yourself to be in. But for teams like SOA, they still gave it quite a big chance.
Yeah, SOA, I think, with all of that movement, were able to secure those finishes. Because they were always catching teams off guard because of how mobile they were. And I think one team, Glitch Reborn, actually stood a very big chance of closing out this game with a chicken dinner, because as you were saying, SOA needs to push for Glitch Reborn. Glitch Reborn got distracted by SOA as well. Had they taken that fight against Hades, instead of just focusing on that one player from SOA, they had much better odds because they had the high ground advantage. A few seconds ago, the blue zone wasn't pressuring these players as well, and it would have been a 4v4 with Glitch Reborn up top, Hades down below, out into the open, and they would have had a much easier time just lining up those utilities. That was the way to go for the chicken, but they stayed back for so long that the blue zone put pressure, and after a while HOA just automatically were able to grab the edge because they knew that Glitch was focused on the backline, so they just moved to the backside of the hills and get those 2 opening knocks.
Heat of the moment, right? Because Glitch X Reborn before this game, they had 0 points, Shawnee, so you cannot even blame them. There were just too many demons in their heads. They wanted to get some sort of point secured. At least they got 6 placement points and a decent amount of elimination points, right? So at least in the day one itself, they've got a decent start going after the first 3 games. So Glitch X Reborn, it's something they can look forward to.
I mean, something to look forward to. They bounce back kind of in the overall leaderboard, and after this, it's all just about being consistent. If you can secure 8 to 9 points every single game consistently, only then I believe you will be able to survive inside of the top 8 bracket. By the way, talking about consistent, close to 13 points per match average going on for OG right now.
Yeah,
and they're at 12.3 points per match as of now.
The consistency was broken in the previous game, though. So that's a good news as well, since now the momentum might just start to slip away from OG's hands.
38 points after 3 games.
True, that's also quite a big performance from OG. They pretty much did that Herculean task in just the first 2 games that they played.
Exactly, and that is what the luxury was for this match. Had they just been a little bit proactive, I think OG could have done much better. But I don't know why, for some reason, when they're doing well for themselves, they're holding themselves back. And CK, man, I just feel bad for this team. Juicy helped them recover. They lost, they were down to 1 player. Juicy got those revives in, and then Flock and Aditya just ran into the open arms of True Rippers like, boys, here are the finish points. Have them, please.
Cincinnati kids, sometimes their decision-making is on point.
Yeah.
And sometimes their decision-making is probably one of the worst you can see out there. And I guess for Cincinnati kids, it's one of those inconsistent moments that just happened to them. The decision-making wasn't that sharp, so that's why the players just got caught off guard. But once again, back towards that OG's conversation, right? We spotted a big change in OG's lineup this time. I think he's not playing. Instead, Veron is in the playing 4, and they're actually getting a lot of good results.
Yeah, they're getting decent results, but I think that might be the case why they might be playing slow, right? To look to build consistency, look to have clear communication between the players. They're giving Veron time as well to adjust to the pace of this lobby and to adjust to the play style of the other 3 players as well. If they can get it down before the finals, I think OG might be one of the top contenders for the trophy this time.
Veron has been one of those players that possesses a lot of punch. He is an assaulter at the end of the day. So if you're bringing in Veron, in my opinion, the aggression should go up. But that's why Ari's wanting to bring in that discipline within the playing 4. And that's why he wants the players to be a little bit more laid back and relaxed and just play defensive. Because the first game, the zone was right on top of them. So things worked out. The second game as well, consistency followed up. So Ari knew that he's done more than enough. And now it's out of the third game, I'm pretty sure they were just taking things quite chill.
Yeah, but it is OG, man. We want that monkey business to be back in business again, right?
OG's learned their big lesson in wild cards. They know they were almost on the verge of being eliminated from this tournament. They were just barely on that qualification marker.
Everyone got a heart attack. I mean, from the supporters of OG, got a heart attack almost where they barely qualified. But hey, now they are here and they're doing quite well for themselves. But how is this journey going to continue, ladies and gentlemen? Well, we have 3 more matches remaining in today. All of that and more after this very short break.
welcome back after that short break. And now it's IC with me on the panel. IC with Group A and C done now. Now it's going to be time for Group B to step inside of the action once again. And Group C is going to be staying over here for a long time. But speaking of Group B, man, we've got teams like Rider Esports once again back in commission. You've got Hero Extreme Godlike as well, Wobble Gaming too. Things are now going to be interesting because now that OG is not a part of it, for OG, they've already done the job. Yeah. They've already set all the thresholds. Now it's time for Group B and C to break those.
I think it comes down towards consistency being an issue, right? Orangutan was able to be very consistent in 2 maps, but Sanhok was a map where all of us know it is 4x4. It all comes down to firepower, and it's a little bit unpredictable. But I have to give credit towards GlitchX Reborn because the only other time that zone actually shifted in that exact same position during the grind stages, GlitchX Reborn was the one that actually took the chicken dinner. And for them to be consistent making the top 2, I would say it's still a win for GlitchX Reborn because if the Soken shifts there, yeah, you know GlitchX Reborn is winning that.
Yeah, I mean, GlitchX Reborn had quite a decent performance, and before that game, GlitchX Reborn had 0 points.
Yeah.
So, honestly, that's quite a big win in their books, and I'm pretty sure that's something GlitchX Reborn should look forward to. And even you guys should look forward to the realme P3 Ultra 5G. Move on towards Google, search for the realme P3 Ultra 5G, and you might just stand a chance to win the device and also some more interesting rewards. But once again, back towards the main deal, the main business itself. Hero Extreme Godlike first game wasn't that great. You think now is going to be the time where they pull off a chicken dinner?
I think Hero Extreme Godlike was just put in a very awkward situation, just because of the fact that, number one, crossing towards military base was already a hard thing, right? Like the zone was, like the flight path itself was really far itself, and there was at least 10 teams by stage 3. Everybody was still stuck outside the north side here, so I would say it's still a win for Hero Extreme Godlike. It's just that they couldn't take a chicken dinner.
And as you all know, this time the prize pool is 2 crore plus plus. It's because of this BGIS crate that's being announced inside of the game. All the money accumulated from this BGIS crate directly contributes towards the prize pool of the realme BGIS 2025. So I would recommend you guys to move on inside of the game and check it out. And if you like the skins, of course, buy it.
Exactly. If you don't want to support your players, it's fine. You don't want to support them, it's fine. But you want those AK skins, right? We know for a fact you guys and what playing at home, it's all about flexing those skins. This is a skin you should flex the most because the AK has got special effects. You know, the higher level it is, the cooler it becomes.
At the end of the day, it's a limited edition case, right?
Exactly.
So you would want to get your hands on those skins and just flex on your friends. But Icy, now the fact that we're still seeing a few names not being able to play that well, I'm speaking of Mastermind Mavericks, those newer names that were able to perform so well in the past stages, but they're starting to fade away. Genesis too, the previous game, so many rookie mistakes were made.
I disagree. I feel like in terms of consistency, both Mastermind Mavericks and Genesis are still somewhat consistent. They're still somewhat like top 6, top 7 every single game. It's just that, do they have higher finishes or do they close out the game cleanly? So I would still think they are consistent compared to teams like Rider Esports, which I don't want to talk about them anymore.
Well, I mean, Mastermind Mavericks got eliminated pretty early in that previous game. Even Genesis Esports got eliminated super early. But we've got the MVP of the previous game. It's going to be Smoker from SOA. 7 finishes, survival time as well. Quite nice, 20.05. And you've also got damage number of 871. Then you've also got Starboy right there from SOA with 4 finishes. You've also got Joker from Revenant X Park with 4, AKOP as well from OG getting 3 elimination points, and Aditya too getting 3.
Yeah, AKOP is going to be the guy that we have to be watching out for as well because he's been very, very consistent in every single game. He's got high finishes in all the maps that Orangutan has pretty much played as well. Unfortunately, their journey will be on a stop, but in case you were wondering what is happening here, this is the overall standings as of yet. Orangutan obviously going to be top of the charts here with 38 points with 1 chicken dinner, 22 finishes in total of 3 games.
SOS on the 3rd spot with 22 points. FS Esports on the 2nd with 28. Interesting standings even from the side of SOA, man. Once again, delivering up to the mark. SOA has proven what they're capable of. And then you've got True Rippers Jelly right there with 19 points. Cincinnati Kids as well getting 17 points in their hands. Team Hades too, not doing too bad in the overall standings. But here's the real upsets. When you flip the page, you see teams like Vasista Esports not doing too good.
Yeah, Vasista Esports is just very, very, I would say, very unfortunate for them because every single time that they get picked off, it was just under due to their rotation issues, right? Like they choose to fight in the most awkward position, and because of that, they get heavily punished. And because that 3 matches played means you have lesser points to actually kind of pick yourselves up. So the gap for the top 8 is going to be widening even further away, considering that we saw how OG 3 matches that big of a gap compared to the rest of the teams.
You've got teams like Vasista Esports, Troy Tamilian Esports after 3 games, not even getting enough points. And that's honestly a big sign of concern because Vasista Esports is quite a big name inside of the community, man. And veterans not able to perform, that's once again a big sign of concern starting to erupt.
Yeah, I think even Jelly as well, True Reaper's Jelly, yes, obviously he is on the front page, right? Because there's only like, what, 3 games that has been played so far between all these 4 groups. Jelly, yes, he's on the top 4 and top 5. But the gap between Team Jelly as well as OG, it's about almost more than half. It was like, Jelly was like 15 points, and I think OG had like 38 points. So that's like more than half in terms of catching up as well. So I would say, as of now, Orangutan is on the right track to qualifying for the semifinals here. But again, for them, they still have, what, 9 more matches to go. So
exactly,
it is going to be all about consistency.
Consistency needs to be maintained. OG did maintain that consistency just in the first 2 games. And since it's just the day 1, nothing can be said over here, man. We still need to wait for at least 2 or 3 more days, and that's when we can try and figure out what exactly is going on or how the teams are actually tunnel vision towards the overall standings and how they want to move up. But let's move on towards the matchup and figure out what teams are going to be there to duke it out in the upcoming game itself. Group B, as I mentioned, now is going to be in action once again. Altitude, Hero Extreme, Godlike, Wobble Gaming, Rider Esports, 8-Bit 2. You've also got Bot Army Esports, Forever Red Ross. The first game was a complete flop, but now Red Ross is back to get their revenge.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very important for them to actually make a bounce back as well. Red Ross was a team that at the start of the day, during the interviews between the players themselves, this team has been doing good during the quarterfinal stages. And for them to qualify the semifinals directly here, they have a lot of pickup to actually do themselves. But it is going to be a revenge story for them, but again, you are going to be seeing Group C once more in case you missed out in action. Group C, we have Mastermind Mavericks, Reckoning Esports, Meadow Esports, Cincinnati Kids, Genesis Esports, GlitchX Reborn, Diesel Esports, and of course, Hades X H4K, formerly known as Team H4K. So, now, Group C, they have had a little bit of a run-in here. And I feel like Group C, ever since they appeared, they have kind of struggled. And the only 2 teams that kind of stood out the most from Group C in particular is going to be Mastermind Mavericks and Reckoning Esports because of their opening act. But like you said, Mastermind Mavericks has taken a little bit of a step, I would say a downhill trend coming from Sanhok. Same can be said for Genesis Esports.
Yeah, for Mastermind Mavericks, big time they fell off in the game of Sanhok. And if the same thing continues, it's not going to be good news inside of this game, especially when they're facing off against teams like Group B. And Hero Extreme Godlike is one of those teams that can create the vacuum. We've got a bit of a substitution on the screen. Pari is now going to be subbing in instead of Albi from Diesel Esports. Interesting subs.
I think this is a well-needed sub, considering that Diesel hasn't been performing a little bit better, well as well. Even if they were not to sub here as well, their performance today has been kind of disappointing compared to the usual performance we expect of Diesel, right? So Diesel, Shockwave was 2 of the teams that loves playing zone control and manipulating others, but obviously Shockwave didn't really qualify the semifinals, but Diesel is in that position to do that. But all the games they played, they didn't exactly pull off what they're comfortable at as well.
It feels like there's just a lot of teams that are overshadowing Diesel Esports, and Diesel Esports is just nowhere to be noticed inside of the playing field anymore. But Pari being back inside of the action, Pari was someone who used to contribute a lot, especially when you speak of the firepower of Diesel Esports. We've seen Pari pull off a lot of clutches too, but nothing taken away from LB too, man. Even this man is quite experienced.
Yeah, I think so. It all comes down to just momentum, right? So if you're feeling a little bit down and things are not going well, you have to mix things up a little bit here to kind of get a little bit of a shift in terms of the mood or maybe even the feng shui in particular as well. But of course, that is just all superstitious. And I feel like when it comes to mental capacity, that is a very serious thing, right? Like if the vibes are not good, you have to mix things up. You have to take a little bit of fresh air, go to the toilet, go wash up your face, refresh yourselves, and then get back to the game.
The mind reset is something that you really need, right? The mental reset. Or maybe just try new things out inside of the game, just like the way Diesel Esports did with the subs, right? Let's not forget, still teams like Metal Esports on the latter half of the board are pretty much with next to none points. So this upcoming game is going to mean a lot to them. If Metal Esports does not bounce back, if Cincinnati Kids does not bounce back, well, even Team Hades needs a lot of points. If they're not able to get anything done, this will be a big concern. As the plane's going to be in the sky, starting all the way from hospital towards Yasna Polyana. Now going down south towards the Sanhok military base gets even tougher.
Well, speaking of a tough circle as well, this is going to be match 4 for today in day 1 of the semifinals itself. And the flight path, like you said, it is going to be a very, very balanced one. You know, military base is going to be very, very far away. And I'm concerned for teams inside Group C itself. So the teams that is inside Group C is currently on your right. We have Mastermind Mavericks, Reckoning Esports, Meadow Esports, Cincinnati Kids, Genesis Esports, Glitch X Reborn, Diesel Esports, and Team Hades. So these 8 teams, they have pretty much played 3 games consecutively in a row. So that is very, very tiring, to be honest, considering that you have to switch up your playstyles every single game. And the only time they didn't really switch up was pretty much the first two, match 2 and match 3 itself. So that was something that I think is going to be a little bit of a confusion for them, because now it is going to be a completely different group with Group B mixed into the picture. Hero Extreme Godlike is going to put a lot of fears into everybody in this lobby itself.
That's the best thing about a round-robin format, right? You need to be adaptive. And that's what these teams are now being taught in the semifinals week 1. Before you move on towards the grand finals, adaptability is something that you need to master. Especially inside of a round-robin format, you need to be quick with the adaptations. Hero Extreme Godlike dropping in towards that school and the apartments area. Closely contested by Mastermind Mavericks towards Rozhok. You've also got Rider Esports now moving towards the Asna Polyana. Things are going to be a little bit rough over there. Hail Inferno squad dropping towards Kamishki. Hail Inferno squad, so far, we haven't really seen them at the top of their performance. But since it's just the game number 2, Hail Inferno squad can bounce back easily. Metal Esports, a team that's desperate for points. Within the span of 2 games, Metal Esports have only managed to acquire 1 point, and that's genuinely concerning.
Yeah, this is going to be a problem for Metal Esports because they have the right rotations. It's just that whenever they take a team fight, there's always third party looking to try and punish them as well. So this is something that Metal Esports needs to somewhat figure out on how to salvage the situation. And fortunately for them, this entire round robin format means that they are playing 12 matches, right? So before semifinals, every match was playing 6 rounds. 6 rounds, obviously, if you blunder 6 matches, there's no way to come back from this. And because this is no longer like a 100-meter race, it becomes like a 300-meter race, the strategy is going to be shifting a little bit more. So it's all about being a little bit more consistent rather than going for the high finish volumes. But all things considered, as much as I would love to say that, oh, there's going to be a lot of teams going to be qualifying, no. Unfortunately, only 8 teams of the highest scoring out of all 32 teams qualified directly into the grand finals itself.
Yeah, but here's the best part. They don't get eliminated instantly. The remaining teams move on towards the semifinals week 2, and once again, the same process follows. You need to place yourself in the top 8 of the overall standings, and then the remaining 8 will move on towards the grand finals to duke it out against the 8 that have already qualified from the week 1. Things will be intense. Things will be super interesting in the grand finals. But speaking of what's happening right now, Hero Extreme Godlike dropping in towards school area. You've got Team Mastermind Mavericks towards Rozhok. Wobble Gaming towards Gatka. Diesel Esports towards Quarry right next to Cincinnati Kids.
Wow, this is a problem. I feel like in terms of Godlike's position as well as Team Mastermind Mavericks, they're going to be A-okay. I don't think they will all be fighting each other a little bit more early. But seeing the trend of the circle here in realme BGIS, this seems to be potentially Everest circle, maybe even Gatka open fields once again. It's been a while since we've seen it shift all the way to a shooting range, which I think out of like 30 over maps, there was only 1 game that actually hit up north. So in terms of prediction-wise, I wouldn't be surprised Team Genesis and Wobble Gaming is going to be looking to try and secure Everest himself. And considering how close Genesis is, I think Genesis is already up there. While Diesel going to be coming from the south side, it's going to be something that they have to rotate their way through. Yeah, and I was right. Seems like Genesis, they are already on top of Everest.
They indeed are. Proactive moves from Genesis. The previous game was a complete flop, and that's what Genesis Esports realized. Rotating late's not going to work out at all. There will be a lot of those field traps that will be set up. And Genesis Esports, they might just fall prey to it once again if they're not quick enough. So this time on the hilltop, they've got a lot of knowledge. A virtual heat map as well, knowing exactly where the teams are positioned. And they can use this intel to pave a good pathway in the future.
The biggest problem that what Shadow is having right now is that he's only got like, what, 120 bullets. So considering that it's still early stage of the game here, you need at least 300 to 400 bullets if you want to hold down the mountain. And even if you hold down the mountain, if nobody pushes up the mountain and gives you a delivery service, you're not going to be able to restock those ammunition. So it is going to be a little bit concerning, but if the circle shifts there, they are going to be very, very happy because nobody has pretty much lost Everest fight if you are on top of the fight. And the only other team that kind of beat a team that is on top of Everest is so far by Troy Tamilin Esports, and even then Troy is not playing this game.
Yeah. Troy Tamilin Esports as well. They've had quite a rough outing so far. GlitchX Reborn, one of those teams that did quite good in the previous game. They've got the momentum with them. 12 points in the overall structure. GlitchX Reborn probably looking to play this game consistently as well. At least get that second or third finish once again. And have that momentum swing and have that win in the sails once again. GlitchX Reborn, it's one of those teams that can end up doubting themselves quite a bit, so they need to be wary. They need to be cautious too.
Yeah, I agree. And today they are going to be playing 4 matches in total, right? So most of their strats are going to be the benchmark. A lot of teams are going to be copying or maybe even having a little bit more on their overall strategies reviewed a little bit more. But yeah, they did pretty okay in the previous match. But surprisingly, despite finishing in top 2 for Sanhok, they only have a total of 12 points, including this match. This is going to be game number 3, right? So they need a banger performance if they want to stand a chance to catch up to OG, who's currently at the top of the overall leaderboard out of 32 teams.
For OG, they've just built a humongous lead at the point.
Yeah.
38 points. That might just be tough to reach in just 3 games. OG's played exceptionally well.
1 chicken dinner and a top 2 finish, so that's a very, very high benchmark to kind of overcome as well.
But let's understand this. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. You've got a decent amount of games to prove yourself and your worth, and you need to use every single game to at least get some sort of points to place yourself in a better spot in the standings. Even if you manage to acquire 7 to 8 points per game, you can still be there in the top 8 of the overall standings. Consistency always prevails.
Well, speaking of the cutoff, if you were to... Oh, wait, hold that thought for now. Guess what? Ruins is going to be expecting a little bit of company here. Metal Esports going to be going head-to-head against Mastermind Mavericks. Prince OG lobbing a couple nades here. Maximum will be able to chip onto us Prince OG. But Team Mastermind Mavericks, they weren't prepared for this. They're kind of separated as well. Filter is going to be running out in the open. Adi is also left stranded all by himself, and he's going to be straight down. Thunder goes in for the push. Misses his connection, and he's going to try and reset this fight.
Thunder, I'm not even sure what the man's trying to do here. Messed up big time, could be knocked out in that scenario. Maximer from the top, he wants to provide the cover fire. Mastermind Mavericks, Adi, the nades tossed pretty close, and that's going to find the mark. Prince gets knocked out. Thunder is still up close and personal, but Thunder is taken down pretty low. Mastermind Mavericks too, even they're losing out on players on the sidelines. It's not looking good for either of these teams, but Maximer from the top needs to do something. He needs to provide some sort of a cover fire to Adi. A man's up close and personal. Thunder eventually gets struck down, and this is what I was speaking of, Maximer. Beautiful stuff from the high ground. He's providing the cover. Mastermind Mavericks once again getting things back into control.
Oh boy, Rickson, he's trying to glob a couple of nades here. It seems good, but he gets a couple of bullets himself. Metal Esports, they're pretty much split off themselves. Mastermind Mavericks, they lose 1, but Metal Esports, they will lose 2. And this fight is drawing a lot of attention here because on the sidelines, we have Forever Red Ross going to be crashing in, and Maxmer going to be taking the first heat.
A third party off the rip from Forever Red Ross. They want to claim these elimination points, and Maxmer seems like an easy point as well. Since the man was taken down super low, Forever Red Ross, for them, it's going to be smooth sailing. Phoenix eliminates the man. And that's going to be the first point on the board for the players of Forever Red Ross, with a decent positioning as well inside of the circle. Exactly what the players of Forever Red Ross was looking for. Metal Esports are still inside of the game and cooking with just a 2-man squad though. And for Metal Esports, the woes continue.
Oh boy. Somehow Mastermind Mavericks was able to somewhat get out and abandon Ruins. Unfortunately to say, they will do it with both Adi and Rickson. But guess what? On the screen, we have 8-Bit going up his altitude as well. 8-Bit losing Mafia. But they're still going to be gaping in outskirts as well. But the nade comes through and Thermi goes down as well. Altitude, they will lose Lazy. So it is going to be a 2 versus 3. Ash dropping down very low with those Molotovs. But he also gets taken down and only a Wise remains. And the nade from the top actually catches them. And that's 8-Bit being wiped out.
Altitude, what a way to convert the fight. Just losing out 1 man against a team like 8-Bit, that's more than enough. Oh boy, Altitude For a moment, I thought that this is going to be 8-Bit's fight, but the well-placed utilities from the side of Altitude really saved them the day, and Godseek from the top was also putting in a lot of work. Beautiful stuff. 8-Bit, a bigger threat, not in the game anymore. That's going to help them in the long term.
What a way to go down and go out. Altitude just held down the entire compound themselves really, really well. Nice multi-level nades coming in from every member coming from Altitude. Except for Lazy, of course. He was pretty much on the downside. He was the first one to get knocked, but still, what a clutch coming in from Gods. But all things considered, the circle seems like it's not going to be heading towards Everest himself. Seems like it is going to be shifting towards Ruins or maybe even School. Pachinki is still up for grabs as well. But this might be the first ever Ruins circle. I think the only time we saw it was Ryder Esports with Fami making the top 2. And that was a very long time ago.
It was. Diesel Esports as well around that nearby vicinity. Hero Extreme Godlike and Mina. The man's got his hands on the sniper tower.
When did he come up here? How did he come up here and not get shot? That's crazy.
I guess pretty early. That's why he's still safe and secure.
This is by far the most advantageous spawn, and it is also the most riskiest spot to be in. But considering how the circle is shifting, I think this is the best spot for Admino to actually farm for finishes.
Not exactly sure about finishes, but intel for sure. Team Hades getting pounced on by Reckoning Esports. Devil, the man can't be isolated and eliminated from the game too. He's inside of the shack all by himself, cornered towards the compound. While Reckoning Esports, all they need to do is just toss an nade and force the man out of his comfort zone. It still seems quite an easy fight to be converted in the hands of Reckoning Esports, only if they played their cards right. And Viper, with a well-tossed nade's gonna find the opening knock, but even gravity falls down for Reckoning Esports. Trades now starting to happen back and forth, but even the opponents are doing a great job. Team Hades making sure that Reckoning Esports, they will feel the maximum pain. And Viper, he's cornered up towards this house. All by himself, spots the man in the front. Viper went for the shots, but none of them connect. But still, even Hades, they're dropping down on a few players. Viper now needs to isolate the duel against the remaining man. Team Hades in a world of trouble. Utilities tossed in the upper floor, and Viper now searching for the last man.
Oh my goodness, Draxi, last man standing. What can he do? H4K, they started it strong, but the clutch from Viper and Dion shuts them all out, and Draxi, no, he mistakes the mistakes, and because of that mistakes, he exposes his head, and Viper picks him up. What a clutch from Viper from the side of Reckoning Esports.
Viper single-handedly shutting down 3 players, especially when Reckoning Esports had the big disadvantage inside of the fight. Viper stepped up huge, took down the man inside of the shack, then up close and personal with the DBS, he was dishing out a lot of damage.
Oh my goodness. That, so unlucky. That is really, really so unlucky. But you know what's lucky for you guys watching at home? It is the all-round slayer, the realme P3 Ultra 5G, currently out in the market. The world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment. Be sure to check it out on Flipkart. Search realme P3 Ultra 5G. Meanwhile, the game continues. Seems like Altitude still inside Pachinki. They've shifted their outside rotations in towards the town itself. And currently, there is going to be bot army inside the church area. And they are going to be the ones waiting for Altitude to come out.
Altitude, considering and looking at their spot too, I don't think they're going to be moving out for a long time. Unless the zone forces them to. They're in a decent spot as well, so they don't really need to force out just yet. Bot Army Esports, they might just be the spanner in the works though. Taking shots on the compound far away. I'm not even sure what Bot Army Esports wants to do. Just some random shots taken by the player. Probably want to bait out a few more peeks from the foes. But Glitchx Reborn, for them, the previous game was decent. But this game has to be consistent 1-2. The next zone's going to be important as well. And it's going to take another shift. Team Mastermind Mavericks, they find themselves in the best possible spot right next to Hero Extreme Godlike and even Ryder Esports.
This might be the first Watertown circle we've ever seen as well. Ryder Esports in the prime position to clutch things out. Previously, it was Fami that clutched things out from the side Ryder, but this time they've got the entire full squad ready to swing back at everyone in this particular zone. So, meanwhile, Ruins, we have a clash between both Genesis and Diesel.
Diesel Esports Pari from the far fray. He manages to knock out the player and also hand out that death blow. But the troubles are not done yet for Diesel Esports. There's the sidelines that are too exposed, and that's why Pari falls apart once again. Diesel Esports too. The backs are too exposed, even for the side of Genesis, and Shadow instantly hands out the knockout. That's exactly what Genesis was looking for. That's going to be the recovery blow that Genesis was finding and searching. But now it's time for Genesis to go up against the players of Cincinnati Kids. Things just keep on getting worse and worse. Cincinnati Kids, they're not going to back away from a fight like this. They want to constantly keep on applying that pressure, but even Juicy's taken down low.
Oh no, he's gonna get rushed. Cyrex comes through, he drops the nade, but he cannot pull out his gun in time, and Cyrex will be able to take him out. Meanwhile, holding down the remaining members of Diesel is going to be Shadow OG. He himself was able to take 2 knocks on the side of Diesel, and they might be able to get a couple more confirmations, calling a little bit more backup. The rest of Genesis is going to try and flush out Diesel. Olo taking some serious damage. He might go down, but instead Shadow will be the ones that get taken out. But the nade from Apollo was able to catch out the members in the back lines from Diesel.
Oh no.
But another nade comes through and they get taken out.
Orlo eliminated, down and out. Rough luck for Diesel Esports. They tried to bring in the sub as well, but still, it did not work out. Pari was not able to get a lot done. He did convert 1 elimination point, but that's it. Just 1 sub cannot really help you secure the game. Diesel Esports as a well-knit unit, as a team, you need to perform. But for Genesis Esports, they've still managed to acquire 5 finishes. This can be a good game for them.
You have to give props towards Shadow, man. He held the entire team of Diesel by himself, bought enough time for the rest of his mates to finish his fight against Cincinnati Kids and then come back to take the fight against Diesel. So I would still think it's a win from Genesis, but they still need more points because think about this. The bigger picture is there's still 13 teams left alive. Hero Extreme Godlike has not made a single sound thus far because they have been sitting on top of the water tower for the longest of time in Water Town itself. And like you said, the sniper tower, or in this case, where Admino is, he's been keeping quiet for the longest of time. Like, look at this. He started just now like what, 328 bullets. Now he's got 313. So he only shot like 20 bullets this entire stage thus far.
That's the problem, right? Admino does have a lot of intel to work with, but he cannot shoot too much and give his position away either. He will be stuck towards that sniper tower, so he needs to keep his position anonymous. Admino's job is to just convey information and give live tracking to his teammates. And I'm pretty sure he's doing a good job at that. Bot Army Esports, 3 players grouped up right next to each other. GlitchX Reborn is going to be the worst possible team you would want to move up against. Out in the open, the grounds are too exposed as well. Everyone's just waiting for the next zone to pop up. Ooh. And the next zone's going to take another shift. Rider Esports, Team Mastermind Maverick, Cincinnati Kids, even Forever Red Raw still in contention.
I think they have the best possible position as well, just because everybody needs to push in towards them. And Hero Extreme Godlike is going to try and shove everyone into them as much as they can. So it all comes down to who has the better aggression. And it seems like Metal Esports, they are going to try and push up towards Ruins. And guess what? From behind, as Arto will be able to find the knock. Sarvit not going to be able to do too much. Legit trying to bait Arto out for Sarvit to get a trade. Unfortunately, he himself gets shot, so Arto might be able to get those confirmation against Legit.
Metal Esports, honestly speaking, now it seems like it's done for. I don't think they're going to be able to save the man who's knocked out. Legit's done. He cannot be recovered anymore. Sarvit, maybe from the back lines, can try and hand out 1 death blow, but that's it. Forever Red Ross, they're playing this too cautiously. They know exactly what's at stake. Forever Red Ross does not want to bring out any sort of weird moves on the board just yet. Play things laid back, play things a little bit more chill.
Yeah, they have to relax, they have to wait for zone. There's just too much cover on the west side as well. And obviously you have to clear out all these rats. And even Wobble Gaming, they're taking some serious hit, dropping nades onto Cincinnati Kids. But at the same time, they're getting shot from afar themselves, as they need to somewhat hold down the fort. Apollo and Cyrex still looking for those opportunities to push through. And Apollo getting the knock on Sparta. That might be the opening that Genesis Esports needs.
Yeah, Apollo's utilities, they're starting to do some serious damage. Even Cyrax closes on up towards Apollo. A few more utilities tossed out from Apollo, and that's not able to find the right mark. Even Cyrax is going to toss out an aid, and that's still going to overshoot. Metal Esports, you blink it and you miss it. Even they've been eliminated from this game. So far, they've only managed to acquire 3 points, I see. 3 games done, and only 3 points. 1 point per game.
Unfortunate for them. Meanwhile, Genesis Esports, they're still waiting for the right moment to strike. Hero Extreme Godlike still conquering from the east side. They're trying to push Altitude away, but seems like Altitude doesn't want to be pushed away. They are going to try and contest against Hero Extreme Godlike. Meanwhile, Hero Extreme Godlike looking to reposition, regroup with the rest of the team. They are waiting for Adminos to strike. They're trying to bait a couple of reactions from Altitude. But as of yet, look at this. He doesn't have the angles, but Sim does. And guess what? He finds two, and that's going to be Altitude, losing two players from this flank from Sim.
A beautiful two-piece from the man. One single magazine, able to find the two players. Beautiful spray transfer. Simp is doing most of the work for the players of Hero Extreme Godlike. It's looking like a well-coordinated play, too. A few more nades tossed out from Simp, wanting to catch the player of Altitude off guard. Another nade tossed up towards that right direction. Ooh. And since Godzi was taken down solo, a little glimmer was more than enough for Simp to shut down the man.
3 finishes in the hand of Simp. 1 for Admino. Admino on top of that radio tower is just phenomenal, giving so much information. And guess what? Hero Extreme Godlike, they were starved for resources, and with that finish coming through, they are able to restock and push through the next phase of zone. However, look at this. Necro, stage 6, they have to push in towards the open fields, and Hail Inferno squad does have a very, very interesting hiding spot. Jatin pretty much stuck like a little rat out in the open. Hopefully nobody finds him though.
But still, Hero Extreme Godlike seems so well coordinated. As you mentioned, Hail Inferno squad's Jatin out in the open all by himself. And he's going to try to play it as passively and as cautiously as possible. Keep his position unknown to the opponents for as long as possible. You've got Bot Arm Esports too right underneath the man, so even that's going to be a concerning fact. Bot Arm Esports, it's one of those teams that can swing back in action anytime. All it takes is one squad wipe to bring him back in the momentum. And looking at towards the Watertown itself, you've got Team Mastermind Mavericks in the mix, Rider Esports too right next to him. So yeah, for these teams, the moment the zone moves away, they're screwed.
I agree. And of course, for you guys who are looking for that best BGMI gameplay, the all-round stayer, realme BGIS Ultra 5G is up for grabs, currently priced at 22,999 rupees. But hold that thought for now. Hero Extreme Godlike, they're getting shot here as Bot Army is going to be taking a couple of shots at them. And they are able to find a knock there. And that's going to be Hero Extreme Godlike running for their dear lives, while Punk finds some sort of positioning right beside Jatin apparently. As Bot Army Esports going to be sheltering them in towards these cracks. And this sneaky little rats are going to be taken out eventually. Dion actually getting knocked by Punk. And this is a very, very awkward fight for all these rats on the sides. But eventually, Jatin, he will get taken out by Bot Army.
It's a Hail Mary move for a lot of these teams that are just out in the open. Lying prone. A mad dash wanting to make it inside of the circle, and Punk is still alive though. So that's a good news for Hero Extreme Godlike. Punk with the utilities is starting to do some serious damage, but eventually a glimmer is spotted. And that's going to be the confirmed knock against Hero Extreme Godlike. Admino is going to be the only man standing now. Hero Extreme Godlike down to just one player. Rider Esports from the city, they want to move out. The zone does not really acquire a lot of Water City in the first place, so the Vanch, he needs to be quick on the feet. Bot Arm Esports too, they're starting to make some moves on the port. The grounds are too exposed for the teams that have found themselves a good cover to play with. They're lucky. But for the other teams out in the open, the survival just seems tough.
Exactly. Rider Esports, they do have a lot of compound to work with. But if the circle shifts out, they're pretty much stuck unless they have vehicles. And currently, I don't see any on the side of Rider Esports. So they are going to try and take out as many people as they can. And guess what? Bot Army Esports on this high ground, they also take out Reckoning Esports. Just taking full advantage of this ditch right there. Full cover, full vision, everything covered. But again, it all comes down to this final circle shift. Or in this case, stage 7 is going to decide everyone's fate. Is it going to go south or is it going to go to the town? There are at least 5 teams on the ruins area. And only 2 teams inside this water town. And Admino is one of them as the solo rat player. And it seems like it's going to shift all out in the open. And guess what? Every single team from the west side from the ruins has to get out into the open. And Rider Esports is going to be duck hunting season right now.
Yeah, Wobble Gaming, Cincinnati Kids, Genesis Esports, everyone. They need to move out of the open. Maybe even Forever Red Ross, but they've still got a bit of that inch to play with. So the cover is still with the players of Forever Red Ross. but it's going to be quite an uncomfortable scenario for them. Bot Army Esports just creeping and crawling their way inside of the circle. We don't really see a lot of possible outcomes for the players of Bot Army Esports. They just straight up need to make it inside of the circle and hope for the best.
Oh boy, this is tough. Forever Red Ross going to be looking for a mark as well. It seems like the circle is pretty evenly spread. It all comes down towards the last second of the tick before they make those rotations. Because the moment Bot Army Esports makes a move, they are going to get shot. So it all comes down to chance and patience. And right at the edge of the zone as well, you can see every single zone is slowly moving in. And it seems like the major fight from Genesis is going to be the first one in terms of point of contact. Cyrex and Apollo, they want to wrap up this final against Wobble, but Cyrex himself gets taken down. That means Apollo is going to be the last man standing.
Wobble Gaming, problems still continue. Apollo from the back, what a strike that was! A jump shot that finds the perfect connection. Apollo is moving up, but he's also taking a lot of shots from Bot Army Esports. Now tosses out a util. That's going to be the smoke grenade to block the line of sight. Since he knows Wobble Gaming, the last man, is right in front. He peeks out, and that's going to be the nail in the coffin. Wobble Gaming out of commission.
Apollo, the clutch meister. I've talked about this before. Genesis Esports, when you need things to be done properly, Apollo is the guy to get things done, but he has to do it solo. But his journey is not over yet. The struggles comes true. Look at this. The circle is going to shift everyone out in the open. And Cincinnati Kids as well is going to be the next one. And fortunately for them, it is going to be right at the edge of this small little shack. But the problem is they don't have those vehicles. Mighty, does he want to potentially try and take this vehicle and reposition? Seems like a very risky move. And guess what? Admino, he gets scouted out, and that's going to be Ryder that takes Hero Extreme Godlike out on 6th place.
Last man 2 evaporated into thin air. Ryder Esports, luckily enough for them, still a bit of that land is available inside of the circle off the cover. But now they need to move out in the open. No other option I see for Ryder Esports. That's going to keep them alive and cooking inside of the game towards the compound. They need to leave the comfort zone and move out in the open, just like Exist. Ryder Esports, now things are going to be dicey. Now it will be even more tough.
Oh boy. 20 seconds left, and like you said, Exist is going to be the playmaker for the team. He has 12 smoke grenades from the side of Ryder, and if he sets up perfectly, BAE might not be able to shoot them, and the only team that can shoot them right now is going to be Forever Red Ross. So it all comes down to how well the circle shifts. But look at this, Apollo, he's still alive, but guess what, Cincinnati Kids, they are going to ignore him, and he's going to play spoilers for them. He gets a confirmation. Clutchmeister Apollo, can he do it? No, he cannot. Aditya dropped down so low. But he does put a dent into his Cincinnati Kids. Aditya, last man standing. 4 teams remain, Necro.
Yeah, he did his job. Cincinnati Kids, things could have been much cleaner only if they would have peaked together. But instead, Cincinnati Kids went for the peak one by one, and that's why now they're down to just Aditya. Cincinnati Kids, even they need to leave that comfort zone, make it inside of the circle, move out in the open. Ryder Esports, smokes are laid out, but those smokes are not enough to provide them the cover. Still, a lot of the lines of sight are available for the players of Forever Red Ross to go for the peaks and take those shots. Exist, get spotted, and that's going to be a confirmed knock right there. Ryder Esports, now things are not looking so smooth after all. Just one more man to go in from the side of Forever Red Ross. Even Forever Red Ross is on the verge of being eliminated from this game, but what a well-placed nade that was from Bot Army Esports, and that's going to be it for Ryder Esports.
Bot Army Esports, a big game for them, and only one man remain, and that's gonna be Beast. Forever Red Ross makes a bounce back into the top 2, but I don't think he's gonna be able to make a play here because BAE, they're coming in, they've got the vehicles, and here they go. They do find the last player, and that is gonna be Bot Army Esports taking the chicken dinner.
That one nade finding a 2-piece in the end against Ryder Esports. I'm pretty sure even for Ryder Esports, that was just a surprise package that was delivered and just blasted on towards their faces. But generally speaking, even Forever Red Ross, they did too much damage against Ryder Esports. Their smokes were laid out, but still the smoke was not enough to provide the cover.
Agreed, and guess what? Seems like history is starting to repeat itself a little bit too much here, coming from Grind until now as well, because just now, in the map of Sanhok, when the circle shift there, guess what? During the round stages, Glitch X Reborn was the one that take the chicken dinner. Makes it all the way here. Now this game, guess what? Near same exact circle, Ryder Esports Fami was able to take it top 2 then. Now the entire team was in top 3. I'm like, What is going on here?
I guess they're just really good at playing those ruined circles, right? Then you've also got Forever Red Ross 2 in the mix. Let's not forget that. Forever Red Ross, the game 1 was really bad. But now this game, the game 2 for them has been a perfect recovery.
Yeah, I agree. And of course, I think another team that we have to obviously talk about as well is going to be Bot Army Esports during the entire journey here, right? Because this was a team that nobody actually expected them to do much. They barely qualified to the quarterfinals. They didn't actually. They had to play towards the wildcard stages. Somehow had a very, very dominating performance during their run, qualifying back into semifinals. And now with this game coming in, I feel like they are in contention to actually try and push for those top 8 positions out of all 32 teams now.
I mean, Bot Army Esports in wildcards just had that one wild game where they got 27 points and instantly just brought themselves back to life, right? So for Bot Army Esports, they've always been an X factor. They've always been a surprising factor inside of the mix. And over here too, especially when no one thought that Bot Army Esports can't stand a chance to win the chicken dinner since they were so much exposed and out in the open, that's when Bot Army Esports decided to play it as passive as possible. And that's when all these teams were duking it out against each other.
Yeah, I agree. And even here as well, Rider Esports, they had one of the best positions possible just because, number one, they were in the Water Tower compound. They weren't using a lot of utilities. You can see every single team inside Ruins has pretty much expended all the utilities. Smokes, nades, everything was used in this fight. And I feel like Genesis Esports was the biggest winner on this Ruins fight because they were the first teams to be in that position, fought with so many teams. Apollo lasted as long as he could in this situation. He even put a spanner onto a Cincinnati Kids' work.
Yeah, I mean, Apollo was able to rack up a lot of eliminations too. For Genesis, that was quite a decent game. Cincinnati Kids as well, a decent amount of placement points, but not enough. Forever Red Ross, they managed to sneak in towards the top 2, so yes, that was quite a decent game from them. But generally speaking, Rider Esports could have played that much better.
Yeah, I agree.
Straight up.
I agree. It was a mistake from Exist as well. Like, they had 12 smokes. They set up perfectly, but it was just one small little pixel that Exist showed himself. He got taken out. If not, he would have just taken out everyone from side of Forever Red Ross. So
exactly, man.
Mistakes coming in from Rider Esports, but again, you know, this is the high intensity games that we are going to be expecting in the semifinals, right? Like, you must understand these teams here, every single one of them is fighting for that slot into the grand finals, and only 8 will advance from this stage.
Even Hero Extreme Godlike out in the open, Admina from the top was constantly given a lot of comms, I'm pretty sure. He was the man who was providing the valuable intel. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break before we move on towards the upcoming game. So head on towards the break.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या? तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन
नेशन wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे। रोंडो।
अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में। रोंडो आगे। रन।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दे रहा है, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
Hello everyone and welcome to realme BGIS 2025 semi-final stages. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast and my name is ICBaby12. Joining me is iSuperJadi, taking you through the rest of the commentaries here today on screen itself. Guess what?
Yeah.
We've seen 4 games in total. Now the 5th game comes true, and it is going to be a match between Group B and D, apparently. So this is going to be an interesting one as well, because we get to see Hero Extreme Godlike going up against Seoul in that matchup.
Exactly, and not just that, I mean, Hyderabad Hydras and Likita Esports, they finally get to start off their day. Imagine, waiting on the sidelines for matches, and now in the last 2 games, you get to show everyone why you guys are here in the semifinals.
Agreed. And of course, for you guys watching at home, the all-round slayer realme P3 Ultra 5G is currently out in the market here for 22,999 rupees. Just check it out on Google as well as Flipkart. Just search realme P3 Ultra 5G for that amazing specs. It is, after all, the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment. And all things considered, yes, Johnny, you mentioned a very, very good point. 8 teams on the sidelines from the entirety of the day itself. Group D is finally making appearance in this game itself.
Exactly. When you don't get to play for more than the first half of the day, 2 things can happen. Either you're just way too excited, your fingers are itching, you are waiting to get in the games, get those finishes in, and then you drop in first team to get wiped out. The other thing is, you watch everyone, you watch the mistakes that they have made, and you plan out your moves, how you are going to change a few things in your game plan to succeed against the teams that you have seen perform in the first few matches, and you know which ones are doing well, which teams to avoid, and which ones to go after.
I agree. And of course, in case you were wondering what happened towards the previous map of Erangel itself, let's take a look at the MVP matches very, very shortly here, who the MVP is. And that game, it was none other than Apollo himself, Clutchmeister Apollo from the side of Genesis in that Ruins fight. He held the longest of his respective round himself, getting himself 6 finishes in total, being the top fragger in that particular round. Meanwhile, joining him is going to be Devotee from Cyborg Army, Hitler as well, and we have Arto from Forever Red Ross and Adi from Team Mastermind Mavericks.
Hey man, the God of the Sun made sure that everyone was going to be burned alive, but let's have a look at the overall rankings right now. It seems like all of that hard work that was put in by OG at the start of the day has made sure that they retain their advantage. Then we have Bot Army Esports, a decent climb, which is 2 games being played by Bot Army Esports. They made sure that they are going to be in the 2nd position. So the opportunity is there for Bot Army Esports to snatch that throne away from OG before the day ends.
Agreed. And even the second half here as well, Hero Extreme Godlike's playing only 2 matches. They are currently in 16 points, which is kind of concerning, but it is still a long climb for them if they want to try and reach that ballpark, because as of yet, from Group B itself, the table toppers of that group is none other than Bot Army Esports as of yet. So Hero Extreme Godlike, they have to play every single round against Bot Army Esports. And right now, 2 games that they have played hasn't been looking good for Hero Extreme Godlike.
I actually do not agree with that. I think it looks kind of fine. 8 points per match average, sitting on that 7th position. If they keep that average going, they will be inside of the top 5 with the next game.
Okay, that is going to be a very, very important task for them as well, especially now they are going to be playing against Seoul. So again, Group D, both Seoul as well as Hero Extreme Godlike came in from the wildcard stages, had one of the highest amount of points earned out of every single group. So these 2 teams is going to be 2 of the most important teams you have to be watching out for in this game itself, because they are going to be swinging pretty hard, because we've heard a lot of rumors during the wildcard stages. We were expecting that major fight between Hero Extreme Godlike and Seoul. Nothing happened. And there was like a small third party, which Seoul actually wiped Hero Extreme Godlike. So I don't think that was a good rivalry yet.
There is no rivalry, I think, as far as the game and the drops are considered, because both the teams drop very far away from each other. And even on that last day of the qualification in the wildcard stages, I think as far as game number 1 is considered, Godlike was concerned about themselves a little bit more than going after Seoul. But let's have a look at the matchup as well. Godlike, Altitude, Wobble Gaming, Ryder, 8-Bit, Bot Army Esports, Forever Red Ross, and Hail Inferno squad. But here we have Group D.
Exactly, Group D, we have Hyderabad Hydras, we have Versatile, we have Phoenix Esports, THWX Non-X Esports, we have Seoul, Team Tamilas, Likita Esports, and Rivalry X NRI. So formerly known as NRI Esports, this was a team that kind of shocked the entire community, because everybody was wondering how did NRI qualify in towards the semifinals, because that was a team that no one kind of expected them to perform as well. And when we talk about under gods potentially, right now the two names, Bot Army Esports and NRI, is starting. Is going to be the team to watch out for the undergods.
Of course, I mean, from the side of the undergods, NRI in particular is that team that you need to be afraid of as well. They secured 2 chicken dinners, by the way, in the previous round, and it was an incredible run coming in for them. And we have to talk about Group D. I see we can't ignore the fact that the deadliest teams are put in the group of destruction.
All right.
The lowest points in this group secured by the team in the previous round is 54, while in all of the other groups, the lowest scoring teams are in the mid-40s. This group has the most number of chicken dinners secured as well.
Okay, group of destruction, right? Obviously, we have to talk about Seoul, Likita, Phoenix going head-to-head against each other. Because so far, Phoenix Esports was a team that, okay, during the initial grind stages, they got 1 versus 4 by Shadow from the side of Revenant Export. And people are like, oh, okay, maybe Phoenix Esports kind of, you know, they're just an okay team. And then throughout the entire journey here, guess what? They had the least amount played in this entire group that qualified into the semifinals.
I mean, hey man, you talk about that 1v4, of course, Shadow, brilliant player, Revenant Expert, good team. But before that 1v4 happened, I think 4 games were done where Phoenix Esports just completely wiped the floor with Revenant Expert in Erangel, in Miramar, and gave them basically a masterclass in how to dominate those early draw clashes. That 1v4 happened, it was an iconic moment, but can you see that happen again and again?
Not every day.
Yeah.
Not every day is a Sunday because, you know, I would say this is a very, very important journey for all these top teams who's going to be qualifying the Grand Finals again. We know history has been made in the LAN Finals itself. We've seen Joker moments, we've seen Sarang moments, we've seen Sim moments, we've seen a little bit of Shadow here. But for now, in the semifinals, the journey continues here. We are going to be jumping into the game for Group B as well as Group D. In the map of Miramar to decide the fates of Group B and D, the debut match for the group of destruction right now is going to be starting off with a flight path on the south side of Los Leones and then ending towards the east side of La Cabrera. So a pretty middle flight path coming from all the teams itself. So I wouldn't say it is going to be one-sided compared to the earlier circles that we saw today itself.
Yeah.
So I would say this is very, very fair. And, you know, I don't want to jinx it, though. If the circle shifts towards the 2 island, I don't know what's happening today because all the circles are kind of messed up today.
I mean, yeah, the zones have been messed up, but they've given us a lot of aggression during the late game stages. Positioning inside of those fights has been the big difference maker between the teams of who comes out on top and who gets eliminated. But as we look at the flight path in this game of Miramar, my eyes are just pinned on Picado, man. And especially as we talk about it, right? The debut game for Group D, and in the previous rounds, we did notice Hyderabad Hydras and Likita Esports collide against each other again and again and again and again. So the question now is, does the fight for Picado continue? But I don't think so. I think it's just Likita Esports now in Picado. And have they been left alone?
I think Forever Red Ross is in that direction as well. Lucifer is actually maybe looking to hit a hard drop there, to be honest.
Drop clash has happened. Hyderabad Hydras versus Likita Esports round. I don't know how many have gone between them, to be honest. But hey, they like to go up against them every time on this map. Who am I to question that? I want early fights.
Oh boy, if I'm not mistaken, Hyderabad Hydras has won most of their fights against Likita Esports. So this is going to be very, very concerning inside Picado. And yes, here we go, Picado. Another fight enrolls here in the second Miramar map for today. Early on, we saw TWOB going clash. And this time, it is going to be Likita Esports going up against Hyderabad Hydras. Yes, Hyderabad Hydras was the one to win the previous rounds. But this time, revenge is going to be in play. And it seems like Likita Esports, they got themselves a very early vehicle, and looks like they are disengaging from this fight.
That is interesting, actually, because Likita has never backed off from this conflict, and this would be the first time they do. But Viper and Goblin, they've been stuck and pinned down by the players of Hyderabad Hydras, and the other 2 lads from Likita Esports are going to be called back. Goblin, stay away. Barely manages avoids getting knocked out by that nade over there. And Hyderabad Hydras, they want to commit for this solo player. But Goblin, he needs to lower them into the line of fire of his teammates on the first floor. Hyderabad Hydras right underneath.
Oh, they're stuck. No wonder they can't get out as well. Likita Esports, They need some sort of help, but the rush comes through. Hyderabad Hydras could be flushing everyone from the sides, but seems like Goblin, he's looking to bail out of this fight. Seems like he does have a very interesting angle, and the nade comes through. He might be able to get a big one as well. It looks good. He does the damage, and Viper takes one out.
One man already down, all thanks to that nade, and Viper with the jump shot finds the second. A big bait and switch coming in for Likita Esports, and the Hydras are gonna be on the wrong end of this play. We thought even this time the odds and the stats said it. Hyderabad Hydras were destined to come out on top, but no, they are at a man disadvantage. Mox though, he can find Hector, he can salvage 1 point before getting eliminated. You know what the worst part is, but that both these teams are in the same group, so there's no avoiding this conflict anytime Miramar is there. But there you have it, the last finish of the game secured by Likita Esports. Hyderabad Hydras completely wiped out, and that's Hector get a revive.
What a clutch coming in from Likita Esports, but it was Goblin that opened things up with that nade to allow Viper to completely shatter Hyderabad Hydras. What a way to go down, but revenge is sweet for Likita Esports because that was a play that they weren't expecting at all. My goodness. Unfortunate for Group D, this debut for Hyderabad Hydras comes towards a loss, an L for them. However, the rest of the world, they are going to be rotating very, very early. Phoenix Esports, one of the teams that you talked about early on as well, they are docking on towards Hacienda Del Patron. They just arrived, and they are going to try and stock up a little bit more in terms of vehicles here to try and get into the next phase zone. And currently, the zone seems to be in somewhere in between Los Leonas and towards Chumacera. So both major cities still up in for contention for the final zone.
Yeah, if this moves towards Chumacera, I mean, we've seen those open circles between Chumacera and Los Leonas towards the end games in the past as well. I'm going to be a happy man today, man. Those fights in those open positions, not a lot of teams have discovered that terrain, and because of that, it becomes difficult for everyone to position. It's kind of a similar terrain, not similar terrain, but a similar stance the teams are forced into whenever the circle goes towards the southern hills of Los Leones. But we have Team Seoul on our screens. A lot of hopes from this team, and of course, they are making their debut in the semifinals with this match as well.
Well, this is going to be a title that is up for grabs right now. The Kings of Miramar. Seoul is currently having that title during their Miramar runs. Yes, during the quarterfinals, they didn't really perform, but during the wildcard stages, Seoul had the biggest games in Miramar and still currently holding the most amount of points gained in a single game, which is 38 points, is held by Seoul as of yet. And currently, this is the opening match for them. Can they come out swinging is going to be the question.
It's a big question and a big ask from the lads of Seoul. And as you mentioned, I mean, during the grind, the struggles, we saw them getting wiped out again and again early until that one game of Miramar came up. And after that, the rocket ship just completely took off to the moon. And then again, during the wildcard stages, on the verge of elimination. And it was the performance on Miramar that ended up being the saving grace for Seoul, and the reason why they are still here in this tournament. And of course, one reason why always it is Miramar is also Manya, the IGL of Seoul. But on our screens now, we have the side of Team Tamilas. And Team Tamilas, again, another interesting name. The start of their journey in this realme BGIS was slow, but since then they have very nicely picked up the pace.
Yeah, I agree. You know, Team Tamilas, they have had a little bit of a slow start for themselves, but they do need to play a little bit more consistent to actually pick up the pace. But again, this is just their debut match, so anything can still happen. Did they make enough preparation is going to be the question here. Forever Red Ross, also another team that you have to watch out for because they were the ones that came in swinging for the quarterfinals and then making it here in the semifinals. So right now, they're so close yet so far. But again, one big game is all they need. Meanwhile, if you guys are looking for that big games, do check out the realme P3 Ultra 5G, currently out in the market as the world's first Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset for double the performance in its segment.
Is Versatile going to be able to double their performance? That's the question that I have on my mind, I see. Because Samraj at one point was deemed as the ruler of Miramar, but we have taken that title away, right?
Yeah, I kind of feel it's kind of happened as well. And Versatile, it's funny how that they have had one of the most inconsistent runs ever.
Yeah.
In their entire journey here in realme BGIS, even during grind, even during the round stages, it feels like they're always on and off. And then when it matters the most, they always perform the best, which is kind of weird, right? Normally, you kind of want to have that initial lead,
Yeah.
but Versatile kind of performs the best when they have the backs against the wall, which is weird.
Yeah, and especially during those times, it is the name we expect to see on that finish feed representing Versatile that does the best, S-Power. But look at the circle. Chumacera, Los Leones still in contention. 8-bit, they've moved out of Chumacera out into the open looking for early map control, but that might be a risky move considering Forever Red Ross is right next to them.
I think this is very important for 8-bit to actually take control of the southern side right now, just because it does have one of the best spots possible and a couple of few compounds on the south side. And I don't think Urban Warfare is going to be the play here. Los Leonas and Chumacera may be inside here, but it feels like this is going to be shifting outside the zone instead. I don't think it's going to be an urban circle this time.
I agree with you. I think it might go towards the hills as well. Big possibility, but with how the IGLs are making that decision, I think everyone wants to play the eastern half of the circle, but conversation for another time. It seems like massive conflict. Team Tamilas against Forever Red Ross. And for now, the numbers. It looked like Forever Red Ross, they had the numbers, but Team Tamilas, they come out swinging. And Forever Red Ross face an early elimination. 3 points on the board for Team Tamilas.
The power of the S12K, but at the same time, the reset comes through. Guess what? A third party is about to be on its way. And as of yet, do they want to fight this here? Because Ryder, they were able to steal one finish away. But aside from that, Team Tamilas, they're going to be forced to go take this entire fight with only 2 players left. And Ryder Esports, they do get themselves 2 finishes from in the hands of Exist, which is very, very nice, though, to have, especially... Oh, okay, now over mind. Looks like Greed is good. They are going to try and wrap this up. They saw all those vehicles. They know there are a couple of stragglers in. And as soon as Team Tamilas walks onto those vehicles, it is going to be firing squad coming from Ryder Esports.
Yeah, they're just setting those lineups. Mr. IGL, he's been spotted out, and Fragger, he's just holding the trigger.
Hit.
Now he pulls it, and that's going to be an unpleasant surprise for Team Tamilas. Squad wipe coming through for Ryder Esports in a way. They stole 2 finishes, and they're going to get these 2 as well. They have the numbers advantage to work with. The shotgun goes boom. Rico finds the opener, but that will be it.
I genuinely feel bad for Exist right now. Oh no, he's gonna get taken down by Admino. Hero Extreme Godlike from afar, third-partying this. Mistakes were made, and guess what? Exist made the same exact mistake twice in a row. From Erangel in the final zone, and now making the same exact mistake, holding the nade, running out in the open through the smoke. Gets shot blindly as well. Oh my goodness, you hate to see it. But as soon as I say this, guess what? Hero Extreme Godlike, they're getting super aggressive.
Well, they have the high ground, and they heard the commotion. So a few moments ago when we saw that rotation clash between Ryder and 8-bit, Godlike was stalking both those teams from the top of this hill. And they're waiting for an opportunity to strike. They've struck the first blow against the players of Ryder Esports, but now 8-bit is in their crosshairs. Although 8-bit has no incentive to stay out into the open anymore. They have a decent position inside the circle. It's just that the players are not together. That has me a little bit concerned, but Ryder Esports, no celebrations. Likita Esports come knocking, and Fragger, he secures a frag, but instantly gets taken out as Likita Esports lose their IGL.
What is going on? This warehouse seems to be the warehouse of Chop Shop, because everyone who goes in, they are going to get taken out, win or loss. And guess what? Likita Esports, they are going to make sure that Ryder doesn't get out to safety. Goblin getting taken out as well. It seems like it is going to be something wrong here from Likita Esports, because it seems like this indecisiveness of decision making has costed them Hector and Goblin being taken out. And right now, Viper is pretty much stranded in a way where, what do they do? Because Goblin needs to be resetted, Neo's thinking about picking him up, but THW or non-X, they are going to be seeing this, but no, guess what? As soon as they shoot the backs outside, Hero Extreme Godlike Admino steals the finish again. This warehouse is cursed, baby.
And this is the greed on display from Admino. Stays outside of the play zone to get those early points for his team. Luckily, he has been able to secure 2 already, but he needs to join the rest of Godlike on top of that hill towards the northern edge of the circle soon, because there was a cluster moving in from the eastern side. It has been forced towards the south, but look at the esports. If they figure out that it is just one man on the other side of the ridge, they might strike back at any time.
I don't think they will risk it. It's just too risky right now. And of course, the Curse Warehouse, pretty much Likita Esports has to stay there. They're pretty much stuck in that vicinity. Rider Esports made the right call to completely abandon that, knowing that they are out of position. Meanwhile, Seoul, they finally make their rotation in from the west side of Cruz-de-Well. And they have to push through a lot of other teams to actually out in the open as well. And this next upcoming zone is going to be a huge divider again. I think we've seen so many divider circles just today itself, where it's so unpredictable whether it's going to be north or south, because we know for a fact that on the road is no man's land.
Yeah, but that is why we would love to have the end game on the road. 2 ridges separating the 2 sides. Everyone on either side gets decent cover to work with, but that's the dream scenario if you want maximum entertainment. But hey, let's talk about this. Rider Esports, they come knocking, looking for revenge. They found the opener, and I believe, yes, it is Neo just all alone. The saving grace for the team. Spots the man as he runs around the corner, but hey, Fame, that is the play that he was looking to make, and it just works out perfectly. Will be able to secure his teammate, his fallen comrade, and secures those points against Likita Esports as well.
This Chop Shop Warehouse has just gone from bad to worse, because Rider Esports, they left, they came back, and then they're still winning the fights. Yes, they lost another member. There's going to be 2 players left. And it seems like Admino is like, you know what? I've been staying there for the longest of time. I've gotten myself 2 finishes, and I just heard gunshots. And look at the rotation. Admino is going to like, you know what? I'm going to finish whatever is happening there right now.
I mean, they have the luxury. They control the entire northern half of the map, Godlike. His teammates, they have the high ground, so they will be able to cover and cut off any rotations coming in from the west. And Admino, if he can hold the eastern edge to himself, this is their game. But look at this. Versatile looking to pounce on the players of Phoenix. Damage dished out, but no knocks as Phoenix fall back. And Soul show up from that western edge. But again, spotted out. Troy, he might be in a world of hurt, but Godlike to the rescue from the distance, man. That was again over 200 meters.
Why is Godlike everywhere? Seems like Admino on the east side, Punk on the west side. They're just third-partying every single team on the west side itself. And we talk about Group of Destruction. This is a battle between Phoenix, Seoul, and also Versatile inside this Western Reach. There's 3 major teams going head-on rather early as well. And despite all this commotion, Punk is just like, you know what? Let's just make their life a little bit more difficult.
Oh man, ammo conservation becomes a question in a scenario like this, but he has them pinned down. He's just bursting away at the entry of that shack, making sure that Versatile, every time someone steps out, they panic, even if it is for just a second. And as we spoke about it, controlling that western edge has become a key point for Godlike, but Soul, Manya knocked out, Phoenix, they have the opener for themselves. Do they continue to take this fight, or are they going to back off moving inside the zone?
Looks like they will have to force the fight as well. This is going to be a major fight between Phoenix and Seoul. And they are trying their best to pick up Manya. Nades being dropped from the side of Phoenix, but no connection thus far. They might be able to get the full connection on the reset. Salme now going to be pushing up the pressure. Nako taking a little bit too much damage, but Phoenix looks like they are going to back off from this fight. They're not committing to this.
Too much time wasted. The nades that were lobbed got no finishes confirmed. And now Soul looking to bounce back. Phoenix, will they be able to survive this? It is a big question. Look at Same. The nade cooked in his hands, and we have seen him make those conversions again and again. And this time, splash damage onto Altu as he's barely there with around 30 HP. The second one finds the opener and Altu falls. Aimbot right next to him, but Soul, they don't wait. They make the pounce and Aimbot is their target. Two vehicles. They try to box him in, but in the backlines, Hunters, he feels the pressure. There was one man from the side of Phoenix, still quite close, and Godlike on the flank can also dish out some damage and make these dreams of Soul a nightmare.
Oh my goodness, so they got the opening, they were trying to wipe them, and guess what? Versatile and Godlike was able to pinch them even harder. And for some reason, the only one that lost the most is gotta be Phoenix, and guess what? Soul, they get the full reset once more. And right now, the zone is gonna shift out towards them as well. Everybody needs to push in towards Godlike and 8-bit. And this is not looking good for the team in the west here. Meanwhile, the southwest, look at this, NRI. They take this opportunity to push inside the zone while they're all distracted. Oh my goodness, this is absolute chaos for the teams on the west right now, Johnny.
It definitely is, but again, towards the northern half of the circle, Godlike, they need to start regrouping Punk and Simp outside the zone. That is a massive risk. If these two men fall, then the hopes and dreams for a chicken dinner in this game are going to go out with them. But Phoenix Esports, no time to regret. They had the opportunity to make the pounce onto Soul, go for those finishes. They did not do that. They held back, and now Wobble Gaming come knocking. Aimbot finds the opener, but Venom is extremely low. Spotter knocked out from the side of Wobble Gaming, but Soul, they still have the high ground in the back lines, and as they hear this commotion, even they will have an opportunity to strike against the players of Phoenix and Wobble at the same time.
Oh my goodness, so they're still 4-man. The Kings of Miramar still holding on for the dear lives, and Versatile finally gatekeeping them. They're going to make a rush for it as well. Salme getting a lot of bullet shot in, but they have to wrap up the teams in the bottom side. They're going to take a small pit stop. Manya getting knocked. Hunters taken out. It's only Salme and Knuckle remain. They're stuck in an awkward position. Wobble Gaming still taking shots in. They almost got the knock. Everybody needs to take each other out to survive this. And VXT not giving them the space that they need to survive this.
What is going on with Punk though? He's just moved in looking to scout out whoever he can from this fight. You see him on the radar with that vehicle, the blue dot. That's the solo man, the IGL of Godlike, but Versatile, this Western Edge Hill, it's given them those 3 eliminations. It's given them some map control to survive from here on out, but a lot more work needs to be put in for the chicken dinner.
Oh my goodness, Salme and Nako, they're still surviving. They're grouping up, and Nako, he went for a flashy play. Single drive, swapped his seats, got the spray down, but as soon as that happens, Versatile peeks through, and they're gonna get Salme. Knuckle, last man standing from the side of Soul, and the nades are dropping on them. Versatile, they take out Salme, and that is gonna be Soul only having Knuckle left alive. S-Power taking the confirmation.
I think this last man, he won't be surviving for long, because look at the radar, there's Rivalry, NRI waiting for them up front. You have the players of Wobble Gaming on that southern flank as well, and of course Versatile ruling the top of the hill. Knuckle just needs to play for survival. Unfortunately though, no first aid's on him as well.
Oh boy, Wobble Gaming bowing out on 10th place. 9 teams still remain inside the zone. This heavy fight on the west side is just an absolute nightmare for everyone on the west side. The next team to fall is going to be THWX Non-X on the south side as they get taken out by both Altitude as well as Hill Inferno Squad. And as soon as this happened, guess what? Altitude, they're still outside the zone.
And so is Admino. He's still following the players of Rivalry Esports for some reason. He does not want to let them go, man. But Altitude, nade to the face. It is going to be Gods falling to PMW IGL. I think Altitude, they have to succumb to this pressure. And Adam just gets run over. Finishes coming through for Hail Inferno Squad. 5 finishes on the board already.
Oh boy, Hill Inferno Squad. They're getting pinned by VXT on top of the mountain. But as of yet, VXT, they're not safe from the zone. 10 seconds left. They have to make the move. Jatin getting knocked from inside the Hill Inferno Squad. They need to get those resets in. None of those teams are inside the zone yet. And look at VXT. They're not letting them off the hook. Wow, this is happening. 8-bit. He's going to try and get a couple of taps on the Hill Inferno Squad himself.
Yeah, but the Ridge protecting the players of Hail Inferno Squad. And Oasis is hoping that someone peeks out and he can find the connection. Well, Goten just makes the bounce to takes some map control inside of the circle, keeping his team alive, and Versatile still 4-man strong, but they are being gate kept on that western edge. From one side, it is going to be Godlike. From inside of the circle, it is Rivalry NRI blocking the way. And a lot of damage dished out by Punk, but he is running out of ammunition.
Hero Extreme Godlike so aggressive in those plays, but hold that thought. Guess what? NRI, they find a pick, and that's going to be Versatile trying to make their way into the next phase of the zone, and they lose 2 players in the hands of Versatile, and maybe even third one as well, because Samraj is going to be the last man standing. He's stuck between this only cover, and he's going to get scouted out. That's going to be NRI that takes him out. Rivalry, NRI survives once more, Johnny.
Yeah, impressive start to the day for Rivalry NRI. 4 finishes in this game, and they have that western edge all to themselves as well. But all they need to do is just see if they can snatch that front line away from the side of 8-bit, and as they make that bounce, Chandan is going to fall. Soham, he is going to be pinned in that shack as well. His teammate has his back, but any hope or dream to move out, to charge towards 8-bit, I believe, has gone.
Chandan, the star player from the side of NRI, feels bad for them to lose him in this process. But again, 5 teams remaining. Hero Extreme Godlike, 8-bit, and Hill Inferno Squad having 4 players alive, while Ryder having a solo, NRI having 2 players left. And Godlike, they have been the biggest nuisance in this game. Just 1 man against the world. And guess what, Punk, they found Sarwar. That is insane. What is Punk doing, man? Like, he's just picking everyone apart.
4 finishes on the board for Godlike so far. Admino with 3, Punk with 1. And with all of these crates, I think they find the refill for the ammunition as well. That is what they were looking for. They had committed so much to put pressure on Soul, on Versatile, on any team that was trying to breach the western edge. But now, finally, with those refills, I think recommitting into the aggression is going to be name of the game. But the circle still favoring the players of 8-bit. They have the concrete cover available to them, and Godlike will have to play this game from out into the open. The only position they can work from is that western edge, but that is where Soham from Rivalry NRI is waiting for them.
This is the first time Hero Extreme Godlike is going to be grouping up as whole, because this entire game, they've just playing 1 man against the wall on every single front. And we're down towards the final 5 teams. 8-bit looking to be the team to secure the chicken dinner right now. And Hill Inferno Squad might be able to put a dent onto his 8-bit right now, as they need to push through. 6 seconds left. The circle is about to push in. 8-bit now going to be expecting some sort of company. Jatin leading the charge, going for the bait and switch. He gets a little bit of shots in, but you can see 8-bit, they're looking for those nades.
Yeah, and they have been warmed up already. Goten falls, and then Arno trades coming in. Hail Inferno Squad, the nade is going to force Mafia back in the back lines, but PMW IGL, he can't find enough breather for his team to work with. Jatin is there on the flank, but still Hail Inferno Squad taking a beating as the nades, one after the other, are lobbed in their faces. Ooh. And it's just Jatin left alive. Even he's going to fall. 1 more man in the back lines is open, but 8-bit, they have the upper hand in this fight. 6 finishes on the board for 8-bit, looking to secure the chicken dinner as well. They have the cover to them. They have the numbers with them as well, because even Godlike has lost a man.
Oh no, right now it's all about those resets as well. 8-bit, they were distracted. Hero Extreme Godlike, they were just so afraid of pushing this right now. But as of yet, it is 3 versus 4 versus 1 versus 1. And right now, Godlike is hoping for something to happen to 8-bit, but they just don't know where everyone else is inside the zone. But as soon as I say this, look what? Punk, what are you doing? You're a madman. Why are you pushing all by yourself? What's going on, Punk? Not like this.
I mean, he has to draw the attention of 8-bit one way or the other. His teammates, they are going to be exposed once they make this bounce. But how is Soham still alive? He's been in that shack for a very long time, but hey, leave that to when the moment calls for it. Jonathan has just revealed his position to the players of 8-bit with those sprays.
This is tough. This is really tough. But Punk looks like he's going to back off as well, because the zone is going to be shifting to Hero Extreme Godlike. Everyone from 8-bit needs to get out of this compound right now. It is going to be no man's land, and Hero Extreme Godlike in prime position to take the chicken away. And the only one that's going to be playing spoil spots here is going to be the members coming from NRI. Owen, the solo player, he needs to take him out. Soham has just been there for the longest of time. He's stuck. He knows exactly where he is.
Yeah, and I don't think Soham is going anywhere. He has to move out a few meters to get inside the circle. So does Owen, and these two lads, I think they've done the best inside of this game. So kudos to them. Their team's off to a decent start, both the sides. Hail Inferno Squad and Rivalry NRI with 5 eliminations each. But lads, this is it. This is the end. Owen, the blue zone damage, and just a shot to his body. Soham gets the 6th frag for his team. But an update is that Godlike, they found the advantage against the players of 8-bit. And it's just about 40 seconds. The blue zone is going to collapse on the heads of 8-bit, and they will be forced out into the open. And Godlike is just waiting for that to happen. Jonathan, a few shots on to Soham. He is down to around 50 HP, and I think that bit of distraction can work out in the favor of 8-bit.
Oh my goodness, here comes 8-bit. They're leaving the compound. They're coming in as well. Godlike, they don't have the net numbers. And 8-bit, they have to regroup and go in for the push. The nades comes through. It doesn't seem to connect as well as Hero Extreme Godlike. They have to take a little bit of a chill pill. 8-bit finally finds some sort of room to fight this. But they don't have those opening. They need Soham's help. And guess what? The spray comes through. Jonathan going for a couple as well, but no connection thus far.
Yeah, and that might be it. That might have just lost them the game as well. 8-bit has the pressure against the players of Godlike as they drive around in those vehicles, and Jonathan steps into the Molotov. They're losing pressure in this fight. The nade comes in from the left-hand side, and Jonathan gets knocked out. Punk in the back lines can't really do much. 8-bit nade after nade are just making sure that the players of Godlike are going to be pinged. But Punk with the rescue takes down one. The trade is through. He's looking for the second, but even he falls. And now it's just Simp surviving, driving around in the buggy. 8-bit with 3 players left. Simp inside the smoke just runs in with the DBS. But can he pull off a clutch again? The simple answer is no. And 8-bit secure a big win for themselves in this game of Miramar. A massive chicken dinner beating Godlike.
8-bit almost dropped the ball, but either or, 8-bit definitely deserved the winner chicken dinner. They held that for the longest of time, but they are the ones that come up on top. Hero Extreme Godlike, they tried their best, but unfortunately, they're a little bit too greedy. But nevertheless, still a top 2 finish. I would still take that as a win.
Yeah, I mean, a top 2 finish, still a much better result than what the situation could have been, considering they had a lot of distance to cover in the early stages of the game. But kudos to 8-bit, man. Played to perfection. 2 mistakes from the Godlike squad. First, getting distracted by Soham, not focusing on the bigger target that was there in front of them, because they could have denied Soham the line of fire with just a few smokes. And the second was that 5th spray onto Termi. Had Termi fallen, this would have been a game for Godlike. No stopping that.
A little bit unfortunate for them, but nevertheless here, Hero Extreme Godlike was the reason a lot of teams were struggling in general, right? You talked about the east side. We have Admino just making sure everyone from the east side got completely shut down. Ryder Esports was one of those teams. Everybody who went to that warehouse got completely destroyed. On the west side, we've got Punk just casually third-partying arguably three of the strongest teams inside the group of destruction. Soul, VXT, and I believe that was Phoenix Esports. So these 3 teams got completely annoyed by just one dude in the name of Punk.
Also, by the way, as you were talking about Punk, I want to talk about Admino, because there are only a few players in the entire country that can build that amount of pressure all alone outside of the play zone as well. And Admino is one of those guys. And it is always about the timing, the individual decision making. Because when you're playing like that, your IGL is not going to micromanage you, right? Oh, go now, peek now, spray now. No one is going to do that. You have to play well as an individual. You have to be able to make those decisions that, all right, now this lad is a little too exposed. Now this man is a little too much out into the open. My moment to strike. And then you instantly fall back. Reposition, make the same play at the perfect timing. And Admino was doing so much over there. I think he was the one reason why everyone who went in that factory was just confused. Like,
I know, right?
Where are the shots coming from?
I know, right? And the messed up part is going to be a very weird one. But in case you guys are wondering what happened in the fight, let's take a look at the highlights of how things actually happened as well. This Western fight where Soul, Versatile, and Phoenix brought towards the longest of the fight itself was all because, like you said, Punk all the way in offside, shoved them all the way here, and they had no choice but to fight each other. And even NRI had no choice but to be committed to this fight because Thermi was, 8-Bit was holding this compound, which kept everyone from the south side in check.
I love this play from Hail Inferno squad. It was the one move they had left and they just took it with full confidence. Unfortunately, not all fights are always going to be won by you, and Hail Inferno squad learned this lesson the hard way over here. But still, just being able to take that decision that, alright, just one compound in the zone and either we take this compound, secure the win, or we are just dying anyway. A new team, not exactly a new team, they have some LAN experience under their belt, but a fresher name taking these aggressive decisions. I'm happy to see the confidence in these players build up day by day like this.
I agree, and eventually it all comes down towards a grind themselves, right? So I feel like 8-Bit, this is a very, very good comeback for them, considering that their opening matches hasn't been really, really strong here, especially when they are paired up with the group with Hero, Extreme, Godlight, right? So they are going to be expecting to be having a lot of crashes here, or drop clashes in particular. But Group D, I would say that a majority of teams coming from Group of D itself has done pretty okay.
Yeah.
Except for Team Tamilas and Hyderabad Hydras.
I thought you were going to say Hyderabad Hydras, because when we look at Group D, we look at Hyderabad Hydras and their performance from that previous round, and I was expecting a lot more. Just because Picardo drop fight, I believe this is the second time they've lost that early drop fight against Likita Esports, and they have collided against them every time they've been put up against.
You know what's really funny? I always like Picardo fights, but I wasn't expecting to see so much of it here in realme BGIS as well. So I can't wait to see TWOV, Troy Tamilan, TWOV, Likita, and also Hyderabad Hydras go head-to-head for Picardo fight.
Yeah, man. I mean, at this point, there are 4 teams in the semi-finals that like to drop in Picardo, and 2 of them are in Group D, 2 of them are in Group C. So anything can happen. But what is going to happen in the last game of the day, ladies and gentlemen? We will find that out after this very short break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the realme BGIS 2025. Last game of the opening day of the semi-finals is what we are waiting for. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And Necro, first of all, Miramar, we were hoping to see Hyderabad Hydras and Likita Esports go up against each other. Did you expect Likita to win like that?
A complete one-sided fight, right? I thought Hyderabad Hydras at least can give a close contention and maybe make the players of Likita Esports suffer a bit more. But no, instead, Likita Esports just driving them inside of a trap and eliminating the players one after one.
And of course, I want to know about the follow-up and your reaction to it, because I think for a team like Likita Esports, you would expect that every time they are in an open factory position or in an open position, one of them gets knocked out, we expect them to bounce back or fall back and hope to recover. But they just stayed there for so long.
It feels like, considering it was just the game 1 for this group as well, a lot of these teams have taken things a little bit more casual and laid back. So that's why Likita Esports, Hyderabad Hydras, just the game 1 done and dusted. It's not going to be affecting them too much in the overall standings yet. But then you look at a team like OG has already built up a Herculean lead in the overall standings. Now, that might just be something that might just bring in that spark in the players.
Oh, it definitely can. And we're going to be hoping to see that that actually happens once OG comes back inside of the battleground. But ladies and gentlemen, if you want to give your best in your matches, check out the realme P3 Ultra 5G 90 FPS BGMI gaming, the world debut of the of the Dimensity 83 Ultra chipset, 8350 Ultra chipset, and of course the smartest AI gaming control on the market in the Realme P3 Ultra 5G. So go on to Google and search for this device, the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, and stand a chance to win one for yourselves.
And generally speaking, Johnny, I even thought that even Team Tumulas can pull off a great game. But no, instead, Team Tumulas in that warehouse, they got eliminated, and so many teams just came and crashed towards that same warehouse over and over again. Hero Extreme Godlike 2 from the far fray. It was Admina was constantly taking shots towards that warehouse as well, stealing those elimination points away.
And with how they were playing Hero Extreme Godlike with that northern circle control, I was expecting them to be the ones winning and walking away with the chicken dinner in this game of Miramar. But just a few mistakes from the side of 8-bit that were not punished by Godlike resulted in them just missing out on that win.
But once again, for Hero Extreme Godlike, it's quite a decent game. Great way to kick things off, right? For 8-bit as well, of course, the chicken dinner, that's going to be the icing on top of the cake that we're looking for. But as long as you're able to place yourself in the top 3 constantly in the majority of the games, that's all that you need, man. Consistency is something that's always will prevail.
Yeah, and we will have to see how the consistency develops throughout the semifinals, because it's just week 1 of the semifinals. But for now, we have a look at the MVP of that previous game, and it will be Termi from the side of 8-bit.
5 finishes racked up, and also a decent amount of survival time. Since the team got the chicken dinner, of course, that's going to be the most. You've got Famey 2 from Rider Esports with 4 finishes and 545 damage dished out. Punk from Hero Extreme Godlike with 3. Ash as well from 8-bit once again with 3 finishes. And then Admino from Hero Extreme Godlike with 3 finishes racked up. Just looking at the way Hero Extreme Godlike was playing that previous game, they had so much map control. They were spread out so well. But then later on, 8-bit making that pounce, Hero Extreme Godlike losing a proper fight. It was definitely concerning, but at the same time, understandable as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was a well-played match, to be honest. As you mentioned, I mean, off to a decent start. They're keeping their average in a good position. And look at that. After 3 matches played, Godlike is in the top 5. I mean, the charge is being led by Orangutan still, but 8-bit is closing up.
28 points in the span of 3 matches. That's probably the best possible performance you can ask for. Yeah, OG, they have played exceptionally well, and the best part about OG's performance is that they managed to acquire 38 points in just the span of 2 games.
Yeah.
In just those first 2 games that they played, OG got that many points, and the third game was a complete miss.
And again, but we still talked about it, right? More than 11 points per game average is being maintained by OG, and as long as they are able to do that, it's all good in the hood. But let's look at the third page of the leaderboard, because this is where teams are starting to fall back a little bit more than required. And of course, why not? Because teams are just starting their day over here. Rivalry and RI. That previous game was, I have to say, a decent one. 1 match played, 11 points on the board already.
Yeah, I mean, the overall standings at the end of the day, they're not going to be showing the accurate stuff, right?
Yeah.
Since teams have played a lot of games and some teams haven't really played a lot of those matches, you can see Versatile with just 1 game getting 8 points, while Mastermind Mavericks, they've played 3 games so far. So that's why the overall standings right now are not too reliable.
All of these teams with 1 match played are from Group D. They're just about to play their second game. And 2, or in fact, look at the names on the last page. Likhita, Seoul, Hyderabad Hydras, Phoenix Esports. 4 of the biggest names. When they were put in Group D, I think right then and there, Group D was deemed the group of death. And these teams that were supposed to be the harbingers of death were the ones that ended up dying early in the game.
Yeah, man. Johnny, honestly, I'm really happy about NRI Esports still, man. Once again, the consistency is there. Just the way they played inside of the quarterfinals, directly qualifying towards the semifinals. And NRI Esports is one of those newer names that we never saw this coming from, and they're still delivering on the occasion.
Exactly. Even in the previous match, the aggression that we needed and we wanted to see from them was there. The confidence, it seems like that's not shaking away just because they are put in what most people consider one of the toughest groups in the semifinals. In fact, I feel like that has just motivated them to just charge on these teams a little bit more.
And generally speaking, I expected a bit more even from the side of Phoenix Esports, man. But Phoenix Esports also completely left out. And it really makes a lot of sense. The man himself, mentioned during the interview saying that the only way you can try and get rid of the odds is by playing aggressive. Yeah. And this time they did not really play that aggressive.
I mean, because aggression comes with a lot of risk, right? You charge in, either you win the fight or you get up. You are the one who ends up getting eliminated completely. And I think that is what happened to Phoenix Esports. But we know for a fact that this team always bounces back.
They do, man. All it takes is one game with double elimination points, and Phoenix Esports is instantly there back in the race, because that's how they played inside of the quarterfinals too, right? Let's have a look at the matchups and figure out which groups are going to be going up against each other this time around. Group C's on the screen. Team Mastermind Mavericks, still, they need a lot more points in the overall standings. Same thing can be said for Glitch X Reborn 2. Genesis, we're seeing some signs of life, but would love to see a bit more.
But from Group C, a team that has not started the day on a good note is Metal Esports. I would love to see Metal bounce back, but Group D, they just played their first game on the map of Miramar, and now the last match of the day, the map of Erangel, where we see these teams for the second time. Opportunity will be there for all of these names to bounce back, but the question is, can they make it happen in just one game?
Let's not forget, man, heavy hitters inside of this group, so anything can happen. And considering we're once again back towards the Classic Crowns, and it's just the game 2 for this group, they can definitely go for a lot of risk.
Of course, risk is going to be taken, because this one match, you let this slip out, then you wait till tomorrow to try and recover. And tomorrow, everyone will come out with better, fleshed out game plans for each other. So you got to make sure that the element of surprise on day one, it works out in your favor.
And speaking of risk, who better than Phoenix Esports?
Yes.
They like to move in towards Yasna Poliana. They do not even have the players of Revenant Spark to go up against, so that's going to be a big sigh of relief for them. And now that they are not going to have those 4 points early off, they're now going to try and move on inside of the lobby and search for those 4 points off the rip.
I mean, you can think about it this 2 ways, right? Because they got those 4 points early, they just had confidence in them every time they were on Erangel. But now they do not get to fight anyone, and if they're running out into the open, then they might just risk getting spotted out and taken out by someone.
In the interview, a question was asked to Venom saying that, are you considering of changing your drop location since it's clashing against Revenant Spark over and over again? And the man said, why would we do so? We're getting those 4 early points off the rip, so we don't really want to look forward to change your drop location.
Exactly, man. If you have been consistently winning those fights, as you said, 4 early points, confidence booster, gives you breathing room for the mid-game stages. Just keep going at it.
The man's confidence is on a cloud nine, though. Farming a team like Revenant Spark and still coming up with so much confidence. I love that. But that's the best part about Phoenix Esports, right? But without wasting any more time, Johnny, let's just directly dive in the game of Erangel, which will be the last game of the day. As the big bird's going to be in the skies once again, starting all the way from Lipovka towards down south, which will be Sanhok military base. And now this played flat path heavily tilting down south. If the teams want to move in towards Zarki, George Pool, that's going to be a tough stretch.
Yeah, it definitely will be a tough stretch. And of course, that first name dropping towards Yasnaya, Phoenix Esports, is what we want to see. Can they recover? Can they bounce back in this match itself? I think another name that we want to see in action is going to be the side of Seoul. And of course, that school position, the school apartments, look a little far away to me as well, Necro.
They indeed do, Johnny. School apartments, far away. But honestly speaking, for Seoul, at the end of the day, that's where they like to go. And I don't think we're going to be seeing any of the things switched up or juggled up. They might just go for a pit stop, get their hands on the basic weaponry, get their hands on the vehicle, and then move in towards school apartments. But it's all good in the hood up till now. Phoenix Esports, easy glide towards Yasna Poliana. It's not even a question.
Yeah.
They can easily drop in towards those apartments of Yasna Poliana, get their loot started.
Glitch Reborn as well, starting from Lipovka. I think best start to the game they could ask for, but look at that cluster dropping towards the military island. You have Rivalry, NRI, and Hyderabad Hydras going for that bridge drop, and then THWNON on that Novorepnoy bridge. And again, with the flight path coming to an end, I was just about to ask where the circle will be, and it seems like we have a Katka ruin circle this game.
Indeed, Johnny. Quite a standard circle, nothing really out of the box. Quite a classic one. Even the previous Erangel that we saw, the circle moved in towards ruin. So if we do see an ending like that once again, teams already know what to do.
But it would be exciting if it ends up taking a shift completely towards the west. Either the Katka Fields or Everest would be a little bit of a curveball for all of these squads. But Seoul, as we talked about them, the early off drop just to look for those vehicles, and now the team will rotate out, running towards school apartments. A few players have, by the way, already made their way on our screens. Genesis, not the start we wanted to see from them today, to be honest.
Still that game of Erangel, though. Genesis managed to scoop in a decent amount of points. Apollo had 5 elimination points the last time we saw him. So yeah, Genesis is not doing too bad in the overall standings.
Yeah.
15 points, it's okay.
It is okay, and they have been stealing a lot of eliminations as well.
Yeah.
But as long as you're getting those finishes, I think it's all good in the hood. But let's see how the rest of the day turns out.
Once again, to let the audience know, the goal is to be in the top 8 because the top 8 from the week 1 directly qualify to the Grand Finals of the realme BGIS 2025, and the remaining teams move on to semifinals week 2. And once again, they need to follow the same pattern, be in the top 8 of the overall standings, and then those top 8 from the week 2 will join the top 8 from the week 1.
Yeah, and much easier to qualify in week 1 itself. Week 2 is going to be extremely sweaty for sure. But Likhita Esports, I believe these lads are going to be sweating a little bit at least after that fiasco in game 1 itself. And talk about getting the sweat out. Here's a workout coming in for AJ, just cycling his way to the military base.
Getting his body warmed up, right? Heated up. You need to be warmed up, especially for an intense competition like this. Hyderabad Hydras, since the previous game was a complete flop, getting taken out with no points. It's got to sting to the players. This time around, Hyderabad Hydras, it's got to be a big game. Everyone would want to end things off on a great note.
Yeah.
Phoenix Esports on the screen, and Phoenix Esports, they've always been an interesting choice. Like to go super aggressive inside of the games, and since they do not really have Revenax Park this time around, you can see them just itching for those elimination points.
Just slowly and steadily moving towards the northern side as well. Just
so quick, right?
No time wasted in those early fights. So looting was done very quickly.
You gotta love Phoenix Esports. They just got enough loot so they can convert the first fight and then probably go for those death crates.
But this is a massive risk that they are undertaking right now, unless they just move in and secure a decent position to the center of the circle. All right, now they just move back to Yasnaya.
Yeah, they realize there's no one in the nearby vicinity.
No one's playing the northern side, so they will, if they want to fight, they have to move in from the eastern edge of the circle.
Reckoning Esports, the start was great. 21 points so far. And as per Reckoning's understanding, these many amount of points are more than enough for the players. Still one more game's going, so they can at least get 10 more points in the tally and be closer to the table toppers. Cincinnati Kids, they've just been a major surprise. Something happened. Cincinnati Kids, we've seen a complete flip in the switch, and now they're just so consistent.
Yeah, I mean, this is their 4th match, and so far they've been averaging, what, 8 points per game?
More than enough.
More than enough, yeah, but they need to get those 8 points in this match as well. Then we can say more than enough, but...
Speaking of consistency, Metal Esports as well. They've played 3 games and they've managed to acquire 3 points, Johnny.
Why did you have to say it that way, Necro?
Hey, I mean, consistency is consistency, right?
Yep. I'm not going to take that away from you. But yeah, I mean, Metal not in a position that we thought they were going to be in, to be honest. This is a very unpleasant surprise. I was hoping that Metal was going to show a different face, but turns out they always like to start slow.
Let's not forget, they're the grand finalists after all in the past.
Yeah.
So yeah, Metal Esports, in the past known as TWLB. So we do expect a lot of greatness from this banner. Maybe just a slow and steady start off the rip. Let's not forget, still the remaining teams move on towards the week 2, so no one gets eliminated here.
And not just the finalists, by the way. Pro Series, I believe that lineup finished top 4.
Yeah, they did.
So they have the experience. They know exactly what they need to do from here on out. And I believe that's the game plan. They have a set strategy in mind. They are just going to stick to that, no matter what happens.
It's not been working out so far, though. Sometimes switching things up as well is not something that can hurt you a lot. And right now is the time where you're supposed to switch things up. You've still got those games that can cover up.
I mean, so after this match, they are going to be done with 1/3 of their journey in the semifinals week 1. They will still have 2/3 left to bounce back.
Speaking of bouncing back, Team Seoul, previous game, not too good. All the 4 players were sticking to each other. They wanted to find a good breaching point inside of the safety lines. But since all the edges were acquired by Hero Extreme, Godlike, and even a few more teams around the fray, Seoul was not able to find that good breaching point. It choked up.
Yeah, they got forced into a very awkward position because of Godlike. They were busy fighting Phoenix and Versatile, and then Just couldn't move in, tried to move down south, were caught off guard by a different name, and then just got stuck along that hill slope and ended up just completely getting wiped out at the hands of Versatile. But if you do not want to get wiped out like that in your matches, check out the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset. And of course, the smartest AI gaming control along with the 90 FPS BGMI gaming starting from 22,999.
Soul still on the lookout for a few more names. Ruins has always been heavily contested in these type of zones. And let's not forget that Big Boy Hill. Even that's going to be taken over by the players soon. Mastermind Mavericks, they're going to try to play in these trenches, in these little dips. Honestly speaking, to toss a nade in these dips is pretty easy, man. You just need to toss a nade on that same line of sight. It's going to land pretty close to the player. At least dish out some sort of damage. Hold on to that thought, though. Hydra by the Hydra. Moksh! The man's on the run. He's making a mad dash and still somehow works out. Moksh! What a dash that was!
I mean, he makes it through, but what about his teammates now? They're going to be pinned towards the southern side of that military bridge. And as you said, a mad dash coming in. Cincinnati Kids, a trap was laid out, but it did not spring on the prey at the right time. But Necro, I mean, with this game, our first day of the semifinals comes to an end. I want to know your thoughts at the end of day one.
At the end of it, right?
Yeah.
Still it's going on now.
Yeah,
So
last game, a few teams are already done with their matches. So for a team like OG, game plan for tomorrow.
in my opinion, things are still pretty unpredictable. I don't think I can exactly give a proper conclusion yet. It feels like we're still exploring a lot of the new stuff about these teams. Yeah, the newer names once again dominating. OG, Cincinnati Kids doing pretty good for themselves, but the newer bunch, it feels like they're still exploring. They still want to know a bit more.
I want to hear a lot more.
For example?
I would say anyone that is holding underneath the 10 points needs to go ham tomorrow and
Oh,
bring themselves back.
That's of course, that's something that's never going to be avoided, right? They need to go huge tomorrow. It's not even a question. But since they've got double the games compared to wild cards and even quarterfinals, they can afford for risk as well.
I mean, a risk taken by Hyderabad Hydras, but they still lose on AJ for now. I love the fact that they had the information that, okay, there's 4 players waiting for you on the other side of the bridge, and they realized, like, okay, too late for us to take the Nova Repnoy rotation, so we might have to commit to it, and they just brute force their way through, or at least try to. A player lost, but Cincinnati Kids, they have their own stalkers in the form of Team Tamilas.
They do. CK, all the players around the bridge, shots are taken. The man chipped out pretty low. Luckily enough, though, since the line of sight is way too far away against Team Tamilas, even Team Tamilas is not able to do some critical damage against them just yet. Those shots were just pretty much like the warning shots. Genesis Cyrax is also looking to pull back from this scenario. The man knows he's all by himself against an entire pack of Likitha Esports. Genesis Esports, they just want to play it as safe as possible. Neo spotting out the man, pulling back. Shots were taken, but no connection found.
Genesis still surviving, and just one finish win the first 11 minutes of this game so far. That was in the hands of Cincinnati Kids. Casualty to Hyderabad Hydras, but stage 3 is going to be upon us in 3, 2, 1. And it is a circle, by the way, still in Pochinki, but hey, Reckoning Esports, what just happened to them?
You love to see it from Phoenix Esports. Once again, on the prowl, on the hunt. Moving on against the players of Reckoning Esports, but even Reckoning Esports, there's someone you cannot just underestimate like that. Man spotted, Viper's taking a lot of shots upon himself. Even the buggy spins out in the open, but Viper, what a knock that was! Turns around, slaps the man down from Phoenix Esports, but eventually gets overwhelmed by the man number of Phoenix Esports too. The man Gravity is on the run as well. He does not want to face against the players of Phoenix Esports. Venom, he does not want to let him go either. But Gravity will still find his own merry way, safe out of the hands of Phoenix.
A very, very tight escape coming in for Reckoning Esports, but they still survive in this game with 2 players. But can someone please explain what these teams are doing there? Phoenix Esports move back to Yashnaya, and Reckoning was playing from shelter, but hey, Cincinnati Kids, rivalry NRI spotted out, and before we can even have a look at what just happened, Aditya just wipes the floor with two of those players.
It's been, what, 10 seconds? And in the span of 10 seconds, we saw two big fights.
Yeah.
Cincinnati Kids getting rid of the players of NRI. Not exactly, since there's still a few players available. At this point in time for NRI, they could not really afford to lose out on the players like that. Rookie mistakes coming in. Hyderabad Hydra's out in the open. That rotation seems good, but still it gets disrupted. Shots were on point from Juicy, but he's only got 17 bullets. Well, he retrieves a few more from that box. So once again, now the man's restocked.
I love the fact the Cincinnati Kids aren't afraid to pull the trigger. The shoot first, ask questions later mentality has been working out very nicely for them. But they find themselves on the edge of the blue, and as they try to breach through, rivalry NRI might just have an opportunity to strike revenge. Hyderabad Hydra's on the other side, 2 players lost instead of just 1, which was AJ earlier on. Turbo and Ninja left to play the survival game in this time, and you see on the radar, Ninja finds himself quite close to the players of Likita Esports, who, by the way, are moving towards Turbo right now as we speak.
Hyderabad Hydra's patching himself up. Man, that disruption, it was deadly. So many shots were taken from CK towards just that one vehicle, by the way. All the 4 players focus firing, and that vehicle was on the verge of being exploded too. Love to see it. Well-coordinated shots. Phoenix Esports out in the blue, still looking to take a dig against someone. Mac and Apollo right next to each other towards that compound. Phoenix Esports, they've got those notorious thoughts in their head. Next zone's going to pop out as well. A bit towards the open. Metal Esports finding themselves in a decent spot. Even Reckoning Esports around the fray. Rivalry NRI, another man lost out. Now it's down to just Soham. Out in the open, cannot survive for too long, as it will be CK once again to eliminate them from the game.
And CK, they are just doing wonders in this particular match. I believe they will be able to cross 30 points in this game. Just 2 more eliminations needed, or maybe they survive till the extreme late. But Likita Esports, as we were talking about them a few moments ago, they found themselves a little too close to the players of Hyderabad Hydras, although looking for a different way to enter the zone. Over here, the Pochinki Church. It is Soul against Glitz Reborn, and look at the finish feed. Diesel against Team Tamilas is also happening, and it is Diesel that ends up getting wiped out. Not a great start for Diesel Esports, but Soul, they're looking to see if they can find the finishes against Glitz Reborn.
Soul needs to convert this fight no matter what, but instead Soul's backing away. Interesting. Respecting the players of GlitchX Reborn, letting them take over their own spot. Pretty in characteristics of Soul.
Prioritizing the circle, I guess, because the zone has moved away.
Submitting against the players of GlitchX Reborn like that. Never thought so.
I wouldn't call it a submission. Sometimes you give up on a fight to win the war.
VXT's taking his shots against them though. And that's where a man gets knocked out. And Soul, they know exactly what's going on too. The nade's going to be tossed pretty close. We'll dish out a bit of that damage. These chip damage can be pretty serious as the time keeps on passing by. Hunters, he wants to apply that constant pressure too. Does not want to let go of it. This nade's going to be tossed right next to him. Dishes out a decent amount of damage, but still not enough to get any sort of knocks confirmed yet. Hunters is going to be on the move as well as he spots out the players of GlitchX Reborn make the moves on the board as well. Hunters realizes he's getting pounced on, and he backs away towards safety.
That is a very evil play, man. He forces them out of cover, draws all the attention to himself, and as soon as Glitch Reborn move out, he runs into the line of fire of his own teammates. So Glitch Reborn can't do anything to him. They're going to be forced to rotate wide. Venom from Phoenix Esports not spotted out yet. He should be able to survive, staying out into the open, but Glitch Reborn, I think they are going to end up dying in these open fields.
Phoenix gets knocked eventually. Phoenix Esports, I'm not even sure what the stance is, but aimbot now, he needs to give a tough fight against the remaining players, so GlitchX Reborn, since Phoenix Esports just had one man standing in the end, he could not really do a lot.
Everyone out into the open. the scramble for the position in these open fields of Gatka. And this is where all of these crates are going to form. Glitch Reborn barely surviving by the skin of their teeth as 3 players knocked out, 1 finished off, only 1 last man was left standing, but they end up recovering. But here is the title fight. Soul looking for revenge against Versatile for what they did to them in that last game. Nades go flying, damage dished out onto Versatile, and the knock is going to be found by Knuckle. That's the opener they were looking for.
Outstanding nade. Another nade follows up that same trail to get the confirmation too, and Toys out of commission. Soul, a way to challenge the fight. Mastermind Maverick still in the back, so Soul needs to be wary of that fact as well. Soul is playing this pretty cautiously, I like that. Surroundings, it's not too cleared out. And now VXT, they're going to make an unfortunate mad dash against the players of Reckoning Esports. They thought the shack might be clear, but it was a trap from Reckoning Esports, and they waited for the players of VXT to walk into it with open arms.
What a brilliant funnel that was, a nade to the back of the shack to force him out front, and they knew that Versatile or whoever it was going to commit for these bodies inside, and both the shotguns just pulled at the same time. But Cincinnati Kids against Likita Esports, Mighty fighting with all his might, trying to avoid those buggies in front of him. Spots out the players. Viper should be able to find the opener, but no, the backup arrives in time. Flock traded out, and Likita Esports, they end up eliminating Cincinnati Kids. But Cincinnati Kids, I believe they have a decent average going already.
They do. You blink it and you miss it, though. Such a quick wipe that was. Cincinnati Kids down and out. 28 points so far accumulated in the overall standings, Johnny. So CK's doing okay. Look at that Esports. Still a few more names around them. They need to be careful. Goblin's back up on his feet. That's good news. Recovery seems good. But the moment Look at the Esports makes it inside of the circle, they're going to be super exposed. Where do they go? They need a challenge, a fight against Metal Esports no matter what. And look at what's happening on the screen. Soul quite close to a team that's around them. How can they take a fight against the players? This seems real tough. They want to find some sort of an opening knock. You can see Hunters, he's itching to get the first opener. But how can you when the opponents are playing this safe?
It's not just the teams in the front line, it's
out in the open.
Mavericks in the back as well, but TSW spotted out. Hunters with the spray dishes out some damage, but more than the spray, I think they need to connect those nades. And of course, Manya on the flank as well. Hunters finds the opener with the nade. Looking for the second, and this might be it as the players of TSW NON are a little too exposed.
Beautiful stuff. Soul's also catching a lot of hurt from the sidelines too, so they need to be careful. But constantly they're able to win the duels against the players of TSW NON. 2 more players stand tall against the players of Soul as another man is still in the back lines, and Hunters is looking to eliminate that player. While he's on the way, while he's rushing towards the man in the front, he also gets the confirmation onto a knocked player. And Hunters, it does not seem like the man's going to be stopping anytime soon, but a well-placed nade from THW Non-X will definitely put a full stop. Soul down to a 2-man squad. THW Non-X still somehow alive and cooking.
Mastermind Mavericks, the masterminds of this destruction, and THW NON, they have done wonderful holding on to the pressure, but Knuckle, it is going to be difficult for him to survive. He has hid his presence inside of those smokes between those vehicles, but as the nades go flying, the splash damage will be enough, and Lavish finds the frag, but THW NON, I think they might be next. Mastermind Mavericks, they have the high ground advantage. They have the information of the shots fired a few moments ago, but it will still be difficult for them to get the angle, the line of fire along the slope of the hill without exposing too much of themselves to the team down below.
The utility usage from Roman was perfect. Precision was there. Roman is one of the main reasons why they're able to win the fight against Soul. That knock on to Hunters was crucial. If Roman would have been knocked out in that scenario, it was done for TSW Non-X. But the utility precision has been on point. And now look at the Esports. Goblin's out in the open. He's just got a bit of that haystack to play with. Now the man's moving out in the open. I'm not even sure what Goblin's doing, but a lot of shots are taken against the man. Finally stops in the open, wanting to give some returned replies, but it's not been working out that well. Open field, Goblin all by himself, no utilities to back the man up as well. He cannot stay there for too long.
Yeah, of course, I mean, these open fields, as time goes by, it will just become tougher and tougher for him to traverse through. For Reckoning Esports, I think, a decent position to work with even for the next few stages. Unless a miraculous nades falls through between these two players, they are going to be able to survive, but Gravity, he's just gotten out, stepped out into the open. I think they want to aggress against the players of Team Tamilas with that.
If Team Tamilas want to win this game, they need to make sure that Reckoning Esports is eliminated right here, right now. Reckoning Esports is just wasting a lot of time. And even the utilities, they're now starting to do some serious damage. Another nade tossed in right next to that player. It's going to dish out a bit of that damage. TSW Non-X as well, making the pounds. They've got the high ground advantage. Team Tamilas, they're being pressured from both the different angles. Roman, once again, the man. His utility utilization has been perfect so far. Tosses in a Molotov, did not exactly know where the players are. And Team Tamilas, they've already made the pounce against Reckoning Esports. The battle breaks out, and within a blink, the entirety of Reckoning Esports, they come crashing down. But Team Tamilas, even two players were knocked out and returned by Kyoya before getting eliminated.
Oh, this is a very awkward position for Team Tamilas to be in, because TSWNON knew exactly where they were. But luckily, time bought for Team Tamilas as Mastermind Mavericks are being the distraction from top of that hill. And Mastermind Mavericks and Metal, by the way, two teams that have managed to hold on to that man advantage till now, till the top 5 of this game. These might be the two teams fighting for the chicken. Nice. But shots fired from Lavish. RDO7 hits the floor.
TSW Non-X now starting to make some stark statement in the lobby. With just a 2-man squad, they're an actual living menace. Problem for a lot of these teams, being as annoying as possible. TSW Non-X, they're tough to get rid of. Medkit popped from the player who was taken down seriously low. Roman will be healthy soon. Even the blue's going to start to move, so TSW, not a lot of possible options available. They need to keep on moving with that same direction. And since even the circle is completely moved away from them, I don't really see a world where TSW Non-X can stay alive for too long. They need to at least take a fight against Team Tamilas and secure as many points as possible, but not if Maxi is doing shenanigans like that. Lovish is the only man alive from TSW Non-X, but Lovish, he's got another team that he needs to take care of. That will be Team Mastermind Mavericks. Team Tamilas is out in the open, not a lot of possible ways, even for them to survive this. Team Tamilas, they need to go frag heavy now.
Yeah, and they are going to trade positions with TSWNON, but that is just asking for a different kind of trouble upon yourselves. Although, I mean, they do get those utility refills, which might just be the thing that gives them the opener against Mastermind Mavericks. Lavish now finally falling back. See if he can strike the revenge blow against Team Tamilas. And Cyrex, he has to be the luckiest player in this game, by the way. He has stayed in the shack for the last 10 minutes.
It's working out. He does not really have a lot of options either, right? Yeah. He's the only man alive from his team. He needs to secure at least a top 2 finish. There's a lot on the man's plate. Can't even blame him for playing that passive. Metal Esports, this has probably been the best game so far that they've managed to acquire. And honestly, this will be the best possible game for Metal Esports to also move on and snatch the chicken dinner away from these teams. They're on the edge. They've got a decent spot as well to play with. A nail in the coffin against TSW2. Final 3 teams alive inside of the game. Genesis' Cyrex also gets eliminated eventually. Mastermind Mavericks still live and cooking in the sidelines. And they also control a major terrain of the zone.
Yeah, but again, it is Metal and Mastermind Mavericks, the two teams with 4 players alive. Team Tamilas put under pressure, but Legit draws a lot of attention from the Mavericks themselves. He's trying to juke those shots, does manage to stay on his feet. But Metal Esports now feel the pressure of the Mavericks. It's down to them. And Mastermind Mavericks, slope of the hill under control of the Mavericks, gives them the edge. And Metal Esports will be forced out into the open. But I love the hovercrafts in this game, man. The amount of damage you can tank with the hovercraft is insane, and this one vehicle can swing the fight in the favor of Metal Esports now.
But if you try and run over players, sometimes the opposing player can just hop into your hovercraft.
It's too slow.
And it can actually create some awkward plays too, and we've seen those awkward moments happen.
Yeah, but
if you remember that Wild Fang fight.
Look at this right now, though. Prince uses the hovercraft to perfection, gains an off angle, and finds the opener against Mastermind Mavericks.
Beautiful stuff. Mastermind Mavericks, not a lot of players available, but they still somehow find the returning knock. Prince messed up big time in Metal Esports. They hand out a trade. This was not something Metal Esports was supposed to do, but this can be a fight served on a silver platter to the players of Team Mastermind Mavericks. Few more utils tossed next to Adi. He gets shipped up real low. The same thing can be said for Sarvit too from Metal though. Adi needs to patch himself up, and that's what he exactly does. Gets the S12K once again, up close and personal. He strikes down Prince once again. Metal Esports, they're just not able to recover from such a setback, but eventually Adi falls down once again. Now getting Prince back up seems even tougher.
But they no need to get him back up. It's a 2 versus 3 in their favor. And with the numbers swinging in the favor of Metal Esports, they just don't want the medal anymore. They want the chicken dinner. Look at Thunder. He's falling back. Legit and Sarvit, they are building the pressure onto Maxima, but the zone collapses and Maxima is about to fall along with it as well. Oh, barely missing that nade. This one should be able to find contact. Otherwise, this game is done. There it is. 1 versus 2. Numbers in the favor of Metal Esports, and they know where Rixon is. Rixon tries to survive. He tries to make that bounce. Legit is out of nade, but Sarvit, he's going for a revive. Rixon, it is all over, as with the man advantage, Metal Esports will force him in the backlines and will be able to secure this win. I think the chicken dinner necro, it is decided.
One man with a dream, and now even the blue starting to move. Rixon, he needs to get at least the opening knock once again, but no, in the end, Legit had the off angle, and he strikes down the man. Rixon out of commission, and just like that, it will be Metal Esports to get the chicken dinner secured.
Yeah.
And we spoke about this too, right? In the span of 3 games, Metal Esports only had 3 points, and now with this chicken dinner, once again, the recovery's there.
You upset them. You will upset them during the match. You said they were very consistent with 3 points in 3 matches.
Sometimes you need that toxic motivation.
Turns out Metal needs that right now, I guess.
And it worked out, man. They got an instant chicken dinner after that. But Prince OG still overcommitting a little too much in that fight. Things could have been thrown away.
I wouldn't call it an overcommitment. He was the one who found the opening for the team as well. That was the move they needed. And Prince, I think, now realizes that, hey, these 3 players behind me are the ones with the better firepower. So I will be the one distracting everyone's attention towards myself. And that hovercraft, that is why I love hovercraft and the playmaking opportunity that you get with that hovercraft as well. It's like a rock that you can move in.
Yeah, pretty much. It's an absolute tank.
Yeah.
And honestly speaking, Johnny, Metal Esports, it felt like the moment they got that second spot, they were just happy. Metal Esports, they were like, yeah, we've got the best possible game so far in our hands. We're pretty much good in the second spot as well. But since, with that mentality, Metal Esports also had more confidence than the players of Team Mastermind Mavericks to strike for a chicken.
100% agree with you, because that confidence was the difference maker in that final 4v4. Because looking at the terrain and how the setup was, I felt that Mastermind Mavericks should have been the ones winning this game. They had the high ground advantage. They had the curve of the terrain in that favor as well. And Metal was the one that made that run towards the houses in that hovercraft until they gained that hovercraft, and then Prince moved out on the flank.
The moment Metal Esports got to the second spot, they were like, yeah, you know what? We just don't care anymore. We got the second spot. We got a decent amount of points too. Let's just go in and go for the fights. And that's what Prince did. He moved in. He got the opening knock. Overcommitted a little bit too much. He got knocked himself, but Prince was like, yeah, it's fine. It's okay.
It's fine.
We've got the second spot. It's all good in the hood. But in the end, they ended up securing a chicken dinner.
And also the maths eventually would work out in their favor, right? But if you want your device to work in your favor and not hamper your performances, check out the Realme P3 Ultra 5G, the world debut of the Dimensity 8350 Ultra chipset, 90 FPS BGMI gaming, and of course, the smartest AI gaming control on the market right now at this segment, ladies and gentlemen. So go on to Google and search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5G and stand a chance to win one of these amazing devices for yourselves.
interesting offers going on, so I would recommend you guys to move on towards Flipkart as well and search for the Realme P3 Ultra 5 G2 and check out the device in general. It's packed with a lot of features. It's not something you would want to miss out on. But once again, back towards the conversation that we're having right now. For Mastermind Mavericks, even that's quite a good game. Even that's a recovery that they were looking for. Metal Esports 2, a recovery handed out. In the overall standings, once again, we're going to see teams quite in close contention.
Yeah, and I love the fact that in the last game of the day, we did see a lot of teams from Group D as well. Group C, my apologies, bounce back. The teams that we were talking about were struggling. Metal Esports is, of course, one of those big names out of that particular group. Because, again, with how the journey started out for them, we expected a lot more. Start of the day, not that great. Same goes for Mastermind Mavericks. But both these teams bring themselves back in a very nice manner.
And Johnny, I'm really concerned for Phoenix Esports now.
Yeah.
That playstyle's not working out anymore. Phoenix Esports, in my opinion, they need to go with that brainless aggression once again.
Brainless aggression. I think that is what they tried to do. No, actually not. I agree with you. They thought too much. There was, and it's not just them, by the way. Reckoning Esports as well. What was that rotation? That's such a beautiful position towards the western edge, towards shelter. For some reason, I have no explanation why they were towards the northern island.
I'm telling you, man, since teams know they're not going to be eliminated from this week one itself, they're once again starting to pull off some weird shenanigans. They're testing a lot of new things out, and probably even over here, Reckoning Esports just trying to update their playbook. But since they know they've also got a lot of games in the future, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. Reckoning Esports knows they can go for risk like that.
Hey man, but it's better to always sprint in the first half, cross the finish line, and just watch everyone else that they have to run extra laps now around the track.
Or maybe they're just so confident in their ability to bounce back from the week two.
That's what God's Reign thought, didn't they?
That's what Soul thought too, and it worked out.
I mean, for Soul it worked out, but even bigger names have been kicked out of this tournament. Just a reminder to everyone.
Yeah, let's not underestimate the Undergods this time around. They have been someone who are quite a name to be feared with. But speaking of the Undergods, a few Undergods were not able to perform this game, right? For example, Team Headies were not able to play that well. We also had Diesel Esports sort of lacking a little bit. Diesel Esports was nowhere to be seen in that game, honestly.
I think as soon as Gokul's rivals in the form of 4 Miracles have been kicked out of the tournament, Gokul has no incentive to play well. That is just a joke, by the way.
Yeah, I know. It's just a pun that you wanted to make. But generally speaking, man, Diesel Esports so far in the semifinals week one, at least in the day one, they're nowhere to be seen. It's not the same Diesel Esports that we saw in the wild cards.
That is true. I mean, and I think, okay, that wasn't a pun, that was a joke. I'll give you a pun right now. That, you know, diesel engines take time to warm up. That is what's going to happen to Diesel Esports. They are going to take their time to get warmed up. And once the engine is up and running, that is when we might see them shine. But I think, we are going to have to wait for that second week of the semifinals, maybe.
Even Genesis Esports, they were quite inconsistent. In the last game, Genesis Esports was not able to strike with as many points as we expected them to. In my opinion, you at least need 7 to 8 points per game, and that's the way you can place yourself in the top 8 at the end of all the 12 games that you play.
Yeah, but a team that is consistently blowing my mind right now is Cincinnati Kids. Because the start of the year and the end of 2024 for Juicy and the boys was not that great.
But Johnny, keep this thing in mind. Cincinnati Kids, they're known to be someone who always qualifies for the Grand Finals, but then they stay at the bottom.
Yeah, that is also true. I mean, that has been the trend, but at least consistently making it to the finals is a big deal, right? Imagine how many teams compete in every single tournament that is put out there by Crafted India Esports and, of course, the third parties as well. But this team is always there every single time.
But then it makes you wonder what exactly goes wrong in the LAN Finals. What exactly happens? It's not the first time that's happened. It's happened multiple times, and still it keeps on happening over and over again. But let's just hope this time Cincinnati Kids, they're going to come up with some new strategies that might just help them survive and sustain in the LAN Finals too. Top 5 players of that previous game are on the screen. Aditya with 4 finishes, Kyoya as well from Reckoning Esports with 3 finishes, Cyrex with 3-2, and Legit with 3.
Yeah, and again, I mean, these are the individuals that kept their teams in play, especially Legit from the side of Metal Esports. I think the playmaking potential from this player is just insane, and Thunder dropping the Thunder on anyone he saw in this game. But the most important thing, every single time, the overall leaderboard is on our screens now, ladies and gentlemen. And Orangutan, it seems like no one was able to dethrone them till the end of the day.
38 points accumulated from the start till the end. OG is at the top. You've got 8-Bit with 31 points, not doing too bad. Bot Army Esports with 28 points as well. FS Esports with 28. In general, a lot of these teams just stuck around that 28 to 25 marker.
And Cincinnati Kids and Reckoning Esports, yes, we see them in the top 8, but I have to say that extra bit of oomph is going to be needed from these teams because they have 4 matches played and yet they're not in the top 4. Same goes for Metal Esports and Team Hades. Hades was able to secure a win, but it seems like that was the only decent performance we saw them.
4 are the maximum matches played today. Metal Esports as well, in the span of 4 games, they managed to acquire 23 points, which honestly is not too bad. Things could have been better, but it's not too bad since Metal Esports recovered in the last game itself.
Hey man, but 1/4 of the journey is over. Now only 2/3 remain for the teams from Group C in particular. I'm just talking about Group C right now. The teams that were played there with 4 matches played, they are the ones who need to make sure that consistently they are at least trying for the top 5. But moving forward, this is where things get interesting because a few big names are still on this 3rd page and now the last page of the rankings.
Forever Red Ross, they've played 3 games and only acquired 11 points, Johnny. This is going to be a major stinger for the players and even for all the people that have been expecting a lot more from this banner.
That is true, but hey, we expected a lot more from Phoenix Esports.
And Diesel Esports too.
Diesel, Visista, Versatile, Hyderabad Hydras. It seems like I'm taking the names of the teams that everyone thought were going to be in the finals, but they are at the last page of the semi-finals day 1 leaderboard.
I hope Seoul's not going to do something they did inside of wildcards once again, man, because 2 games done, just 6 points, 3 games per match.
They did that in the grind as well, just a reminder to you.
Yeah, honestly, they did that too. So Seoul is one of those teams that is quite interesting. Sometimes they can bounce back in some awkward margins, or sometimes they can just dominate off the rip. But right now, Seoul's performance hasn't been that great in the day 1.
Yeah.
And speaking of the day 1, at the start of the day, we made our predictions. I went with Mastermind Mavericks. I'm pretty happy with their performance.
Yeah, man, and it seems like I'm just fighting with Icy.
Here, Extreme Godlike, they've had their own ups and downs. They're doing decent in the overall standings.
Their down was Icy predicting them for the day, I guess. They started off on a good note. That game of Miramar was fun to watch, man. But then after that, I think, yeah, things definitely did not turn out for the best. But tomorrow is always there for them to recover.
SOA not doing good either, man. Maisie's pick, SOA struggling too much. Phoenix Esports, in my opinion, they need to go on aggressive once again, just the way they used to, or just the way they did in quarterfinals.
I think the only thing I disagree with you on is SOA. SOA, for me, I think decent start to today's matches. That game of Sanhok was pretty impressive.
Oh yeah, Sanhok was definitely impressive since SOA had so many line of sights available and they were just taking shots on all across the board. And yeah, just going back and forth over and over again. In the end, GlitchX Reborn was the one to eliminate them.
Yeah, Glitch Reborn eliminated them. Yeah. And that was the game that Team Hades H4K ended up winning for themselves. That was the only good game for Hades H4K today.
But honestly, even if you get one good game in one day, that's probably the best possible thing you can ask yourself.
It is, but that was the only match. They played 4 matches. They got 19 points from that one game and nothing in all the other matches. Yeah, but then after that,
you at least need to have 5 or 6 points per game to maintain that average, right? So Hades, in my opinion, yeah, they had one good game. That was quite a decent start, but they just needed to get 5 or 6 more points in the upcoming games too.
And they weren't able to do that. I think the masterclass today was Orangutan. One big game, one big chicken dinner to start of the day, and then they took no fights. They just played for survival points after that.
Exactly. Second game, they had the second spot. In the third game, they completely dropped the ball. But since OG knew that they've already got a lot of points in the overall standings, they don't need to worry about anything.
Exactly. And that has worked out so nicely for them. Average still over 12 points per match, sitting on the first position of the leaderboard. But hey, we all know day 2 is always the day of comebacks. Now the question is, with so many teams on the last page, who bounces back?
That's a really good question. Maybe teams like True Ripper Jelly can do even better, or maybe you can't say Reven X Park can once again be back in the form. And speaking of Reven X Park, I would love to see Phoenix Esports and Reven X Park duke it out on the map of Erangel. So many speculations, so many possibilities before now. It's time for us to take a leave. That's it from me and Johnny. We'll take a leave. We'll see you guys tomorrow.